Chapter 1. Mike Journal Entry 1. Our ship was close to landing on home sweet home after what seemed like weeks of traveling. Beth had completely withdrawn from me, as if I were the monster, instead of the Supreme Commander whom she spent more time conversing with than me during the entire voyage back. With some perverse satisfaction, I watched them talk, knowing full well he saw her only as his next meal, or some form of entertainment, and then a meal. Deb retreated into herself wholly. I think that Beth's presence and my indifference had something to do with it. But I wasn't completely self-centered. I knew the main cause of it was the realization of the horror she had just escaped, and, probably, the comprehension of the wide-scale horror that was yet to come. The few hours that I had to adjust to this semblance of freedom were truly liberating. I knew it wasn't over, but no longer did the lives of these women depend solely on me. Or so I hoped. The Genagerians and Progerians were coming. Of that there was no doubt. When? Well, that was a good question. I knew deep down that running and hiding was not an option. Oh, but how I yearned for that avenue. I wanted to see my folks. Yes, even my mother. I wanted to eat dinner at my sister's. I wanted to play Risk with my brothers. I wanted to drink beer with my friends. I wanted to do what every normal young male wants to do. But I knew those things weren't going to happen. Not any time soon. I wasn't sure if years of psychotherapy would ever get me back to normal. All my early years of the pampered American life had left me completely unprepared for the ordeal I had just endured. The thoughts that allowed me to survive were becoming vastly distant as I stole a glance at Beth. She saw me eye her, but paid no attention whatsoever. Unbeknownst to me, however, Deb had also seen it, and that just seemed to twist the knife in her heart a little bit more. What a great love triangle we were. More like 3 non-parallel lines from my perspective. Deb wanted me, I wanted Beth, and Beth wanted nothing to do with any of us. She saw the girls and me as the beasts, incognizant that the creature she kept talking to, the Supreme Commander, was the real beast, and the sole reason for our predicament. Sometimes, the more education you receive, the less smart you are. Indian Hill's peaceful slopes beckoned me. Could I find some sort of peace there? The place where I did so much exploration, not only physically, but spiritually as well. Paul Dennis and I dropped acid for the first time up there, making the place that much more surreal, like it needed any help. We had spent hours up in the Hobbit tree, looking over the vast expanse of greenery that was Walpole, surveying Indian's Pond to the left, the train tracks where we almost met our untimely demises, and even further, the Stop and Shop roof, which was sort of the start of it all. Oh, how I longed for simpler times. My gut was roiling with emotion. My fight-or-flight reflex was in overdrive. But there was no one to fight, and nowhere to run. What a fucking dilemma. Deb began to weep silently as we approached Earth. Her shoulders shuddered as she attempted to quell her emotions. Was she relieved to be getting away from this whole mess, or just to be getting home? My guess was a little bit of both. Beth's eyes gleamed. I knew that look. She was excited. There was no way she could ever understand what the rest of us went through. She looked like a kid who had just spent the day at Disneyland and was now headed to Disney World. The other girls' responses varied as well, from full-on open-throttled weeping to the whooping of overexcited, drunken sorority girls. Sororities, fraternities, shit. College. Would I be going back? I wanted to, but I doubted it. I'm not sure that I'd ever be able to sit still for that long again. What employment could I get with my newfound skills? Cab driver? Maybe. Maybe I could join the mixed martial arts circuit. Nah, that wouldn't work. I'd never be able to stop myself. Well, I figured realistically, I probably only had about a month or so left. The Genagerians weren't going to sit tight for long, not while their supreme commander was being held captive. For now, Earth awaited, and I definitely wanted to reacquaint myself with her. I knew she, at least, would welcome me. General Burkhalter? I asked incredulously. It seemed odd to me that a general would put himself out just to greet me. Come, let's get off this ship. If we stay on it too long, the scientists might just dissect us along with it. They've been chomping at the bit to get a hold of this thing. I think they were more pissed at the quarantine than you and your fellow passengers, the general said as he surveyed his surroundings. I appreciate your greeting us, General. It's the least I could do, especially since we need to take these necessary precautions, he said, pointing to his hazmat suit. I understand, General. It's just difficult. We've been confined for so long that being able to see freedom and not embrace it is a little bittersweet. And now it is my turn to understand. We will do all in our power to make this, hopefully short stay, as enjoyable as possible. But you do realize we are going to have to debrief you until your throat is raw. We need to know as much as we can about this new foe, and we don't have very long to get it. One thing, General, before we get this whole show on the road. Name it, son. Pizza. Done. When we reached the makeshift hospital, pizzas of all sizes and toppings awaited our diligent ministrations. Ah, to be back home. The food was great, the service impeccable. Even better than a 5-star resort. Well, almost. The doctors watched our every move. I'm not sure if they were disappointed that we didn't sprout wings or third eyes, but they monitored us 24/7 while we were in their custody. How are things going, Mike? Great, General, but we sure were hoping we'd be out of here by now. 10 solid days in quarantine, and not one of us has developed any strange rashes or bumps. I sounded a little peeved, although I tried not to convey that over my voice, but restraint was not my strong point. Mike, I came here on a serious note. What, General? Did one of our lab reports come back bad? Not that I was really worried about it, but the General was concerned. No, all of your tests came back remarkably well. The whole lot of you are in perfect health. Will that bring a better price at the auction block? That should have gotten some response from the General, but he did nothing. Now he did have me concerned. Spill it, General. This is worse than knowing. Your mother has passed away. What? When? Just now? I've got to go, I said, as I headed towards the door. You know as well as I do, Mike, that you cannot leave just yet. That armed guard will riddle you with bullets before he lets you break the seal on this place. What happened? I asked, as I slowly turned back towards him. It was a few months after your disappearance. She had a stroke. She never fully recovered from it and deteriorated fast. Was it because of me? Part of it, maybe. The stress and all surrounding your disappearance. And because the government didn't fess up to what was really going on, I said heatedly. Mike, we had to look for the common good. If we told even one woman to ease her fears, we would have panicked millions. And do you really think that the truth was any better than the scenarios she was imagining? How long did she live after the stroke? About a month and a half. She was apparently trying to hold on until she could see you one last time. That stung. My mother and I weren't exactly close, but still it was a fundamental loss, one that could never be replaced. It was another tragedy that I would carry with me. Unfortunately, it would not be my last. My mother had gotten sick and passed, all while I was struggling to survive on an alien vessel. No, the truth would not have done her any good. More than likely, it would have hastened the effects of her stroke. I still had a difficult time wrapping my mind around the fact that I had been on that ship for almost a year and a half. 18 months of my life was stolen from me. and I would never be able to get it back. I always wondered what went through those innocent men's minds who were wrongly convicted of a crime and then sent to prison. What must they think after 5 or 10 years of incarceration when a new piece of evidence comes to light that sets them free? The chunk of their lives that was taken from them can never, ever be replaced. Mine was only a small taste. But even a small taste can be sour on the lips. General, don't get me wrong. You and your staff have been nothing short of magnanimous. They have taken care of our every need. But I really have to know when we will be free to go. None of us has displayed any traces of anything. I have told and retold my experience to you and the President. Hell, I even brought their commander back. I'm just sick and tired of being cooped up, and now I would like to just go back to Walpole and visit with my family. Do they know I'm back? As for the first question, just 4 more days, Mike. The medical staff will feel much more comfortable with 4 more days. Then I promise you a direct flight to any destination that you desire. To be honest, General, I'd rather have a car. Kinda sick of flying, too. Understood. How about a Humvee? You're gonna give me a Humvee. I cleared it with the President this morning. He felt it was the least we could do. Awesome. I want the one with the hard plastic shell in the back. Done. And as for your family, they have no idea that you're back. We couldn't tell them. They'd be up here breaking indoors, and that just wouldn't do anybody any good. Got any idea where they are, General? Well, after your mother passed, your dad took it pretty hard. He holed himself up in his Searsport cabin. My dad is in Searsport. Hell, that's only a few hours south of here. Your brother Ronnie and his wife Nancy are still in Walpole. Your brother Gary took the loss of your mother pretty hard. Took him a few months to go through the mourning process. He and Ronnie have put all their energy into their paving company. Your brother Glenn moved back to West Roxbury after the funeral. He works from time to time with the paving crew, but mostly he repairs small aircraft at one of the local airports. Your sister is still living in Connecticut, but travels up to Maine every other weekend to check on your dad. Your mother's death hit him a lot harder than anyone really anticipated. What are the odds that this weekend would be that weekend, General? It appears, Mike, that luck favors you, because this is one of her scheduled arrivals. Would you like me to notify them of your imminent visit? No, General. I'd rather just show up. Mike, about the Humvee. Oh, you want it back already? Not quite. At least not the Hummer. Then what, General? We would, or rather, I would like to have the person driving the Humvee back. General, I don't want a driver. Then my not-so-fast brain finally caught up with me. You want me back? What the hell do you want me back for? Son, I've been watching you for 10 straight days. I've listened to your story probably 100 times. I've interviewed every one of these girls at least twice. I want you in my service. You are exactly the kind of man that we are going to need in the coming months. You and thousands like you. General, I'm not cut out for the military life. I'm sure that you have a dossier full of my pre-alien days. I wasn't quite on the straight and narrow. Some of those events in no shape, way, or form have anything to do with the person that you are now. General, I just don't play well with others. I have a real authority issue. If I make you an officer and accountable only to me, General, I just don't... No, don't answer now. Why don't you get out of here this weekend? Go see your family and friends. Drive around this country. In a week or two, give me your answer. Please just promise me that you will at least consider it. Don't worry, General. I will, at the very least, consider it. And often. What branch would I be in? My army, of course. I laughed. General, my dad and my brother were both Marines. I'd never live it down if I came home in Army duds. Son, if you join up, I'll give you any uniform you want. Thank you, sir. I've got more on my plate now than I could possibly even begin to finish. I suddenly found myself very tired. Please excuse me, General. I think I'm going to take a nap. Very well. I'll see you in 3 days. I've been called back to Washington, and it's not very wise to keep the president waiting. General. Yes, Mike. What have you done with the commander? Ah, see. If you were in uniform, I could disclose that information to you. But civilians cannot be privy to those details. I thought he was kidding until he walked through the sealed outer chamber. Son of a bitch, I mumbled, as I laughed and headed for my bunk. The 4 days came and went without much incident. Tanya developed a small sneeze that almost shut down the state, but it ended up she was just allergic to some of the detergent that was being used on the hypoallergenic pillows. Kind of ironic, I thought. Beth hadn't said more than 2 words to me since we landed. She kept to her side of the quarantine wing. Deb had become increasingly morose and sullen the longer we were cooped up. I avoided everyone just on general principle. The general did not make it back from Washington before the doctors finally cleared us. The women all hopped onto one of the troop transports. They were shuttling them down to the Bangor airport so they could go home or wherever they desired. A few of them were going to the Bahamas on the U.S. government dime. Why not? Might as well enjoy it while it was free. And true to his word, the general gave me a Humvee with the hard plastic shell. And another little gift. A USMC officer's uniform with captain's bars lay on the passenger seat. I was still sitting on the fence with that whole question. But it sure was an impressive-looking uniform. I barely set foot into my new vehicle when the troop transport truck came to a grinding halt. Beth jumped off the back and ran straight towards me. "Mike, wait a second," she yelled with her arms outstretched. I waited patiently. She had just doubled the number of words she had spoken to me since we got back to Earth. I was too curious to do anything but wait and see what she wanted. I did, however, notice Deb sticking her head out to see what was going on. "Wait, Mike. I just have to get this out before you leave," she said with a little bit of laborious breathing. "I'm listening," I said coolly. I'd been waiting for 2 weeks for her to say something. I wasn't about to now let her know that my heart was somewhere in my throat and jumping around like a frog on crack. "I know I've been distant to you. I know that everything you did out there was for us. I'm just having a difficult time handling the images of what you did up there with the person I fell in love with. Do you think it was easy for me? Killing those men? No, I'm not saying that. Would you rather it were me on the wrong end of one of those swords?" "No, God, no," she screamed. "You're not being fair." "Beth, what the fuck is fair? Certainly nothing that happened up there." I know. I did what I had to. To get us out of there, I did what I had to." My voice level dropped in half. I had no desire to yell at her. "I'm going to keep doing what I have to do." "What does that mean?" she asked, as she looked at me with pleading eyes. "The general asked me to join the Marines, and I'm going to." It was that simple and easy. I was well aware that I had to continue the fight. The day was far from won, and I would do what I had to. "How could you? How can you? Haven't you seen enough death for 1,000 lifetimes?" Disgust crossed her face. "Beth, they're coming." I pointed skyward. "They're coming whether we want them to or not. And now it's time for me to pay them back for all the kindness that they bestowed upon us." "You're not the man that I fell in love with." "No, I'm not. How could I be? I don't know what you went through up there, but I can guarantee it wasn't anything like what I went through. I was forced to kill other human beings for the entertainment of aliens. Do you know what that did to my moral conscience? Not only was I being torn up physically in those bouts, but also spiritually. Do you know how many times I almost laid down my arms so that I could just have it end? "Then why didn't you?" she shot back. "Because of you!" I yelled. She stepped back from the sheer force of my voice. "When it all comes down to it, I did it for you, Beth." She was crying. I was crying. It was not a pretty sight. Half the base was watching. Some Marine I'd make. "I still love you, Mike, but I'm going to need some time to get over all of this." "I understand. Are you going back home or are you going back to school?" I asked. "I'm going home now. If I do go back to school, it won't be in Colorado." That hurt, for me, was the first time I truly felt that nothing was ever going to be the same. No more wake and bakes with Saturday morning wrestling. No more parties on the quad. No more concerts at Red Rocks. Life had been forever altered, and at age 22 I felt cheated. Cheated out of those things that were rightfully mine. I'll give you all the time you're going to need. If and when you can forgive me, I'll be waiting for you. But if we do start over, I want you to know what happened on that ship." Now it was her turn to look hurt. When I thought that I wasn't going to make it, I sought comfort in the arms of another. She did not seem nearly as surprised as I anticipated. Hurt, but not surprised. "Debbie, right?" she guessed as she looked down at her shoes. "How?" "I see the way she looks at you when you're not looking. I see the pain in her eyes. I see the way she eyes me when she thinks I'm not looking. That what does she have that I don't have look. I can't blame you with the hell you were put through. That's not what has me at odds, though, Mike." She spoke tenderly and caressed my face with both of her hands. "It was the brutality you unleashed, the savagery in your eyes. They are indelibly burned into my brain. I don't know if I'll ever be able to look at you without bringing up those images. It's as if there is a devil living inside of you. Most of the time you have control of him, but on those occasions when he breaks free, he wreaks havoc on everyone around you." "That's not fair, Beth," I pleaded. "No, it's not. Like you said, nothing that happened to us up there was fair. I just need some time, Mike. I need some time to reflect on all that has happened to me, to you, and ultimately to us. I wish I could say that everything was going to turn out all right, but I just don't know." She moved in closer and gave me a hug, the likes of which I never wanted to be released from. A tidal wave of emotion flooded through our bodies. Had we not been in a public place, we may have taken great strides in improving our strained relationship. The hug ended oh so shortly. She got up on her tiptoes and kissed my lips. I flushed. It was the most intimate kiss I had received since leaving this planet. "Goodbye, Mike," she said as she pulled away. That goodbye sounded so final, I didn't know how to respond. I wasn't prepared for it. I would much rather have been facing an enemy in the ring. At least there I knew where I stood. This was horrible. It was an unseen wound, but it struck deeper than anything I had encountered thus far. I thought my heart would rip in two. My head felt like I was burning a fever, and I couldn't think straight. Do I run after her? Do I stand here like a fool? Do I get in my car and drive? "Beth?" She turned. "Goodbye." A small smile flitted across her face, replaced by deep sorrow. I wasn't 100% sure, but I thought that she had already made up her mind. I cried for the first 2 hours of my drive. Luckily, not many people live that far north in Maine because I'm sure that I was all over the road. I finally came to grips with the levity of my situation, and the last hour went a lot smoother, especially after I found a liquor store. I was halfway through my third beer when I started down the turn-off to my father's cabin. I had the windows down on the Hummer. The crisp winter air was invigorating. The only sound I heard was that of the crunching ice under my tires. I slowed to a crawl when I entered my dad's driveway. Off to my right was Man's Pond, completely frozen solid at this time of year. I noticed one solitary figure gliding along. I couldn't be sure from the distance, but in this remote of a location, at this time of year, it could only be one person. My father stopped his precision glide to look over the pond at the vehicle intruding on his land. I'm sure the sight of any military vehicle was not welcome, especially after the runaround the family received concerning my whereabouts. He slowly skated closer to the edge of the pond, perhaps to verbally accost the intruder. At the previous stop, I had changed out of my civvies and donned the Marine Corps uniform. The general knew I would take the commission, and it seemed he also knew my size perfectly. I had to admit I cut a pretty good figure with it on. I stopped the Hummer on the driveway, my father now within 30 yards and at the edge of the pond. I knew at this distance there would be no way he could tell who I was, especially since the last time I saw him, I was 20 pounds lighter with long hair and more than likely wearing an Ozzy Osbourne t-shirt. At 185 pounds, with short hair and in an officer's uniform, it might as well have been Halloween. I began the descent down to the banks of the pond while my father just stood there, most likely still not recognizing me. He looked warily at me under the assumption that I would be bringing him bad news about his son. And to be honest, he didn't look like he could handle it. This once virile man had been reduced to a shell of his former self. The stress and loss of the past year and a half had visibly taken their toll. Now, I wondered if I had the right person. From a distance, he looked like the man I called father, but as I approached, I saw how reality had ravaged him. Tears were welling up in his eyes. Recognition was becoming evident on his face. But he wouldn't let his guard down until he was completely sure. The pain of false hope would be almost too much to bear. I was now within 15 feet. "Mike?" he said, almost as a whisper, so unsure of his sight and mind. "Mike, is that you?" "It's me, Dad." The voice sealed the deal. He might not have been able to trust his eyes, but his ears certified what his mind longed to hear. He fell to one knee, crying, his face buried in his gloves. Sobs racked his body. I ran the rest of the way. "Dad, it's me." I hugged him as hard as I could, then eased off, afraid that I might break him in two. He grabbed my arm with his. I think he had to touch me just to make sure. "Is that really you?" He didn't let me answer. "Your mom." And he started sobbing anew. "I know, Dad. I know. I'm sorry that I couldn't be here for you and the family." My sister had been watching the whole event unfold from the large picture window that overlooked the pond. She came running out of the cabin, not knowing who I was or why I was there. "Dad!" she screamed. "Are you all right?" I stood up and turned towards her, with my father still clutching my arm, not wanting to let go. She had been running at a full sprint, and suddenly stopped dead in her tracks, as if she'd just seen a ghost. And who knows? Perhaps she had. "Mike? Is that you?" She seemed more unwilling to accept my appearance than our dad. Perhaps she had already made peace with my passing. My dad had still not been able to let go of me, and was more than eager to accept my return. My sister couldn't move. She was rooted to the spot. She just shook her head back and forth. "It can't be you. We buried you." "The general didn't tell me that little nugget of information." I guess it's kind of tough to tell someone he is dead and buried when he's standing right in front of you. It's me, sis. She approached cautiously. This was, of course, Stephen King territory. And who knows, maybe I was about to change into a clown outfit and chase her up to the cabin door. But nothing like that happened. I had to physically extricate myself from my dad's clutch as I slowly approached my sister. Her head shaking intensified. I grabbed her and laid on one of those bear hugs until she stopped shaking. My dad had come ashore, skates and all. We embraced as one huge mass of family. Hell, we even walked up to the cabin that way. It would have made a funny video. Nobody dared let go, lest the dream end. None of us were quite ready to wake up just yet. How? How did this happen? My sister was speechless, which, until this moment, was something I had never encountered. Ah, well, I had seen some strange things this year. Why stop now? In due time, sis. But for now, I just want to sit here and soak up this moment. Anxiety always made my dad cook. He must have been one anxious puppy because we ate like kings. Corn on the cob, mashed potatoes, pork roast, all topped off with pecan pie. I hadn't eaten this well since before leaving Earth. We ate, and my dad just stared at my sister and me like the Mad Hatter. My sister was happy I was home, but she knew something was amiss. It was in my eyes, she told me later. I wasn't sure just how much of my story I wanted to share with my father. I didn't know if he could take it, number one. And number two, at this point, I didn't really think he'd care. He was just happy I was home. I called my brother Ron after dinner, who first thought I was playing a practical joke. A sick, practical joke. That was, of course, until I reminded him that he still owed me 118 1/2 beers from our bet on the 1982 baseball season. It was our inside joke. Nobody knew the final tally except us, so by process of elimination, it had to be me. We talked for an hour. He wanted to know my plans because he was coming up first thing in the morning. I told him fine as long as he brought beer. After the phone call, my sister, father, and I sat around the table until midnight, talking about the old times. More than once, my dad had to wipe away a tear from his eyes, and he would discreetly leave us to use the bathroom. He didn't take Mom's death all that well, my sister reflected on the obvious. How long has he been like this? I asked with concern in my voice. This is one of his good days. Most of the time I have to remind him to eat. But now that you're back, I hope he'll snap out of it. I come up here every other weekend just to keep tabs on him. I've asked him repeatedly to come live with us. But he says this place gives him peace. What about Ronnie and Gary? Do they come up? Every so often. Nancy comes up with the kids on the weekends that I don't come up. Thank God for that, because I just can't get up here any more than I already do. Does he go back to Massachusetts at all? He goes every once in a while just to see Mom's and your graves. She looked at me sideways, maybe to see my response at that one. I didn't have one for her. He spends the night at Ron and Nancy's and then heads back up here. I make sure those are the weekends I come up, because that's when he's at his worst. My wake wasn't an open coffin, was it? I laughed as my sister punched my arm. God, no. I think we would have known something was wrong. Although whoever it was, I'm sure they would have been better looking. I grabbed my sister's head and put her in a headlock. You better be nice to me, she mumbled from underneath my grasp. You know I can still kick your ass. I let go and put my hands in the air as if in compliance. What happened, Mike? How much do you want to know? I sat back down. It seemed appropriate for the mood that was rapidly approaching. All of it. The government told us there was a terrorist attack on Red Rocks, and they were only able to partially identify remains using DNA tests. They sent what we thought was your body 2 months after your disappearance. Obviously, it was a sealed coffin. We had a ceremony, and we buried you. Although I don't think Dad ever thought you were truly gone." She put her hands in her face as she wept. I caressed her shoulder to comfort her as best I could. "I'm sorry that you went through that. But I wouldn't wish what happened to me on anyone. You might want to refill that glass of wine before I begin. I'm going to need your mind open for this little tale." And for the next 5 hours, I related everything that had happened to me during the past 18 months or so. She killed her bottle of wine and began on my stash of beers. Ronnie had better get up here early with those replacements, I thought. My sister could have caught flies the way her mouth hung open. If she hadn't been looking directly at me, I doubt that she would have believed me. As it was, she was having great difficulty coming to terms with the whole thing. My sister was a person who believed everything has a place, and there's a place for everything. There was no shelf big enough for this whopper, though. "When?" she asked, taking a big drag of beer to get her mouth parts wet again. She had completely dried them out while her mouth gaped open. "How long do you think that we have before they come here?" She swallowed another big swig. That was a hard piece to get down the gullet in one swallow. 3 weeks, a month, 2 months at best. Her eyes grew to the size of saucers. "What time did Ronnie say he was getting here?" She got up and went to the fridge after discovering that our alcohol supply was running dangerously low, which had to be remedied under these conditions. I laughed. "Sis, I don't think you need more anyway." "Where should we go? What should we do?" my sister said anxiously. I could tell that she was nervous because she began to clean absent-mindedly. "First off, you can sit down. Nothing's going to happen tonight." I crossed my fingers behind my back. She threw her hand towel into the sink and plopped back down with an audible sigh. My advice would be to stay away from all large urban centers. That's where they are going to make their presence known. "Are they planning to wipe us out?" she asked, almost like a 5-year-old asking if she could stay up late, quivering lip and all. "Worse, sis. Much worse. They plan to enslave us." She almost fell out of her seat. "What are we going to do?" "All that we can. We live, we fight. I'm not going down like a sheep. I've seen these bastards. They have no regard for our lives whatsoever. They'd just as soon eat us as pet us." My sister was shivering visibly. "I don't mean to scare you, but this is going to happen whether you want it to or not. Why isn't the president doing something about it? Why haven't we been told anything?" "He is doing things, but he can't tell the general population just yet." "What do you think would happen? There'd be mass hysteria, rioting, looting, and worse. And just at a time when we need the entire country locked together, we would be tearing each other apart. That's just what the progerians want. Although, to be honest with you, I don't think they're all that concerned about us as a species anyway. But who knows? Maybe that hole we ripped in their side might just make them think things over for a bit." My sister and I just sat there, both deep in our own separate but reflective thoughts. We both turned to watch as the sun began its ascent over the pond. Ronnie must have slept for an hour before he hopped in the car. I blurrily watched as his little red Beamer screamed up Dad's dirt drive. 50 years old, and he still drove like he was 17. No wonder he had totaled so many of his cars. I walked out onto the porch to greet him. The winter air was electrifying. My mind went from dullness to crispness in mere seconds. I was tired and wired all at the same time. My body was ready for sleep, but my mind could go on forever. Or so it seemed. Ronnie slipped while getting out of the car, barely catching himself. He looked like something out of a Three Stooges matinee, legs going a mile a minute, but getting no traction. If he actually got some tread, I thought, he probably couldn't stop until he was halfway through the side of the house. "Mike, just because you're back, does that mean that I still owe you the beer? You know there's a statute of limitations on all debts, public and private. Have you been thinking up that excuse the entire time you spent driving up here?" I shouted from the porch. "Well, yeah," he said. He had finally made progress with his battle for footing, and joined Lynn and me on the porch. I soon found myself in a bear hug that threatened to break bones. "God, I missed you," he said, muffled because his mouth was buried in my sweater. He proceeded to wipe away a tear. He had finally made progress with his battle for footing, and joined Lynn and me on the porch. I soon found myself in a bear hug that threatened to break bones. "God, I missed you," he said, muffled because his mouth was buried in my sweater. He proceeded to wipe away a tear. "So, what was it? Community service?" he asked, trying to lighten the moment. "Yeah, something like that. I'll tell you all about it, provided that you have enough beer to wet my whistle. Mike, I'm paying my debt in full, plus some extra." "What the hell are you talking about?" "I bought 5 cases, 2 Buds, 2 Coors, and a Labatt's Blue." "Are you kidding me?" I said, truly shocked. "We never actually paid up on our debts." "Yeah, well, this time was a little different. Most people don't come back from the dead." "True." I wasn't going to argue. I just wanted the beer, and knowing Ronnie, I knew it would be cold. Not because he bought it that way, but because he was too cheap to fix the heater in his car. "Dennis will be up later. I called him the minute I got off the phone with you." "Awesome. I can't wait to see him. What about Paulie? Any news from him?" Ron's face turned serious. "Mike, he pretty much went underground after you disappeared." "Underground?" "Yeah, radical militia type. Last I heard, he was training up in the mountains of Colorado." "That doesn't sound like Paul at all." "Yeah, well, there's other things going on, too. When Dennis comes up here, we need to talk." "That's a definite." I gave my brother another big hug and drained the beer I had just opened. "Ron, we'll talk more, but Lynn and I have been up all night, and I was up all the night before. I'm pretty much done for now." "How long till Dennis gets here?" "He said he'd be up here around noon, so probably 1-ish or 2. "Even better," I said, stifling a yawn. "Wake me then." Dennis arrived around 3 that afternoon. But they didn't wake me. Apparently, I looked like I needed more sleep. What roused me were the smells wafting from the kitchen. My dad was well into preparing day 2's feast, and if I wasn't mistaken, I smelled turkey and his world-renowned stuffing. I was tempted to run down the stairs and dig in when I realized that I was crying. I wouldn't have even noticed had I not watched a teardrop hit my father's wooden floor. Even then, I thought it may have been sleep drool. I wiped my mouth with the back of my hand. It came back dry. Not until I wiped my eye with my finger did I realize from where the offending liquid was leaking. Moments passed before recognition dawned. I had been dreaming about the ship, although I suppose that would be considered a nightmare. I had been reliving the death of Carol. The cruelty of her murder would never leave me. I was crying for what had happened and for what was to come. This feast I was about to enjoy. Would it be a short-lived moment in the coming months, years, forever? I didn't know. Did any of them down those stairs know? Could they know? Could I tell them? I went to hell and back, and for what? To tell everybody that we were going back to hell? The feast wasn't smelling so good now. I began to turn tail and just lay back in bed when my sister opened the door. "I thought I heard you moving around in here," she said, as she peeked her head around the door. "What do you have, bat ears? Come on, dinner is almost ready. Dennis and Ronnie are like 2 little kids waiting for Santa Claus. I'm not sure I'm ready for this." And then her words hit home. You don't have a choice." She wasn't trying to be condescending or mean. She was just trying to tell me like it was. She was right, of course. I had no choice. None of us had a choice in this matter. We would live and we would die. How we chose to do both was completely up to us. Or was it? She had steeled my resolve. "Just give me a sec." She walked back downstairs, fully cognizant that the sec I needed was to hide the obvious on my face. I made a big production about going to the bathroom and washing up, but she knew the only thing I was washing away was the evidence of tears from my face. I walked down the stairs, and my sister was right. They both looked like they had just seen the Easter Bunny and Santa Claus walking hand in hand down the stairs. Wags nearly fell over trying to untangle himself from his chair. "I seem to be having that effect on people today," I grinned. "Dude, it's so awesome to see you," he shouted. "You look ripped. You been working out?" he said, as he grabbed me and gave me a hug that rivaled Ronnie's earlier one. I hugged him back. This was doing wonders for my soul, but it was murder on my spleen. "Dude, let me go before you bust something," I said breathlessly. "Oh, man, it's so good to see you. After we buried you, I didn't think I'd ever smile again." "Well, that shit-eating grin you've got going on now should make up for any lost smile time you had coming." He hugged me again, and this time came bearing gifts. A cold Budweiser, just what the doctor ordered. "Dude, where have you been?" Dennis asked in amazement, not sure if I was, in fact, truly there. But we'll talk about that after dinner. That smells way too good to mess up with the story I'm going to relate. I walked over to the stove where my father was stirring some mashed potatoes. "Dad, that smells awesome." "How you doing, Butch?" my dad said, using my nickname from my youth. "Did you sleep good?" "Yeah, Dad, I really did." As I hugged him, I looked over his shoulder right at my sister. Our eyes met. She knew the truth, but had no desire to shatter Dad's illusions. Dinner was unbelievable. I still think of that meal from time to time, especially in the cold nights when I get to hunker down to another MRE. For those of you not in the know, that is a meal ready to eat. We in the know affectionately like to call them meals rarely edible. Nothing like processed pork to get you through the dead of night. Good. Chapter 2. Mike Journal Entry 2. We sat and drank and laughed. It was the best I'd felt in a long, long time. I was able, for the time being, to put my considerable burden to rest. I didn't go into as finite detail as I had the night before with my sister, but they got the general idea. And I was still hoarse from talking for over 2 hours. I wanted to move on to lighter subjects, but someone always had another question. I felt bad they had to endure what they went through. Not even a clue how I had supposedly died. Nobody bought the terrorist bomb theory. There had just been too many witnesses. Although the government had done its best to discredit them as drug-taking hippies, those who did not want to believe the truth had a viable option with the government account of events. But a growing majority were aware of the cover-up, especially when news of similar events in China and Russia leaked out. It was just too difficult to hide events of such magnitudes. China's government owns the media, and even they couldn't suppress it. "Did you know the Giants won the Super Bowl?" Dennis piped into my head. "What?" I asked incredulously. I had drifted so far into my own thoughts I didn't even hear what he said. "I said the Giants beat the Raiders in the Super Bowl. In overtime, no less." "Oh, come on. You've got to be kidding me," I moaned. "My favorite team goes to the Super Bowl and wins in overtime while I'm stuck up in an alien vessel? That's just my luck." Yeah, you should go again next year. I'd really love to see them in the bowl again. He got up and ran because he knew I was going to lay the smack down on him when I caught him. While he was running, he had the presence of mind to add in one final tidbit. Yeah, it was a barn burner, 35-32, one of the best games ever. Fuck you, I said as I closed the distance. He headed out the door and towards the small body of water. If he got there, I'd never catch him. I was always faster, sprint-wise, but I swear he could dodge a bullet. If he ever got on the ice, all the foot speed in the world wouldn't do me any good. I was tempted to tackle him, but I had no desire to wrestle in a briar patch. He made it to the ice and waited for my arrival. I came to a skidding halt at the edge. Man, I missed you so much I almost didn't watch the game because you weren't there. As it was, I just about cried during every intermission. I'm sorry that you and my family had to go through that. No, I'm sorry that you had to go through that. Fucking Giants. I can't believe they won the Super Bowl without me here. I taped it. What are the odds that you have that tape? Pretty friggin' good. Man, I knew I liked you for some reason. I wanted to lure you out of the house. For what, Wags? I knew it couldn't be good. But it wasn't all bad. Paul has some pretty heavy stuff going down. How's he doing? Man, you wouldn't recognize him if you passed him in the street. How so? I asked cautiously. He's gone underground. He started something like the United Earth Corps or something along those lines. He did what? Yeah. His hair is as short as yours, and he's running some sort of commando unit out in Colorado. Are you serious? The last I saw Paul, he was smoking a bong in the 12th floor lounge. Dude, I'm as serious as a heart attack. And he is extremely well-funded. How well-funded? I don't know exactly, but he has a lot of weapons, and he's doing some serious construction. All right, but why is he doing this? He never believed the government's byline, so he did some investigating. He actually was able to get a few photos of the ship that took you, as well as the mothership. It didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out what was going on from there. He's fortifying Indian Hill. What? Why? He says his inside source said a storm is coming, and the homeowner hasn't even put tape on the windows yet. He doesn't want to be caught off guard. So why the Indian Hill thing? Why not just stay out in Colorado? My guess is he wants to get out from under the watchful eye that's funding him. So it is someone from the government? I don't know, man. He's tight-lipped about the whole thing. He gives me a set of orders every week, and miraculously the money comes in and I do what I'm told. So you have no idea where or who the mystery funds come from. Mike! Mike! My sister yelled from the porch. But in the dead of winter and on a frozen pond, she would have been able to whisper and we would have heard her. What is it, mouth? I yelled back, just to let her get an idea of how loud she really was. She eased off the decibels a bit. You have a phone call. I began to walk back up to the cabin. It's General Burkhalter. I stopped dead in my tracks. What's the matter, Talbot? Dennis asked as he came up alongside me and handed me a beer. When the hell did you snag these? I asked incredulously. Well, doesn't matter. I have a good idea who our mysterious funding man is. Huh? Now Dennis just stared at my back as I walked up to the cabin. General, how are you? How's the uniform fit? How do you know that I tried it on? I asked, now more than a little pissed that I was being watched. Relax, I'm not having you tailed, and I don't have a satellite watching your every move. I just know the type of person you are. I know that you feel compelled to do the right thing. I relaxed a bit, but I wasn't too happy that this man already had a bead on me. It fits fine, General. Good. Now I want you to enjoy this time with your family. But I'm going to need you in Washington by Wednesday. General, I haven't agreed to anything. Say around 8 a.m. General, are you not listening? I'll have a car there Tuesday night. No, I'd rather drive myself down. Fine, son. I'll have my lieutenant program your navigational system with the directions. That Hummer has a navigation system? Yeah, and a homing beacon. You're a piece of work, General. Thank you, son. See you Wednesday. I hung up the phone and finished my beer. Something told me it was going to be a long time before I got to enjoy these again. Dennis had finished his cigarette and came back in the cabin, his nose as red as Rudolph's. Cold out there, bud? Yeah, just a little bit, he said sarcastically. Everything all right? Just dandy. Hey, when do you talk to Paul next? Thursday. Do me a favor? Yeah, anything. Don't tell him I'm here just yet. I think I'm going to make a surprise visit this week. Oh, man, you're going to make me sit on the best news we've had in almost 2 years? All right, man, but you owe me for this. No problem. Let me buy you a beer, I said, as I headed for the fridge. Chapter 3. Mothership. Senior Helms Guardsman Borlaug was an enormous being for a progerian. He was considered a gargantuan, and was even bigger than most genagerians. His physical might and prowess had guaranteed him success in the military field. He was scared of nothing, and battle didn't faze him in the least. But he was apprehensive, to say the least, about his meeting with the interim Supreme Commander. Kuvlar was not a progerian to be trifled with. He was a big male of the species, but nowhere near the stature of Borlaug. Kuvlar was a progerian of action. He did not threaten. He had no need. Without a doubt, Kuvlar was the next in line for the position. The puny human had merely sped up the process. Where the original Supreme Commander was more a visionary and liked to think out every problem, Kuvlar acted first and thought about it later, if at all. At times, Kuvlar's lack of prudence had landed him in trouble, but he had not risen to his current status by being afraid. And now Borlaug had a one-on-one meeting with the interim Supreme Commander to tell him just how much damage the human vessel had done. It would not go well. This was the biggest military blow the progerians had ever suffered, at least since the 500-year war with the Strivers. But never once, while they were on a conquering mission, had they suffered anything even remotely similar to this, and from worlds far more advanced than these humans. Supreme Commander, Senior Helms Guardsman Borlaug reporting. The ISC did not waste time. What is the status of my ship, and when can we launch? All right, so much for pleasantries. Sir, the human weapon did much more damage than we had originally estimated. Borlaug could tell that the ISC was upset. His mouth hung open an inch or two, and saliva poured out the right side of his maw. I want numbers, Borlaug. I want times. I want this planet under our control. But the one thing I don't want, Borlaug, is your opinions. Understand? The ISC said with quiet control. Borlaug's shortened tail flicked in response to the tension. He couldn't remember being reprimanded like this since he was a child, and his father scolded him for eating the family pet. Sir, we lost over 2,000 ships. Most were cruiser-class or freighters, but we also lost 300 fighters and 4 out of 5 battle-master-class ships. Borlaug attempted unsuccessfully to stop the incessant flicking of his tail. What does that leave us for our attack? The ISC already knew, but he wanted to make absolutely sure that Borlaug did too. If he couldn't be trusted to know his ship, he was useless. Except, of course, for the battle arena, and, the ISC thought, he'd make for some fine entertainment. Borlaug sensed a mood change in the ISC, and he didn't like it, not one bit. "Sir, we still have 726 fighters, but only one Battle Master-class ship left. The one that wasn't damaged was in dry dock, being repaired from our last encounter with the enemy, and that ship will be down for at least another month, even with crews working around the clock. The fighters alone will not be enough to subdue this planet. We will need to launch ground forces also." The ISC already knew this fact, too, and he had no desire to hear it from his subordinate. "And the damage to the launch bay is another thing, sir." Borlaug couldn't wait to get out of there. He worried the more he talked, the closer he approached an execution. "There's more?" the ISC said, as his jaw opened just a little wider. "Sir, the residual radiation from the weapon is making work on the launch bay difficult, and in some places impossible." "Go on," the ISC motioned with his hand. "In some places the surface temperature is too hot to even approach. My senior staff feels that it could be up to another week before the temperatures are reduced to a working level, and even then the shifts will have to be shortened. The radiation is also making my men sick, sir. Anyone exposed to it for more than 2 hours usually does not wake up for his next shift. Then get some Genagerians in there to do the brunt of the work. I want launch capability in a week." "Sir, we can't even get to some spots in a week." "I suggest you get it done, Borlaug. I don't care how, or even how many men die. I will not go down in history as the first Progerian to lose a conquest venture. Understood?" Borlaug understood. Either ships were flying in a week, or he was dead. His first stop was to the Genagerians' quarters, where he picked up some volunteers. Chapter 4. Mike Journal Entry 3. I left Maine early Monday morning. I wanted to go visit my mother's grave, say my goodbyes, and make peace with her. I also was very interested in checking out Indian Hill. I would make sure to get clear of the Hummer first, though. I had no desire to let the general know where I was going. If Paul didn't want him to know what was going on, that was good enough reason for me. It was a lonely, quiet drive down to Massachusetts, especially after the festivities of the previous weekend. And to add insult to injury, I had to drive from rest stop to rest stop to purge my irritated bowels. I just wasn't used to beer anymore, and my body protested vehemently over my excessive libations. I hit the Mass line 2 hours and 6 stops later than I should have. It would be late afternoon before I even got into Walpole. When I finally entered Walpole, I headed straight for my mother's site. I was unsure what I would do once I got there, but it was something I felt that I needed to do. "Hi, Mom." "How are you doing?" That's a stupid question, dumbass, I thought to myself. And how crazy does this look? I'm not talking to anybody. Still, I felt she was listening. I'm sorry I wasn't there to say my goodbyes. I'm sure by now you know my reasons why. Did God give you any clue how all this turns out? I waited, expecting some sort of sign or omen, but was only answered with the cry of a distant crow. If it had been closer, I might have taken that for my ominous sign. Thank God for small miracles. Mom, I'm sorry for the way we ended. I wish now that I could go back and change that. I wish I could go back and change a lot of things. But the universe just doesn't work that way. Mom, is God angry with me? Another crow, or possibly the same one, flew a lot closer, cawed, and then flew away. That could be just close enough to be accepted as my answer. Isn't that sacrilegious, I thought? Superstition in a Catholic graveyard. Stop being silly. Goosebumps ran down the length of my arms. The temperature seemed to drop another 10 degrees. Mom? Is that you? Was she embracing me in death? Something we were never able to achieve in life? Now I was really freaking myself out. Still, comfort is comfort. But was she telling me that everything would be all right, or to be strong for what comes next? Mom, I miss you so much. As I wiped the tears that began to flow, a car passed by on the right, and I turned so as not to let my anguish show. But of all the places you should be able to cry, wasn't this one of them? Damn male pride. I placed the flower I brought with me on the grass next to the headstone and walked back towards my Hummer. The day was growing shorter, but my list of things to do wasn't. The temperature warmed back up to a balmy 28 or 29 degrees as I approached the car. It had to be in my head, didn't it? I stopped before I entered. Goodbye, Mom, I whispered over my shoulder. I tried every avenue I knew to get up into Indian Hill, but bogus construction crews were strategically placed at every possible entryway. I used Dennis's name in vain. After a few curious looks at me, they all denied any knowledge of Dennis Wagner. I thought to use the path we had discovered so many years ago, but if I knew about it, so did Dennis, and in turn so did these construction men. I had no desire to become a casualty of friendly fire. I did a slow loop of my old stomping grounds, just for nostalgia. It's amazing how much things changed. Whoever said you can never go home was right. That might be one of the saddest phrases you can ever hear. There was Capps Field, where we played baseball, and Aggie Field, where we played football, Cobb's Pond, where we played hockey, Dennis's house, where we had so many parties. It was up for sale. Laurie's house, the first girl I ever kissed. This was almost unbearably tough. Not so much that I could never do those things again, but because I was afraid no one would ever do those things again. After I'd had enough of this self-inflicted torture, I headed for the local sporting goods store. I had an idea. I made my transaction and looked for the local Stop and Shop. I parked in the back and made my way up the drainpipe. I figured I would have a good view of the goings-on up at Indian Hill, especially since there would be no tree cover to obstruct my view. I unpacked my new purchase and took a look through my binoculars. I honestly didn't see too much activity up there. I spied the occasional person walking around, but most of the construction must have been behind Indian Hill itself, and from this vantage point I'd never see it. I was half tempted to leave when my binocular view became totally obstructed. I was about to bitch about what a crappy pair of $150 glasses I had bought. "What you looking at, son?" I almost jumped out of my skin. The exhaust fans on the roof had completely hidden the approach of this person. "Who the hell are you?" was all I could stammer out. my heart still slamming in my chest. He appeared to be in his mid-40s, built like a truck. A squashed nose told me that he was used to taking a punch, and judging by the size of him, he could also deliver a good one. "No, son, you have it wrong. I ask the questions, and then I decide if I beat you to a pulp or if I let Chaz over there do it." So intent was I on the man in front of me, I completely missed his even bigger partner approaching from my blind side. I was beginning to wonder how bad the jump off this roof would be. Would I be able to get up and drive away, or would they climb down and finish me off? My brain was spinning for an answer to appease them, but lying was out of the question. I was driving a military-issue vehicle. I had a high-tech pair of binoculars, and I was looking straight at the area they were assigned to protect. "Dennis Wagner," I said, spitting out the first thing that seemed to make any sense. "Excuse me?" Chaz said. "I'm friends with Dennis Wagner." "Yeah, and I'm doing some ice fishing up here," Squash Nose said sarcastically as he stepped closer. "I was just with him. He's the one that told me about this place." "And why aren't you still with him?" Chaz threw in. "Because he's still at my father's cabin." Chaz had had just about enough and was getting ready to lay the hurt on when old Squash Nose held up his hand. "And just where is your dad's cabin?" "Maine," I answered. "What's your name, son?" "Mike." "Mike Talbot?" "You're Mike Talbot?" "Shit, piss, and vinegar." "What is it, George?" "Yeah, that name fits," I thought to myself. "This is the guy that disappeared last year," George said elatedly. "Get out of here," Chaz said. "Yeah, he's the reason we're doing all this." Then George, turned to me. "What are you doing with the Hummer?" "It was a gift," I answered. My heart had finally begun its descent out of my throat. "Hell, if you are who you say you are, why didn't you just try to go up there?" Chaz said as he pointed to the hill. "I tried, but the men on the streets won't even listen when I said Dennis's name." "You want to go up there now?" George asked. I was always accused of talking before my brain fully engaged. "No, I have to get to Washington first thing in the morning, so I should be heading out." That raised both of their eyebrows. But at least they didn't try to throw me off the roof. I climbed back down the way I'd come. Both still eyed me warily, wondering if they'd made a mistake. I didn't hang around long enough to let them reconsider their choice. My stomach had finally calmed down from the encounter and the copious amounts of beer. I figured I could drive the majority of the way to D.C. before I took a siesta. I was going to look for a good place, though. It was on the government dime, and I figured they owed me at least that much. The drive was fairly unremarkable, except for the overabundance of cars nestled along the eastern seaboard. However, I didn't see that little inconvenience changing, today at least. An icy wind cut across my exposed face. The Pentagon? The general wanted me to go into the Pentagon. What was I really expecting? He said Washington. I guess I was figuring... I don't know what I was thinking, but that building was almost as intimidating as the alien ship I had been on for so many months. I pulled my Hummer up to the main gate. I figured there was no way I would get through. I didn't even put the uniform back on yet. I didn't want the general to feel that he knew me completely. The staff sergeant at the gate stooped down to take a precursory glance at me, saluted, and waved me through. He looked a little disapprovingly at my 2-day stubble, but still showed the respect that the rank I had been given rated. Staff Sergeant, which way do I go?" "Follow your navigational system. You'll notice, sir, that it has been scaled down to only show the Pentagon area in detail. Follow it, sir, and you'll be just fine." I thought about telling him that I'd never be fine again, but he didn't really seem the type to care. I looked down at my NavGat system and noticed it was an aerial view of the Pentagon and the outlying parking lot. My route was marked out in yellow on the map, and my car position was in red. What they failed to tell me was that I would get so absorbed in the little plasma screen that I would forget to watch out for the minor details, like parked cars and pedestrians. I think I pissed off half of the chiefs of staff. Ah, well, that's what they got for inviting me there. My entry point was on the far side from where I drove in. I parked the Hummer in a brigadier general's spot. I didn't think that he would be too pleased. I was now wishing that I had maybe donned the uniform. I would have been hard-pressed to stand out any more than I did right now. Here I was, a 22-year-old kid with a scraggly beard, blue jeans, and a widespread panic T-shirt, heading into the military capital of the world. I could have built a car out of all the brass that was walking around there. Captains were a dime a dozen, basically just high-ranking coffee fetchers. I was going to have to talk to the general about my rank. I wasn't getting coffee for anybody. I didn't even like this stuff. Ah, Mike, how was your drive? The general put on a jovial facade as he put his arm around my shoulder. I think I caught him off guard coming in here all disheveled and in civvies. Come on, the president is waiting. Whoa, I stopped. The president? You didn't say anything about the president being here. Why, would you have dressed more appropriately? I might have. He laughed. Don't worry. The president doesn't look too much better than you. We had to go pick him up off his ranch. He was fixing one of the cattle fences. The President of the United States was fixing his cattle fence? Doesn't he have people that do that kind of thing for him? Sure he does, but he says it relaxes him. Son, he's the president. If he wants to knock those fences down, who's going to tell him he can't? Good point. I felt better about meeting the president, but my stomach was still tied up in knots. We walked into a huge conference room that must have held half of all the generals in the armed forces. And there sat the president, directly in the middle of them. All of them, jockeying for position, trying to have their ideas heard. Welcome to political hell, the general mumbled. Everyone stopped talking, almost on cue. The president turned to see what had taken the pressure off him. Mike Talbot, I presume. The president knew my name. Yes, sir. Call me Jack. Yes, Jack. Gentlemen, I truly want to hear all of your ideas and opinions. But my very distinguished guest here has finally arrived, and I wish to speak privately with him. I value all of your opinions, so if you could all please draft up your proposals in triplicate and have them on the Secretary General's desk by 9 o'clock tomorrow, I will personally make sure he goes through all of them. Now, if you could please excuse me. The generals shuffled out the door as fast as their feet would take them. General Burkhalter shut the door when the last of them left. Well, looks like I've killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Sir? General Burkhalter asked. Well, all of those generals will be so busy tonight drafting proposals that none of them will dare come back here tonight and waste any more valuable time. And all day tomorrow the Secretary General will be reading said proposals. That'll keep them all busy for a while. I couldn't help it. I snorted out laughter. You think that's funny, Mr. Talbot? The president asked. Yes, sir, I do. That's good. I like people that actually say what they're thinking. If you stay in this town long enough, you'll realize that that is a rare thing indeed. The general showed me the tape of your debriefing. I would imagine that you were beginning to tire of telling the tale. A little bit, sir. I'm getting to the point where I wish I could just get on with my life and put this behind me. You know that that isn't going to happen. Yes, sir. I realized that a long time ago. You can never go home, even if home is planet Earth. What's that? Nothing, sir. Just reflecting. Have you made up your mind on the generals and my decision to have you commissioned into the service? I have, sir, but just one question. Shoot, son. I'm not going to have to get coffee, am I? What? The president asked with a sidelong glance. Mr. President, there is so much brass in this building that captains are relegated to messenger boy. If I were to accept the commission, I have no desire to be a glorified secretary." The president laughed. "That's funny. I never noticed before, but I guess you're right. No, that would never happen. And anyway, you would be reporting directly to General Burkhalter here and nobody else. He reports directly to me and nobody else." "Then I accept the commission, sir." "Good. Then let's get started. General, if you could please dim the lights." The general dimmed the lights as the president started the projector located in the corner of the conference room. It was difficult to tell exactly what we were looking at on the TV screen. It was mostly darkness, punctuated with bright bursts of light. I was about to ask what we were watching when the image cleared up dramatically. "This footage was taken from our deep space probe, Orion," the general noted. He didn't have need to further clarify what we were seeing. Chills ran up my spine as I glanced at the ship that held me captive for over 18 months. The general continued, "We have reason to believe that they will complete their repairs much sooner than we had anticipated." "What kind of time frame are we looking at, General?" the president asked, as if this were the first time he had viewed this tape. Could that be possible? Why on earth would they have waited for me? "It's hard to say, sir. It would appear that they have the technology and the motivation, considering that we have their supreme commander, to have the repairs done in a matter of weeks. They honestly almost appear to be dragging their feet." "Reinforcements," I muttered. "Excuse me?" the president asked. "Reinforcements, sir. They may be waiting for battle cruisers before they launch an invasion." "Whatever would give you that idea, Captain?" the president asked as he wiped his glasses. "Sir, during my stay on the ship, I was informed that the Progerians have been attacking planets around the universe for thousands of years. We're probably one of the first races they have encountered that has given them pause to reconsider their efforts. Or, quite possibly, they have radioed for help because they no longer have a supreme commander and just don't know what to do." "That makes no sense," the general said. "They must have some sort of contingency plan in effect if and when their supreme commander dies." "Maybe this is it, sir," I suggested. "So they just sit there like ducks in a puddle?" the general asked. "Well, first off, General, it's a very large puddle, and I am under the impression that they will never allow one of our ships to leave Earth's orbit, much less get inside their mothership again." "What say you, Captain?" the president intoned. "I agree with both of you. They are just sitting there, and I wish that we had some sort of long-range strike capabilities. But they'll never let us launch an attack. They may be without leadership, but they certainly aren't helpless." "So now what?" the president asked his general. "We wait, sir. We wait and we prepare. We pull back all the military we can and we defend our shores. General, you know how I feel about pulling back our troops. It will destabilize the world to near anarchic conditions. And you know how I feel, Mr. President." "Yes, and I fully empathize with your patriotism, but this is now a global conflict, not solely an American one," the president chimed in. "Sir, if America is attacked and we fall, there will be nobody on this planet who could stand up to these invaders. General, if we abandon our posts worldwide, there won't be anything worth defending." The president was beginning to raise his voice. Apparently they'd been round and round on this topic before. I wanted to quell things before this turned into a shouting match. "Mr. President, General Burkhalter, please!" I yelled, definitely louder than my station warranted. "I will be as honest with you both as possible. I do not believe that anything we do now will stop or even diminish their initial assault. You've seen their ships and their weaponry. Our best course of action will be to evacuate the largest cities worldwide and hide." "You would have us stick our head in the sand and just hide?" the general asked incredulously. "Yes, sir, I would. That would be our best defense. We wait until they are done beating us down and sapping our will. Then we come out from hiding and strike with everything we've got." "I don't agree, Captain," the general said in an attempt to browbeat me. We will need to stop them before they ever get a toehold on planet Earth. I'm sorry, Captain Talbot, but I have to agree with the General on this one. And what do we tell the citizens of the world as we evacuate them? The President asked. The truth, sir. I think it might be getting to the point where we have no choice in the matter. No, we always have a choice, and to paraphrase, I don't think they can handle the truth. See, sir, that's where I think you have it wrong. The General looked up at me as if I were performing harikari. People, when pushed to extremes, can do amazing things. And no matter what you decide here today, they are going to find out. Whether it's this week or the next, by our media or by the alien gunships. I was hot, and I definitely didn't want to start cussing at the President of the United States or end up in some secret underground jail cell, so I went over to the water cooler to calm down a bit. Captain, we appreciate your candor, but if you could please excuse us, the General and I have some logistics we need to work out. Certainly, sir. Captain, the General motioned. Wait for me in the officers' lounge. Yes, sir. I walked out the door, careful to make sure that I didn't slam it and show my true feelings. Chapter 5. Definitely outspoken, isn't he, General? That he is, Mr. President, but you've got to remember he's been through a lot, and he knows this enemy better than anyone on the planet. He's even killed a dozen or so of them. And what of his plan? I've got to admit, Mr. President, it has merit. We know technologically and logistically they have a huge edge over us. But I strongly feel that they will be like cockroaches. Once they get on the planet, we'll never be able to get them off. Nope, it's better to never let them footfall on this planet. All the while, the General was thinking of how he could hedge his bets with Paul's militia. Chapter 6. Mike's Journal Entry 4. I watched all of Cops and was halfway through the news when the General finished his meeting. So how was that for fun, Captain? I had more fun on the enemy's ship, I answered. Just remember, this is Washington, and very rarely do things go the way you want them to. General, I don't think the course of action you are heading towards is the correct one. Well, son, I have an entire staff of generals who believe otherwise. Sir? And just how many of those generals have even seen our enemy? I see where you're going, Captain, the General said sternly. But we made up our minds a long time ago on this matter, and we are not about to change course now. Sort of like the Titanic, I muttered. The General chose to ignore my bait. Captain, I need you to get on a plane in 2 hours. To where, sir? Colorado, Captain. I need you to look in on a side project of mine. Ah, so my hunch had been right. And what about my Hummer, sir? I was beginning to grow very attached to it. Don't worry about that, Captain. You'll be flying on a Galaxy C-42. You can take it with you. Rank has its privileges. Are you coming, sir? Nope. I've got to play the political game for a few more days, and then we have to start the evacuation of some of our major cities. You're going to tell them the truth. Not exactly. We're going to blame it on terrorists and backpack nukes. As long as the civilians get out, that's all we're trying to do. Well, that, and we're going to house our military in the cities, so when they come, we'll be ready and waiting. Sir, I just don't think that is such a good idea. Captain, the matter is closed. Let's go get some lunch, and then we can get you and your Hummer on that plane. The lunch itself was fairly uneventful, but surprisingly edible. I was under the impression that we would be served shit on a shingle, as my father used to affectionately call the slop he was served during his time in the Corps. The General came with me to the military airport, but said very little beyond the pleasantries. He appeared deep in thought, and would only speak to tell me left or right, as the case may be. Are you all right, sir? What? I'm sorry, did you say something? I guess the General hadn't finished with his thoughts yet. I asked if you were all right, sir. I'm fine, the General replied. He looked like he had something more on his mind. And I was right. I hope that we have made the right decision, he continued. I just don't know if there is a correct one to make. I had no answers for him, but I don't think that he was looking for one anyway. He seemed to be voicing his concerns more than anything. For everything I thought was right, there was the equal wrong. "What do you think, Captain?" He turned, finally focusing on me instead of that 1,000-yard stare he had going on. "Sir, you know where I stand on this." I know. I want to hear it again." "Sir, the Progerian standard operating procedure is to come down here with guns a-blazing. They will want to crush our military and a few major cities just to prove who's in control. They want to sap the will out of us before they move in for the occupation and eventual colonization. We will basically be their cattle, their dogs, and their slaves. That will only happen if they break through our lines of defense," the general interjected. He seemed a little perturbed. I don't think that he was used to being contradicted by someone of such junior rank. "General, you asked me for my opinion." That seemed to ease him down a bit. "Continue, Captain," he said, as he settled back in his seat. "With all due respect, sir, we got extremely lucky by being able to get that nuclear weapon aboard their mothership, and I agree it did some serious damage. But the fact remains, and so does the ship, we threw our hardest punch at them while they weren't even looking, and they are still up and swinging. If we go toe-to-toe with them, we will lose." The general, again, began to let his emotions bleed through, but thought the better of it. "Our best bet, sir, is to let them believe that we have been knocked out for the 10 count. Let everybody in the stands go home. Then we get up and mount an attack when they are at their most vulnerable, after they are completely comfortable on this planet." "What you're saying, Captain, is that we should just open the gates and allow them in?" "Sir, in a way, yes. We'll just let those things crawl all over our planet. It could be months before they relax their military grip." "That's a possibility, sir." "We could be wiped out in that time period. Are you willing to take that risk? You said yourself you would rather go out fighting than become their evening meal. How, Captain, would we launch a full-scale invasion after they're here? We'd have no means of communication that they wouldn't have already tapped into. And where would we hide this onslaught? I'm sure they'll have surveillance craft circling the globe for months just looking for stockpiles. After our little stunt with the shuttlecraft, they may not deem us a race worth retaining. They might want to obliterate us. If your dog bites, you shoot him. That's my biggest concern." The general had valid points, and I could see the reasoning behind them. But in my gut, I felt that the Joint Chiefs of Staff had erred. I believed they were taking a big step against mankind's very existence. If we do not take action, the population of the world will give up even quicker. They will wonder what has happened to their respective militaries. They will be thinking, if they don't fight, then we won't fight. Sir, the other side of that is equally as devastating. If they see the military taken out in a stroke, they will believe that they have no chance to stand up and fight either. Hence my dilemma, Captain. But this is where you and a few of your friends come in. How so, sir? The President may or may not know about this. Either way, he hasn't said anything. For almost a year now, I have been in the process of funding a militia. Paul, sir? Well, Captain, you certainly are full of surprises. Anyway, I want you attached to his unit. I have no desire to see you wiped out in a stroke, as you call it. But, sir— No buts, Captain. If this really goes down as you think it will, I want men of your caliber waiting in the wings to rectify the wrongs that will have been committed. We're the backup plan, sir. Yes, and a very well-funded backup plan. I know Paul has something in the works now. He wants to get out from under our scrutiny, and I'm going to allow him that illusion. Well, sir, now it's my turn to be surprised. How did you know? I have my ways. You have a plant. How I know is not important. I have made every attempt to know as little about his operation as possible. The less I know, the less I can tell anyone else. Yes, even the enemy, if it comes down to that. My only dealings with Paul are financial and the occasional hard-to-find military equipment, as well as keeping all the federal bulldogs off his back. The FBI and the ATF are all over his training area, just waiting for a screw-up so they can shut that place down. Sir, how can you possibly keep them at bay? Well, I'll be honest with you, son. The president is a very powerful man, but he is not the most powerful. I have connections in this town and around the world that would make the president quiver in his boots if he knew. I have given my assurances to these connections that what is happening in the mountains of Colorado is of vital national and global security. The rest, well, the rest takes care of itself. How many men does he have up there, General? It's somewhere in the neighborhood of 2,000. 2,000, I exclaimed as I swerved the vehicle. I was thinking somewhere perhaps in the 50s or maybe 100. Definitely not 2,000. Yep, I thought it was pretty impressive myself. I boarded the plane still half in a daze. Paul had never struck me as the type to lead that many men and, I guess, women. He had always been a charmer and very charismatic. Thinking about it, I guess those were traits that you want to have to pull off this kind of thing. I was just always so used to seeing it done on a much smaller scale. Normally he pulled out his best stuff to get Susie Rottencrotch back to his apartment, so that he could, again, rub my nose in how many women he had scored with. He sometimes had a hard time tracking exactly how many girls he'd seduced. I could count all my conquests on one hand and still have some fingers left over. I had known Paul almost 7 years and have even lived with him for a while, and still could not figure out how he did it. He was so good with the women. They were drawn to him like puppies to milk. It was pretty impressive to watch. I drifted in and out of sleep on the flight. It was by no means crowded, but lacking the protective shell that commercial planes had, it was a very loud ride. Of the 15 or 20-odd military personnel on board, most looked like they were going to Colorado for a little R&R on the slopes. There were some upper brass, but for the most part they were lance corporals and corporals, probably all headed to Aspen for some skiing. Good for them, I thought. They might as well enjoy it while they could. The plane landed right outside of Colorado Springs at the Air Force Academy. I decided that the pilot of the plane could use a few more classes while he was there. He bounced the plane off the runway 4 times before he got it right. If there had been ice, we would still be trying to stop. I was allowed to unload my Hummer first, which more than pissed off one colonel. That general and his lackeys, always trying to show his superiority with special privileges and all, the colonel said, a trifle too loud. My guess was he wanted to be heard. Fine, I'd call his bluff. Did you say something, sir? I asked as I turned towards him. No, nothing, Captain. I was just commenting on the weather. Beautiful day, isn't it, sir? I answered with a smile. I would have to remember this colonel's name. He had no balls. Yes, quite, he replied, as he turned away to shun any further conversation. We both knew he had backed down, and now he wanted to save as much face as possible to his friends. My Hummer had been offloaded, and I was about to make the 3-hour trek when I noticed the corporal and a couple of his friends heading toward the bus depot. Corporal! Hey, Corporal! I shouted. Yes, sir, he said, as he came running towards me. I imagined that he assumed I had some unenviable task for him to perform, and more than likely was trying to come up with all sorts of explanations why he couldn't. Corporal, where are you headed? Winter Park, sir. My friends and I are going to meet our girlfriends and do some skiing at Corporal Biddington's fiancée's cabin. Very nice. Grab your gear. Sir, I'm on leave, sir. Corporal, get your friends in your gear and let's go. Sir? Corporal, I'm headed that way, too. You can either wait 2 hours for the bus and then take a 6-hour trip on said bus, or you can all pile in here and be there in 3 hours. "All right, sir." The corporal was obviously pleased not to have to waste the majority of his day on a crowded bus. "Guys, grab my stuff. Let's go." The other corporals were just as surprised, but they knew a good thing when they saw it. The trip went by a lot faster with the laughter and conversation. It was a great relief not to have to be introspective for the rest of the day. The corporals said their thanks and crawled out into the waiting arms of their girlfriends. I envied them that. They would be spending this cold winter night in the arms of the ones they loved. I would have to work on that, if I got the chance. The rest of the drive was solemn. I began to do what I had so valiantly tried to avoid. I began thinking about all those poor souls whose lives I cut short. I don't know if I was being selfish, but I kept coming back to one thought. Better them than me. I had been in my dress alphas the whole trip, but decided it would be prudent to get into my BDU's, battle dress uniform, before I arrived at the training facility. I would stick out like a sore thumb if not. From the general's briefing, it was my contention that a regular military presence might not be welcomed with open arms. I stopped at a gas station along the way to do the change. When I came out of the men's room, I saw two men poking around my Hummer. "Can I help you, gentlemen?" I tried my best to quell the anger that was burning inside of me. One of them was on a radio, reporting to who knows who. "Yeah, you can help us by leaving us the hell alone," the bigger man said as the smaller man cut short his conversation and approached from the other side of the vehicle. "Sir, I don't even know who you are." Although I had a very good idea of what he was talking about. "Don't be playing stupid with us, soldier boy. We know you've been spying on us from the very get-go," the smaller one said as he spat a wad of tobacco onto my tire. Now I was pissed. I charged the big one before he could even put his hands up to defend himself. I drove him so hard into the ground I knocked the wind out of him. He would be out of commission for a couple of minutes at least. The smaller man was looking a little worried, but he was prepared. "You can't do that. You're an army officer." He hoped his words would stop me. "Wrong, fucker. I can do it, and I'm a Marine officer." His eyes went wider if that were possible. "I'm going to give you one shot. You pick up that foul shit you spat on my tire, or I'm going to make you clean it up." I'll give him credit. He actually thought about it for a second before he sealed his fate. "Fuck you, G.I. Joe." "Fine, have it your way." He stood his ground. I kicked him square in the balls, and then, while he was down, I wiped off my tire with his shirt. At least he didn't protest. The big man was starting to get up and prep himself for round 2. I figured it would be a good idea to make my escape before any of his buddies came out of the store. I contemplated resting for the night in Vale, but I was sure that the entire town would be under surveillance, and a Marine Hummer was a pretty obvious target in a city full of Beamers and Benzes. I was also not thrilled about entering Paul's encampment in twilight. I didn't want to get shot by a zealot. My other option was to go to Grand Junction for the night and make my entrance in the morning. But having no desire to drive anymore, I figured I'd take my chances with Paul's men. I turned on the NavGat system to find the route up into the encampment and was amazed at the details, even for off-roading. It showed old railroad tracks, small streams. I bet if I wanted it to, it would show me individual blades of grass. I overlaid the topographical map onto my route to see exactly what kind of off-roading I would be doing. I prided myself on being able to drive almost anything on the road. But off-road? Well, let's just say my experience was lacking. The route looked fairly moderate, but nothing the Hummer couldn't handle. Paul had to be trucking supplies up here to feed his army, so this should be nothing for a Hummer. Off-roading at dusk wasn't calming my nerves, though. I should have expected it, but I guess I just didn't believe that Paul was that organized. I drove straight into a checkpoint, and it was strategically placed around a bend so that you couldn't see it from a distance, and by the time you did, you had nowhere to turn around. I was hoping they hadn't received any reports from their comrades whom I encountered earlier. I had to admit these three men were much more polished and professional than their fellow compatriots, but they still didn't conceal their disdain for my uniform very well. "Well, Captain, what can we do for you?" A sergeant came up to my window while the other two loosely leveled their weapons in my general direction. Not totally threatening, but certainly capable of being brought up and fired in a split second. The Hummer can do a lot of things, but speed is not one of them. If they opened fire, I was a goner. "Well, Sergeant, I have a message from Mr. Jensen, from General Burkhalter. First off, Captain, it's Colonel Jensen. And second, we have no scheduled visits from any messenger of General Burkhalter. Sergeant, I don't have time to debate the matter with you. Call your colonel, and have me authorized to pass." The sergeant wasn't thrilled with being ordered around, but he had sense enough not to interfere with matters he wasn't 100% in control of. "Private, get on the horn to the major and check this out." "Right away, Sergeant." The private went into the hut, and the third guardsman readied his weapon, now that he didn't have backup. "Sergeant, the major says let him up," the private yelled from the booth. "Stand down your weapon, Lance Corporal Connor," the sergeant said as he waved me through. "Have a good evening, Sergeant," I said as I drove through. I couldn't tell for sure because of the encroaching darkness, but I think he gave me the finger. It's gotta suck to be on guard duty in the dead of winter on the side of a mountain. I drove the rest of the 1.5 miles very slowly. The sheer drop visible on my side had me sweating rivulets. My knuckles were white on the steering wheel. I had completely shut off my radio for fear of distractions. If I rolled off, they wouldn't find me until spring. And that's if they even bothered to look. I somehow felt that wouldn't be on the top of their priority list. I was about to pull over and take a breather when I topped the last rise. I came out onto a flat expanse in front of me, which appeared to be the main encampment. Marking lights were on the pathway? That, at least, let me know in which direction I needed to travel. I hadn't gone more than 100 yards when I came to my second checkpoint. I was waved to a stop, and this time a lieutenant hopped into my passenger seat. "Welcome to Camp Talbot, Captain. I will escort you directly to the command tent." Camp Talbot, huh? That had a nice ring. I wonder what this lieutenant would think if I told him I was the namesake for this place. Most likely he wouldn't believe me. The lieutenant made small talk the remainder of the way, which suited me. I had nothing to say. He guided me to the tent and hopped out. "Have a good evening, Captain. It was a pleasure talking to you." And that's about what he did. Talk to me. "Sir, Lieutenant Benson reporting. I have brought our guest, sir." "Very well, Lieutenant." I had half expected to see Paul, but it appeared that his executive officer was going to perform as message receiver. I got out of the Hummer and approached the major. "Well, what's your message, Captain? I don't have all day," he said, before looking up at the sky. "Or all night, for that matter," he added. "With all due respect, sir, this message is for Colonel Jensen's ears only." "Captain," the major began, visibly starting to get perturbed, "let me assure you that whatever you tell the colonel will be relayed to me in a matter of seconds, so let's just avoid the extra steps and be done with it. Again, sir, I have very explicit orders." "Damn your very explicit orders." The major was not used to having his demands ignored. "What is all this noise about, Major?" Paul asked, stepping from behind one of the partitions in the tent. Damn, he looked fit. Nothing like the college roommate I remembered. His face was chiseled. He didn't appear to have an ounce of fat on him. But the most noticeable difference was the character of his face. It was obvious to see that Paul was a commander of men. Confidence oozed out of him. "Sir, I didn't mean to disturb you. General Burkhalter has sent another lackey with a message. Why didn't he just radio it in?" "I don't know, sir, but this captain," he started. His disdain was visible. "Will not tell me, the lowly major." "It's all right, Major," Paul said as he placed his hand on Frank's shoulder. "We shall find out what this important message is together. Captain, come in all the way so that we may hear your message clearly, since you have traveled such a great distance to announce it in person." I stepped all the way into the tent and stood directly under the light that hung in the center. Paul turned white as a sheet and had to grab hold of the table the Major had been working on. The Major turned to brace his leader. "Sir, are you all right?" "Sir." Paul shrugged him off. "Mike, is that you?" "In the flesh, Paul." The Major didn't know what was going on, but the informality was making him flustered. "How is this possible?" Paul asked as he rounded the table to completely embrace me in a bear hug, which I gladly reciprocated. I thought you were dead. I attended your funeral." "How was it?" "Not bad. Not enough beer, though." "Ah, that's the Paul I knew. You might want to let me go now. You don't want the men thinking anything about this." Paul let go, tears streaming down his face. "Oh, man, it's so good to see you. You need to tell me what has been going on for all this time. And you the same for me, bud. But first, man, I'm hungry and thirsty. Major, this is Mike Talbot. This is the man that is responsible for all this. Captain, it is an honor and a pleasure to meet you. But I thought you were dead. In a manner of speaking, I was, Major, and when I am finished eating, I will lay out my entire story for you. Do not be alarmed, but the need for this camp is even more dire than any of you could have expected." That allayed the Major's fears. When he realized I was alive, his first thought was that the need for the camp was completely useless. Relief flooded over his face. "You don't play much poker, do you, Major?" "Huh?" he replied. "Frank's good at a lot of things, but hiding his emotions isn't one of them," Paul said, as he realized what was going through his XO's mind. We laughed, ate, and drank for hours. The Major remarked how he had never seen Paul so happy since ever. And that got us laughing all over. I tried to give Paul the story somewhere in between the debriefing full-length version and the condensed storytelling version. We all watched the sun come up over the horizon by the time I had recounted the whole thing. Paul could do little more than stare at me in amazement. He was as impressed with my new growth as I was with his. "So the Army right now has this Progerian in custody?" I nodded in agreement. "Funny, General Burkhalter never mentioned anything about that little fact. I'll have to let him know what I think the next time I talk to him. He probably didn't tell you, because then you'd ferret out of him that I was back, and I very much think that he wanted me to surprise the hell out of you." "Well, that you did, Mike, that you did. So you're a Marine Corps officer now?" "That does seem to be the case." "Where do they have you going after your visit here?" "Well, that's just it, buddy. I'm staying here." "Are you another one of Burkhalter's plants?" "Nah, I think he already has that avenue covered." "Yeah, I know. I've been feeding one of my newer captains disinformation since he got here." "So what gives? Why is the good general allowing you to attach to my militia?" "Well, I think he was telling it to me straight, Paul. He doesn't think that the entire combined military force has a chance of stopping the Progerians. We are his backup plan, and he wants the best on the bench, at least for now." "Interesting. I was always under the impression that we were just some sort of plaything for the general, and when he got tired of playing with us, he would discard us to the wings and the waiting arms of the FBI. So that's the whole reason behind the Indian Hill Project?" How much do you know about that? And who else knows? Paul asked, as the color drained out of his face. Relax, my friend. Dennis came up to Maine while I was visiting my father and sister. Paul was relieved, but still not happy that Dennis had talked. Paul, come on, man. He told me, nobody else. Just me. I'm sure he didn't tell Burkhalter. I trusted enough in you for you to have your reasons to keep it secret. Now trust in Dennis to do his part. Paul relaxed a little more. But I knew the next time he talked to Dennis, a decent tongue-lashing was going to be attached. Paul, he's got that place locked down better than the security here. I even tried the Stop and Shop roof to get a look with some binoculars and almost got my head bashed in for my efforts. Well, not to change the subject too radically. But how is your family doing? I'm sorry about your mom. I wanted to go to the services, but I had some things here that I had to take care of. Lindsay's great. She goes up to Maine every other weekend to spend some time with my dad. Ronnie's the same old Ronnie, working his ass off. My dad has slipped a bit. My mom's passing took him hard. I don't know. I guess you just get so used to one way of living that when it's taken away from you, you become lost. To be honest, Paul, that's how I feel about the whole planet. We're a few months away from possibly losing everything we know. That's why we're here, Bud, he replied as he placed an arm over my shoulder. It was going to take more than that to wring the chill from my bones. When are you planning on moving these people to the new station? Well, we already started. We want it to look more like attrition than total abandonment. We were going to take our time and possibly have it done in 6 months and just make it look like nobody believed in the cause and it fizzled out. That way no suspicion would be aroused. But your story kinda puts a wrench in that scenario. We'll have to do some mass moving in the next week or two. I definitely don't want to be caught out here in the middle of nowhere with our pants down. Is the hill going to be able to house that many people? This times 2 is the design, plus 2 years' worth of rations. That had to have taken some serious green. I think the project is somewhere up in the billion range. How is the general allocating that kind of money? Beats me how he's doing it. He's pretty tight-lipped about the whole thing. I would imagine it has something to do with plausible deniability. Frank, could you see about finding Captain Talbot here some suitable quarters? Paul turned back to me. Hey, Mike, why don't you go get a few hours of shut-eye? Then I'll show you around the place. You might be more than a little surprised. I was attempting to stifle a yawn before I answered. That sounds good to me. But don't let me sleep past noon or I'll never get to sleep tonight. Don't worry, with all the noise we have going on up here, you'll be lucky to make it past 9. Great, I muttered sarcastically. Just try to keep me as far away from the firing range as possible. Will do, Paul smiled. Bud, I can't tell you how much good seeing you has done for me. Yeah, it feels pretty good for me too, my friend. I headed out the door to check out my new digs. My new quarters were nothing if not sparse, and it appeared to me that it had been vacated only moments before by some now greatly disgruntled lieutenants. An Army Standard-issue cot dominated the room. I almost laughed when Major Salazar asked if these quarters would be sufficient. I wanted to tell him that my alien abductors had put me up in what was equivalent to the Ritz, at least comparatively speaking. But I refrained. It was going to be hard enough getting along around here, especially when the henchmen from out of town returned to tell their tale. Well, at least the cot was off the cold, ice-packed ground. That gave me a little comfort. But right now I was pretty sure I would have been able to sleep on that, too. I awoke possibly a few hours later to the rumblings of a low-flying jet. The thing flew so low it nearly uprooted my tent in the afterwake. The jet passing by was closely followed by the shouts and curses of all the people it had disturbed. I walked out of my tent and tried to stretch my way to wakefulness. I asked the first passerby what the hell was going on. "They like to let us know occasionally that they're still watching," the private said as he shuffled on by, bearing his load of what appeared to be munitions. I strolled on up to the command tent, where Paul and the major and a few of his other staff officers were discussing tactics. All conversation ceased as the other officers noticed the Marine insignia on my uniform. "It's all right, gentlemen. We can talk in front of him," Paul said to cut through the silence. "But, sir," one of the captains spoke out, "he's regular military. He's exactly what we're trying to keep our secrets from." Paul looked square. All conversation ceased as the other officers noticed the Marine insignia on my uniform. "It's all right, gentlemen. We can talk in front of him," Paul said to cut through the silence. "But, sir," one of the captains spoke out, "he's regular military. He's exactly what we're trying to keep our secrets from." Paul looked squarely at me. "Captain, are your orders to report directly to me?" "No, Colonel, they are not," I answered, much to the amazement of Paul's staff. I continued, "My orders are to report directly to General Burkhalter." A couple of the junior officers looked like they were getting ready to throw me out of the command tent. "Relax," Paul said, as he commanded everyone to sit back down. "If you gentlemen had been scrutinizing his uniform more closely and looking past his Marine emblems, you may have noticed his name tag." The officers turned in unison. Recognition dawned on most of their faces. A few, however, were not able to piece the puzzle together quite so quickly. I remembered who those men were. They might just be a little too dim to be leading men into battle. "Captain Talbot, what an honor to meet you," said one of the first officers who had risen to throw me on my keister. I shook his hand. It felt like granite. This man had spent more than one summer out in the sun splitting logs, or rocks, more likely. "Captain Dusty Davidson, at your service." "Pleasure's all mine, Captain." "Why was that recon plane flying so low?" I asked no one in particular. Captain Davidson spoke up. "Ever since we hid everything under our camo netting, they've been flying lower and lower to try to get some good pictures of our encampment. But what they don't know—" The captain turned to Paul to make sure that it was all right to release this information. Paul nodded his consent. "Well, what they don't know is that we're tapped into their radar systems down in Colorado Springs. We know the second their planes leave the runway. What about satellites? Well, this special camo netting completely throws those cameras off. It's infrared and radar scattering. They can't tell if there's a mouse or a division under those things. And for those times when we do training out in the open, we know the flyovers of every possible spy sat in orbit. Does that leave much time to do anything? It gives us roughly half an hour, each hour, to be safe. There have been times when we've had to be out longer, so we've devised a system for that also. We try to use it sparingly because we don't want them to catch on. When we're out there with our pants down and have something we definitely don't want Big Brother to see, we can send a microburst of highly ionized particles into the satellite that completely scrambles the onboard computer. The machine has to be reset, and by the time it boots back up, it's long gone. You guys developed that. Don't be so amazed, Captain. There are a lot of very smart people on this project who are not happy with the way the U.S. is preparing for this war. They want to be as prepared as possible to save their families, their lives, and their country. No, you misunderstood me, Colonel. I wasn't in astonishment that this organization developed it. I'm in astonishment that anybody developed it. If the military knew, they'd be on you like flies on a shitstorm. I realized my error when almost everyone at the table looked at me. It suddenly dawned on me that I was that very military. Present company excluded. The men relaxed after my joke. I stood up. I knew the majority of the men still did not trust me and would not speak their minds while I was present. I did not want to disrupt their proceedings. "Colonel, if you could have one of your privates show me the way to the mess tent, I would greatly appreciate it." Sure thing, Captain, and when we are done here, I will join you for some of our fine cuisine. After that, I would like to show you around. That would be great. Gentlemen, it was a pleasure meeting you. A few nodded their courteous greetings, but most just stared at me, waiting for my graceful exit. The militia adopted the old rule of 2 hots, meaning 2 hot meals a day. Lunchtime wasn't included. But they had a huge variety of MREs. Even inedible food was better than no food. And to be honest, it was pretty good. I was halfway through my meal, attempting to open my tube of peanut butter, when Paul joined me. "So how goes the War Council?" I asked, as I looked up from my task at hand. From the look on Paul's face, it didn't appear that all had gone well. "Not as good as I would have liked," he said, as he plopped himself down on the chair opposite me. "I hoped that your return would spark more of a fire in their eyes. Instead, it has aroused more suspicion than anything else." "Suspicion?" I half yelled as a stream of peanut butter nearly made its way across the table. "Yeah. Are you familiar with the Helen of Troy story? You're comparing me to a woman. You know what I mean. Why are you busting my balls?" "I'm sorry, bud. I know the story. The Trojans fought for years and years to get her back, and when they finally succeeded, they figured she was a spy." "Exactly. Why would I spy for the government? I already told you they sent me here. It's not the government that they are concerned about." "Then who is it?" Then it hit me like a ton of bricks. "Oh, Paul, no way. I hate those bastards and what they did. I told you about everything that happened. Why would I possibly spy for them?" I was now shouting, and most of the people at the chow hall tried their best to ignore my outburst. "Mike, try to settle down. I don't for a minute believe that you are working for them," Paul said as he pointed skyward. "But—" I was on the verge of shouting again. "But some of my officers think that your fantastic escape and your timely arrival are just too coincidental." "Coincidental. But I know I'm not the sharpest tack on the board, but could you please clarify this for me?" "Why? Because we are about to start our immigration in earnest to the Indian Hill bunker, and an invasion seems imminent?" "Paul, you know how crazy that sounds. I'm the one that told you of the impending invasion, and if anything, I've provided you and your men some crucial preparation time." "Mike, I know that, and you know that. But my officers are going to need a little more time and a little more convincing. They've suggested everything from detaining you to letting you go. Both of those ideas have their inherent problems." "Such as?" I seethed. "Well, if you are a spy," he started, as I began to rise. "Mike, please sit down. This is not my line of reasoning." I sat, but my muscles were on full alert. I was tensed to strike, but I wasn't sure in which direction I would go. I hadn't been this riled up since the battles. Paul continued talking, but it took me a half a beat to catch up. "And you left, you could tell the aliens exactly where we were going, and if we detained you, they might have some sort of way of tracking you." "What, like a friggin' LoJack?" I sputtered. "Yeah, pretty much like that." Paul was trying to lay on the charm, but I was far beyond that. "If you would submit to an MRI, my men would go a lot farther into accepting you as one of their own." "An MRI? Aren't you in charge here, Paul? Can't you make them see the error that they are making here?" "I'm definitely in charge, Mike, but I don't make them do anything. They do it because they feel that I'm right. If I go against them on this, I might lose some of their trust, and I just won't take that chance. What if I refuse? Well, then, my friend, you put me in a precarious position. Do I forcibly make you do it, and lose the best friendship I have ever or will ever have? Or do I betray the trust of the men and women that have come to serve under me, and jeopardize the very mission which I am attempting to accomplish? Oh, what if I just leave? I don't think you'll make it. Is that a threat, Paul? No, of course not, Mike. But there are officers under my command who feel very strongly about your presence here. Can't you control your men? I shouted. The mess hall was rapidly vacating as our argument heated up. I can, but I don't have them on a leash, Paul shouted to match my own. Mike, I'm telling you that if you leave here under these circumstances, you are jeopardizing your life. This is beautiful. I battle my way off a hostile ship full of aliens to give Earth all the information about the aliens that I can, just so I can be treated like some kind of virus. Fuck you, Paul. You and your officers. I'm out of here. And if any of your lackeys tries to stop me, I'll take them out. No questions asked. I rose and headed for the door when I heard the distinctive cocking of a pistol. I'm sorry, Mike. I can't let you leave. Not like this. Fuck you, Paul. Shoot me in the back if you have to. I'm leaving. I heard the firing mechanism hit true, and a warm sensation spread across my lower back. He shot me. My best friend shot me. I felt my cheek slam onto the turf. That's going to leave a mark, I thought to myself. And like the movies, I faded to black. Chapter 7. Hello, Deb? It's me, Beth. Beth? Why are you calling me? Do you realize how late it is? I'm sorry, Deb. I just needed to talk to someone. Someone who's experienced what we've been through. And I'm worried. Deb sat up in bed, wiping the weariness from her eyes. She hadn't really been sleeping. Truth be told, she hadn't slept much since her return to Earth. It was partly because of the nightmares, but mostly because of her concern for the man she loved. Worried about what, Beth? Deb asked. I haven't heard from Mike since we've been back. Deb's interest was piqued. She also hadn't heard from him since the return, but she figured it was because he made the decision to be with Beth. What do you mean you haven't heard from him? I thought he was with you. Oh, God! Beth exclaimed. Deb could tell that Beth was crying on the other end of the line. What is it, Beth? I thought he was with you, she fairly wailed. Beth, I thought he was with you. Deb also became misty-eyed, more from relief than worry at this point, though. I love him so much, and I treated him so badly. I just wanted to let him know how I truly feel. I hoped and prayed that by now he would have found a way to forgive me and at least give me a call. Now anxiety welled up in Deb in the same way that relief had flooded her moments earlier. Since he wasn't with Beth and he wasn't with her, where the hell was he? Deb's myriad thoughts were shattered. Deb, can I come see you? It sounded more like a little girl begging her mother to go to McDonald's for lunch than a full-grown woman. Deb barely noticed. She nodded in agreement before realizing that Beth couldn't see her. Sure, Beth. When? Now? Now? Ah, sure. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Where are you? Forget it. Come on over. I'll put coffee on. Bye. Bye. Chapter 8. General Burkhalter, please. This is Captain Moraine. Clearance code Alpha Omega Foxtrot 227. Right away, Captain, the drone-like voice said at the other end of the line. After what seemed like an interminable amount of time, the captain heard sheets ruffle and the unmistakable gruff voice of the general. Hello? What is it, Moraine? Sir, I'm sorry to disturb you at this hour, but something is wrong up here. Is there any chance, Captain, that you could be a little more descriptive? Sir, Mike's arrival at camp set off some serious fireworks among the higher echelon here. And now he's missing. Missing? How so, Captain? I gave you strict orders to keep a very watchful eye on that young man. Sir, I understand that, but my comings and goings in this camp are tightly monitored. I did my best. Apparently, Captain, your best wasn't good enough. Have you talked to Colonel Jensen? Sir, they won't let me within 100 feet of his command tent. Captain, you find out what happened to that man by any means possible, or I'll have a division of Marines up there within a day. Do you understand me?" The captain could feel the rage steaming over the phone line. "Sir, yes, sir." The other end of the line went dead, with what seemed more like a clap than a click. The end of the phone conversation was only the beginning of the captain's problems. How was he going to get Paul to discuss this matter without letting Paul onto him? That problem, however, was solved easily enough when the captain's tent flaps burst open and 3 heavily armed guards strode in. "Captain, please take out your weapon and place it on your bunk." "What's the meaning of this?" the captain shouted. "Sir, please do as I say and place it on the bunk gently, or we will use force." The 2 flanking guards stepped forward as if in preparation to enforce those words. The captain took out his weapon, barely able to control the anger inside of him. "Again, what is the meaning of this?" the captain inquired, now physically shaking with rage. "Sir, we detected unauthorized transmissions emanating from your tent." "Unauthorized transmissions? I was making a call." "Nevertheless, sir, all transmissions must be cleared through headquarters. Colonel Jensen wishes to talk to you now, sir." Well, at least some good may come of this, he figured. Now, at least, he could go to the source and try to locate the whereabouts of Captain Talbot. The guards completely encircled the captain and marched him unceremoniously to Paul's tent. "Ah, Captain, what a pleasure it is to see you," a weary-eyed Paul said. "I'm not sure I had much of a choice, Colonel," the captain said, as he gestured to the guards flanking him. "Ah, yes. Sergeant, please take you and your men outside. There are a few matters I would like to discuss with the captain." "As you wish, Colonel." The sergeant and the guards retreated from the spacious command tent. The captain was fully aware that they would still be able to hear the conversation, and were only a heartbeat away in the event they were needed. "Is there any reason, Colonel, why I cannot make a phone call to a relative without prior approval?" "I did not realize, Captain, that you were in any way related to General Burkhalter." The captain's face fell. "Captain, if anyone ever asks you to play poker, you should politely decline." "Now your mind is reeling. How could they know? Is my tent bugged? Was someone listening outside?" "No, it's none of those things. We've known all along that you're a plant, Captain." The captain's face slipped even further, if that was possible. "Then why would you let me stay?" "It's better to have a spy that we know than one which we may not. And besides, knowing who you were and who you reported to allowed us to handcraft the information that we wanted you to send." "What now?" "Well, we could have you shot as a spy." Sweat poured off the captain's forehead. "Don't worry, Captain. We're not quite that uncivilized. We are, however, using you as a little insurance policy until my next phase of planning is successfully launched." "What? I'm an officer in the United States Army. I will not be treated like this." "Enough, Captain." Paul's voice raised noticeably. The sergeant poked his head in to make sure that everything was all right. "Everything is fine, Sergeant," Paul said as he waved off the guard dogs. "Relax. We have every intention of letting you go once your purposes here are served. If you know about my conversation, then you must know what General Burkhalter said." "I'm fully aware, Captain," Paul answered, as he pushed play on a small tape-recording device, which the captain failed to notice on his initial entry. "I'll have a division of Marines up there within a day," the general's voice said, remarkably clear over the small device. The captain looked up. "We are able to intercept satellite calls, Captain." "So you have all of my calls on tape?" "Why, of course. How else could we make sure that you were reporting exactly what we wanted you to report?" "And what of Captain Talbot?" "That is a matter which is none of your concern. Colonel, may I comment on the obvious? Captain Talbot is also an officer in the United States military, as well as being your best friend, and the reason for which you have set up this entire operation." "Captain, do not lecture me. I do not recognize the authority of the United States military, And as for my best friend, that man no longer exists." "What are you saying?" Captain Moraine asked. "I am saying that it is no concern of yours. And what of the Marines that will inevitably be here? Let them come, for they will find an enormous surprise. Sergeant, take this man out of here and keep him restricted to his tent under guard." "As you wish. Captain, please come with me." "This isn't the end of it, Colonel. You'll pay for your insolence." "Sergeant, remove him immediately before I do something which I might regret." The sergeant wrested the captain out of the headquarters and back to his tent. "Well, how did that go, Paul?" Frank asked as he walked past Captain Moraine being forcibly removed. "About as well as could be expected, Frank. Paul, you look tired. Why don't you catch a few Z's? I'll take care of anything pressing." "Frank, I'd love to, but we've got entirely too much work to do. We're going to have some guests soon, and I want to be prepared for them." "Guests?" "Marines, probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 5,000 or so." Frank nearly fell over, were it not for the chair that saved at least some of his dignity. "What's the matter, my friend? Don't you think we can take care of a few of the best that the United States government can throw at us?" "Ah, sir, I'm confident that we could take care of twice that number, on the ground." "But, come on, Frank, you can be frank with me. No pun intended." "Sir, you know as well as I do they aren't coming up here without some sort of air support. We just don't have the weaponry to handle that right now, or at least the training on them. That's why we are going to blind them." "Sir?" "Major, get the satellite jammers up and running. Full power." "Full power? Paul, you know as well as I do that if those jammers run too hot, they'll knock the satellites out." "That's the idea, Frank. I've got a huge surprise for our guests, and I don't want them to have any clue what it might be. And as soon as you have that completed, get the rest of the staff in here. We have a lot of groundwork to complete, and not much time to do it in." Chapter 9. CIA Headquarters. "General Burkhalter, what a pleasant surprise it is to have you here." Come now, Doctor, you know I can't stay away from our prize captive. How's the commander doing?" "Quite well, General. We gave him a computerized chess game 3 days ago, and he is already at a Grandmaster level." "What's his record?" "Sir, he hasn't lost." "He's playing at a Grandmaster level, and he hasn't dropped a game?" "Sir, he is an amazing specimen. I would have to rate his IQ equivalency somewhere in the 230 to 250 range." "So he has brains to match all that brawn. What are we in for?" The general shuddered. He hadn't been this scared since he was a boot lieutenant in the jungles of Vietnam. "Doctor, do you think perhaps only the Supreme Commander is this smart?" "Sir, I've been talking to him, and on his home planet they play a game similar to chess, but much more involved. They use something along the lines of 64 pieces that move interdimensionally. He rates himself as somewhat of a middling player at that game. Sir, he claims his strong point is what we call diplomacy. Our is spirits. Sir, he, for lack of a better term, is as cool as a cucumber, and completely confident that his stay here will be a very short-term event." "Paging General Burkhalter, you have a call waiting for you," came over the intercom. "Excuse me, Doctor. I have to take this call." "Sure thing, General. I'll be down the hall if you need me. There was something unusual in his blood sample that I wanted to go over again." "What do you mean, the captain missed his check-in time?" The general was severely pissed off. "Sir?" The major's voice sounded more like a little boy being berated for drawing on the living room wall. "Sir, since your last communication with the captain, all radio and satellite transmissions from the Mount have gone completely blank. And one more thing, sir." What is it, Major? I don't have all day." "Sir, all of our satellites over the Mount have gone dark." "Dark? How is that possible?" "Sir, it's some sort of high-powered jamming device." "Can we switch to a different frequency?" "Sir, by dark, I mean completely burnt. The signal was so strong it appears that the internal circuitry has been fried." "Fried? How long till it can be repaired? Sir, it's irreparable. Oh, this is great. I've got 2 captains missing and a rebel colonel running around with a small army on American soil. Just great. Major, can you divert some satellites to that location? Sir, the signal is still emanating. We would just cook those, too. What about an airstrike? Sir? An airstrike, Major. I'm sure you've heard of those. Sir, our planes would be flying blind, too. Major, get me Camp Pendleton and 29 Palms on the Horn as quick as you can. Right away, sir. The general turned back around to look through the 2-way glass at their new prisoner, the commander, who was peering straight at the general with what appeared to be a huge, man-eating grin. The general turned away. Things were already bad enough without having to wonder what that beast was thinking. The general barely had time to collect his thoughts when the phone on the wall rang again. Sir, this is Major Hadley. I have General Weston from Camp Pendleton and General Trent from 29 Palms on conference call. Thank you, Major. Generals, I don't have time for niceties. How fast can you mobilize a division and have them up in Vale? General, this is General Trent. I don't have anywhere near a division here. Most of my troops are located at the DMZ in North Korea, but I could have 2,500 men, 100 tanks, and 10 Apache helicopters there by 1700 hours tomorrow. General, this is General Weston. I can have 4,000 men, 50 tanks, and 5 Harriers there by the same time. God, I love the Marines, the general thought to himself. You never get the usual bullshit when you deal with them. They cut right to the chase, and they don't ask useless questions. General, what can we expect upon arrival? And what kind of force are we returning? Asked General Weston. Gentlemen, you will be facing an enemy about half your number. They are, however, highly trained and supplied. They are motivated. Sir, is this some sort of breakaway unit from the Army? It sounds too big to be some sort of militia, said General Trent. It's more of a rogue force, General. I'm not sure if they are ready to trade bullets with you just yet, but they are hostile. I'm hoping that just the mere show of force will end this little standoff. Gentlemen, let me know when you are a few hours away from the rendezvous site. I will tell you how to proceed from there. Very well, General. General Trent hung up. Very well, sir. General Weston did the same. Chapter 10. Beth drove up the long drive to Deb's house, or rather, Deb's parents' house. Deb had grown somewhat phobic of venturing outdoors, and though she was in counseling, she had forgone going back to school just yet. She found some comfort, not much, but some, by going home. Her parents had been more than happy to oblige, especially after her long absence and feared death. Beth took a deep breath and was about to push the doorbell when the door swung open. Hello, Beth. Come on in. Mrs. Carity? Yes, dear, a tired-looking woman answered. She appeared to be an older version of Deb, with one noticeable difference. Her eyes appeared hollow. Beth didn't need to ponder the reason for that now. Mrs. Carity's daughter had been missing for a year and a half, and now that she was back, she had withdrawn into a near-cocoon state. She had a lot on her mind. Deb will be down in a minute. She's getting ready. She doesn't get many guests these days. Do you know Deb from school? Beth became silent, lapsing into her own thoughts for a moment. Don't worry, dear. I'd recognize that stare anywhere. Would you like some tea? That would be great, Mrs. Carity, Beth answered. She found herself taking to the woman immediately. Perhaps she felt that with the love and support that this woman could offer, Deb would be on her feet in a relatively short time. Maybe I should stay here, too. Did you say something, dear? Mrs. Carity shouted from the kitchen. Did I say that out loud? Beth thought. Nothing. Just thinking out loud, apparently, she answered. Sugar? Huh? Oh, sure, 1 spoonful. Mrs. Carity returned with 2 steaming cups of tea when Deb started down the stairs. Beth thought Deb was, for lack of a better word, gaunt. She looked like she had lost 15 pounds from her already petite frame. Her eyes were bloodshot and puffy. It didn't look like she had slept a wink since she'd been back. Well, it's not like I've slept well either, Beth thought. As she rose to greet her, what? Certainly not friend, but more than an acquaintance. Comrade? Nah, that sounded too Russian. Fellow survivor, she guessed, would have to do. Beth didn't know if she should help Deb down the stairs or not. God, she looked rough. Hi, Beth. How have you been? The first thing that came to Beth's mind was, better than you. But luckily, this time, she didn't think it out loud. I've been better, she answered more diplomatically. Well, as you can see, so have I, Deb answered sardonically. I'll leave you girls alone, Mrs. Carity said, with concern laced throughout her voice. A very quick glance towards Beth hinted that if she in any way upset her daughter, she would have to deal with her. Beth did the first thing that came to her mind. She hugged Deb. It was more instinctual than anything else. At first, Deb resisted, but eventually the stiffening lessened, and she embraced her back. Oh, God, Beth, Deb sobbed into Beth's shoulder. I haven't slept or eaten in weeks. The nightmares are the worst. When I was on the ship, everything was so clear. Do what you have to do, just survive. Yes, I was scared for my very life, but I wasn't panicked. Now I feel like I'm fighting to save my soul. I feel like I've worn it thin. I don't feel like I have anything left in me. And the man that could take me out of this stupor is nowhere to be found. Deb sat down on the sofa with her face cupped in her hands. Beth sat down next to her and put her arm around Deb's back. I haven't been out of the house since our escape. The news media was camped out on our lawn for a week before they realized I wasn't coming out to give them a story. I know. They followed me around for a while, too. I've been trying so hard to pretend that none of this happened, to go back to a normal life, if there is such a thing. I haven't given myself a free moment to dwell on it. I'm afraid of what might happen. Look at me, Beth. This is what would happen. Oh, Deb, I'm so sorry. And again she embraced her. So you haven't heard from Mike either? Beth noticed a hint of weary happiness in Deb's question. No, I had at least hoped that you had. But that wasn't true, and they both knew it. I just want to know that he's safe. And whom he's with. I treated him so badly after all he did for all of us. I just wanted to let him know how I feel, Beth said with remorse. He loves you, still. I don't know, Deb, Beth replied, but in her heart hope surged. Do you really think so? She wanted to scream to the world. He loves you, too. Not in the soulmate way he feels about you. We shared something terrible, and in that terribleness we comforted each other. Everything he did, though, he did for you. If not for you, I think he would have just laid down and died instead of taking all those lives. Could that be true? Please don't let it be. Beth didn't think that she could bear the thought of all those people dying on her behalf. Beth, don't blame yourself. Those people would have died either way, and so would the rest of us, either at the hands of that madman or suffering a slow death as prisoners on an alien ship. They both shuddered. Mike saved you. He saved me, a dozen other girls, and possibly our very planet. And he did it for you. His love for you was so strong he overcame insurmountable odds. Girls, can I get you anything? Mrs. Carity stepped into the room to see how things were going, and was relieved to see her daughter crying. At least it was an emotion. It was far better than the slack-jawed expression she had transfixed on her face for the past few weeks. Chapter 11. General Burkhalter, we are exactly 2 hours from our rendezvous point with Little Rock. This was the code name assigned to the mission. "We are awaiting your instructions before we proceed." "General Weston, you're 3 hours ahead of schedule," a weary Burkhalter noted. "But not unexpected from you and your troops. I want you to proceed with caution, General. I want this matter dealt with as quietly as possible. If you are fired upon, I want you to return fire in kind, but let me be clear, General. I do not want an escalation. If you are fired upon by small arms, I want you to return small arms fire. Don't bring the A-1 Abrams into the fray just yet. Let them see them, and maybe they'll decide to back down. I want this over as quickly as possible, and I want 2 of our own returned as well." "Sir, I'm not following you. We have personnel in there?" "Yes. 1 undercover, a Captain Moraine, and a Captain Talbot, whose whereabouts have not been known for over 24 hours. General Weston, I want them alive." "Sir, understood. Over and out." "General Burkhalter?" "What is it, Lieutenant? Can't you see that I'm a little busy here?" "Sir, I think you're about to become a lot busier." "What is it, Lieutenant?" The General was in no mood for verbal jousting with a boot lieutenant. "Sir, the mothership is lit up like a Christmas tree on the infrared." That grabbed the General's attention like jumping into a cold mountain stream on a hot summer day. He nearly ran across the control room, temporarily incognizant of all military decorum. But it went completely unnoticed. Everyone's gaze was transfixed on the computer screen that was monitoring the mothership's orbit. "Lieutenant, switch to visual mode." "Yes, sir." The lieutenant no sooner switched to visual mode when a complete and utter uneasy silence filled the room. Thousands of small craft were exiting the ship. It looked more like a mass exodus of bees from a hive. Unfortunately, however, it appeared to be a swarm of killer bees, all headed for planet Earth. They stretched for hundreds of miles. The lieutenant felt that the sheer weight of this offensive would push the Earth out of its orbit, to go veering off into some equally unlucky mass. A radar operator wept openly. Most, though, were either too stunned or too lodged in disbelief to show much of any emotion. "So this is how it ends," the General said, more to himself than to anyone in particular. "I always figured it'd be the Chinese. Lieutenant, get the President on the phone." "Lieutenant!" The lieutenant snapped around. "Sir?" The glaze that had begun to form around his eyes, like that of a condemned man being led to the electric chair, briefly vanished. "Get the President on the line, and then go to DEFCON 5. "Sir, only the President can give the order for DEFCON 5, the lieutenant sputtered. "I really don't think the President is going to mind this one time, Lieutenant, and I don't want to waste another 5 minutes waiting for the answer I already know is coming. And somehow, Lieutenant, I don't think that any mistake I make tonight will be noticed at all tomorrow." But the General merely thought the latter. He had no desire to send his entire staff into a panic, no matter how he felt. Chapter 12. General Weston felt a certain unease from the depths of his soul. What it was, he couldn't identify. He knew he outmanned this new enemy 2-1, but they had superior position and possibly equal firepower. But that still wasn't it. Sure, any time you faced an adversary, some apprehension was guaranteed. But not like this. This was downright dread. For only the second time in his life, the General felt that he was being led into a trap. The first time was when he was in Vietnam. His platoon had been cut to ribbons by an enemy laying in wait, who knew he was coming. To this day he occasionally still had nightmares of the screaming men who fell around him. Men who depended on his leadership to get them out of any situation. He felt that same itching on the back of his neck that he had on that night, so many years before. But he was, and always would be, a Marine. At the very least he would do whatever it took, no matter what the cost, to take control of that mountain with as few casualties as possible. "Sir, our recon Marines are only spotting minimal movement on the ridge," Major Bernhard said. The general didn't really like the man, but he was efficient at his job, and that was all the general required. Recon believes they are all hunkered down for the night. Or lying in wait. "Excuse me, sir?" the major asked. "I'm saying, Major, that they just might be waiting for us." "Sir, exactly what are we up against?" "I was under the impression that we were just going up there on a reconnaissance mission, and that they were just some rabble with gun licenses." "That's part of it, Major. But these are well-armed militia that have better defensive position. Sir, to be frank, I wouldn't care if they had 10-to-1 odds. These Marines are the finest fighting soldiers on the planet. They'll take one look and probably run home screaming for Mama." "You might be right, Major, and I hope that you are, because I have no desire to ever write another letter to some young Marine's parents again." The Major turned away as if to issue orders, but actually because he didn't like the look of concern that obscured the general's face. "This is no time for self-doubt," the Major muttered as he headed towards his junior officers. The general knew he wasn't supposed to hear that last comment. He felt no hostility toward the Major. In fact, he agreed. Chapter 13. "Hey, Becky, come and look at this," a slight, red-haired, freckle-faced boy said, with excitement lilting his voice. "Oh, come on, Bobby Ray, you've been looking through that thing all night. Wouldn't you rather look at this heavenly body?" a sprawled-out, bored blonde replied. Chapter 14. "Hey, Dad, I think that one of the planets is exploding." "No, son, Venus is just particularly bright at this time of evening." "Dad, I'm serious. Take a look through the scope." The father stopped to appease his son with a cursory glance. He then dropped his full can of beer, wondering how he was going to get the number for NASA. Chapter 15. General Weston's troops crested the mountain, and were greeted by sparse and erratic gunfire, which turned out to be decoys, firing blanks. "Major, what the hell is going on up there?" "Sir, you might want to come up here." "Is the area secure, Major?" "Sir, this area was secured way before we got here. There is nobody up here." "Then what the hell was all that small arms fire?" "Sir, they had tripwires rigged to fire some weapons." "Sir, one more thing." "What is it, Major?" "Sir, they were using blanks." "I don't understand it, sir. It seems they knew we were coming and vacated post-haste, but they wanted to slow our ascent. It makes no sense. If you're going to leave, why bother with the props?" The general removed his cap to wipe his now perspiring brow. "I'll tell you why, Major. They're playing with us." "Sir?" "Major, they knew we were coming. How? I'm not sure yet, but I'll figure it out. They set up the booby traps just for fun." "I don't see the humor, General. I've got 2 wounded Marines, one with a broken collarbone and one a broken wrist. They were diving for cover and hit bad patches of land." "Well, let's be thankful it wasn't anything more serious than that. I'll be up momentarily." The general turned to his Humvee driver. "Corporal, get me up that mountain, post-haste." "Yes, sir, sir," the corporal said, before literally putting the pedal to the metal. It was a Humvee, though, so that wasn't much of a statement with punch. The Hummer came up over the ridgeline to an anthill of activity. The majority of the invading Marines had already taken the mountaintop and were checking all the tents. The major flagged down the general. "Sir, it appears that they left in an awfully big hurry." "Why do you say that, Major?" "Sir, all of their tents and camo netting are here." "Is any of their gear here, Major? Any weapons?" "Well, none that we found, sir, except, of course, for the dummies." "Well, Major, I'm not so sure we scared them out of here. I think they left all the tents and camo netting as a decoy. They didn't want us to know they were leaving." "Isn't this good news, sir? We took the objective with 0 casualties?" "Not at all, Major. We now have a large, cohesive, armed militia on the move, and no idea where they are. At least before we knew their exact location. We also failed to regain 2 of our troops who were reported missing. Major, get on the horn to General Burkhalter and let him know what has happened here." and then tell him to get all the satellite images of this area for the last 24 hours. Maybe we'll be able to tell in which direction our friends have evacuated. Major, I'm talking to you. Have you heard a word I've said?" The general followed the major's line of sight. If he hadn't been sitting, he was sure that he would have fallen over. As it was, he had to grab onto the roll bar to keep himself from falling out of the Hummer. The corporal, who was not paying much attention to the officers' conversation, finally noticed when he realized they weren't talking anymore. He followed their line of sight also. "What the fuck is that?" the corporal exclaimed as his cigarette went flying. The noise broke the stunned silence of the general. "Major!" The general had to yell it twice to break the major out of his stupor. "Major?" "Sir, what the—" "Major, no time. Rally the troops, now. I want defensive positions immediately. Get the tanks up here, now." The general had to give the major credit. He snapped it together in an instant and was belaying orders to the junior officers. Some of the Marines had to be pushed into action, judging by their bewildered stares. The vast majority knew their part. They had trained long and hard for this. Maybe not this particular scenario, but going on the defensive was the same, no matter who the enemy. Marines scurried around, jumping into fighting holes and readying their M16s or saws. The tanks were just beginning to rumble up into the camp. "Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death," the general started. The corporal had been through a few scrapes with the general, but had never before seen him utter the 23rd Psalm. At that moment, the corporal wished he had listened to his mother and stayed in school. Chapter 16. The world governments knew first, then the major telescopes around the globe, then pretty much anybody who had a scope from Sears. Not until the line of ships was visible did the planet reach its most heightened state of alertness. Most people didn't have enough time to panic. More than likely, that was a good thing. Chapter 17. The girls had retired to the front porch and were enjoying some wine in the cool mountain air when they became aware that something was amiss. "Beth, do you hear anything?" "No, nothing at all. It's so quiet up here. None of the traffic like back east." "No, Beth, I'm not talking about traffic. I'm talking about anything. Bugs, crickets, owls, anything." "Now that you mention it, I don't hear anything. I thought it was just me, but I was beginning to feel a little creeped out." "Yeah, sort of like when we were on the ship." Both girls looked up, almost as if on cue. Deb was vaguely aware as she spilled some wine that it was probably going to stain her parents' front deck, but the importance of that completely eluded her. "Dad!" Deb screamed. Her father came hauling ass after hearing his daughter. "What's going on?" her father said, nearly panicked. "Deb, I thought a mountain lion was attacking you two." He then noticed the spilled drinks. "Girls, I really think you can handle this mess by yourselves without all the drama," he chided. He was beginning to feel a little perturbed that his daughter caused his blood pressure to rise by 50 points for the spilled drink. "You know, if you don't wipe that up soon, it's going to stain. Dad, get Mom and Duke and get the keys to the root cellar." "Hon, they don't have tornadoes in the foothills, you know that. A lot of lightning, but no tornadoes." "Dad, shut up and get Mom." Deb's quiet steeliness unsettled her father. But he was still under the impression that this was just one of her many panic attacks since returning from heaven only knows where. "Dad!" Deb exclaimed as she pointed up into the sky. Recognition finally dawned on his face. "I'll go get your mother." "Good idea, Dad," Deb said, returning her gaze skyward. Chapter 18. "Hey, Paul! The last of our troops should be arriving within the next 5 or 6 hours. "I don't think they're going to make it, Wags." "Come on, Paul. You told me yourself you got away from the Marines without them discovering anything." "You're right, buddy. They have no clue. But I just got off the phone with the observatory in Hawaii, and our interplanetary friends are on the way. Paul, tell me you're kidding. We've only got about half of our troops holed up. No joke, Wags. He says the front-running ships will most likely be here in an hour or two, tops. I want you to issue a code red callback on all of our troops. Tell them if they're not back in an hour, then don't bother. At 1 hour exactly, I want the cave gates closed and locked. Then I want everything topside blacked out, and I mean completely out. I don't so much as want a lighter up there. I also want all satellite transmissions halted immediately. Understood? No problem. Consider it done. Paul, I just have one question. Paul knew it was coming, and was somewhat surprised that it had taken so long. Paul, where's Mike? Paul thought about lying, and saying that Mike had left camp to be with Beth, but thought better of it. Historically, he had never been a good liar, and Dennis was bound to find out eventually. Paul, Ron's here. I'm going to have to tell him something, and it's not only him. I want to know, and there are others. Dennis suspected Paul might be trying to blow him off by stalling, but he was determined to find out the truth. Something stunk around here, and he meant to get to the bottom of it. Dennis. Wags didn't like the tone of Paul's voice. Anytime someone used his first name, it usually meant bad news. And this time was no different. Mike was a spy. What do you mean, spy? And what do you mean, was? Dennis, I don't have time to explain it all right now, but I did what I had to do. I took care of it. I promised to tell you everything and show you the proof as soon as we have some downtime. Paul, what do I tell Ron? You tell him that you have no idea where Mike is. Tell him that you think he's still in Colorado. Oh, Paul, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. I'll explain it later. But for now, get my orders in motion or I won't have to explain myself at all. Dennis understood that completely. But he was still shaking his head in disbelief as he headed out the door. Chapter 19. The Marines were nothing if not prepared, General Weston thought to himself. They had completely dug themselves in, thanks in large part to the departing army that preceded them. It truly was an amazing maze of trenches and cave systems that crisscrossed the mountain top. They must have worked 24/7, the general thought to himself. He felt more secure here than at the El Toro base. He wasn't sure if even those defensive measures would be enough to withstand the coming onslaught. Chapter 20. Militaries around the world braced for the storm. Enemies who moments earlier were locked in mortal combat now stood shoulder to shoulder, waiting for the impending doom to rain down. For the briefest of times in the globe's history, world peace was upon us. Man stood beside his fellow man, regardless of race, creed, color, or any other bogus manifestation of hate created by human discrimination. For a few hours in the history of man, something that had been prophesied for millennia was taking place. The why of it had always been conveniently omitted by the ancient prophets. The lucky souls who passed away by natural causes in those last few hours and thereby escaped the coming hell would be forever thankful. Chapter 21. The gunships were roughly the size of the tanks they were attacking, with far more mobility. The general noted no props or detectable engines of any kind. There was no rotor splash or jet exhaust. How they flew was a complete mystery. Their mobility, however, was not as good as he had expected. They appeared to be more designed for spatial combat, not terrestrial. They flew well, but not spectacularly well. In reality, they looked more like Volvo station wagons with fins, basically flying bricks. Okay, so they were big bricks with unimaginable weaponry. The first rounds slammed into the recently vacated and newly repopulated mountaintop above Vale. Rounds, General Weston thought to himself. He didn't really think that they could be classified as rounds. The bluish light that emanated from the gunships was in sharp contrast to the silvery red that begat the devastation the blasts made when they struck home. The M1 Abrams tank that was targeting the gunship while awaiting orders to fire had been, what? Not vaporized. More like liquefied. All that remained of the 15-ton vehicle and its 5 crew members was something akin to slag. Bright, red-embered slag. Could it be brought down? Visible panic dominated the afterglow for a few seconds of almost every Marine on that mount. But none broke ranks. There would be no running. Not that there would have been enough time anyway. The Progerians' first strike was all the incentive the Marines needed to open fire. The mountaintop was lit up like a spectacular fireworks display. Red tracers shot upwards as blue fire rained down. The remaining tanks began to move and fire rapidly, so as not to make such easy targets. The gunships targeted the behemoth machines first. General Weston wondered if the aliens were possibly afraid of them. Then, as if on some cosmic cue, a tank round hit pay dirt. The gunship rocked sideways from the force of the blast. That was all the general noticed, at first, with a serious heaping of dismay. If the strongest weapon in their arsenal at this moment couldn't do more than knock the ship off course for a few seconds, then of what use would small-arms fire be? The general desperately wanted to sound the call to fall back. Fall back where, though? The carnage was mounting. The screams of Marines writhing in agony was deafening. He began to flash back to his Vietnam days. "Oh, God, what have I done?" the general asked as he stood up and surveyed all that was happening around him, almost oblivious to it all. What sent him further away was an incredibly loud pop. He recognized it as the sound that his old cork gun made when he was 7 years old, the one his brother had traded for a pack of baseball cards. He had been so mad then he almost cussed. His mother would have paddled his ass for an hour had he not thought better of it. It all worked out in the end. His brother had to buy him a new gun. He got the pack of baseball cards. And he got to watch as his mother paddled his brother's behind. Days later, his big brother Mikey got him back. Mikey was more upset that his little brother saw the tears welling up in his eyes. Mikey made it look like an accident with the swing, but they both knew better. His brother kept pushing the swing higher and higher, even though Johnny screamed for him to stop, to no avail. Johnny was terrified that the swing would fly off into space. He got so scared he simply let go. Had Johnny turned around, he would have seen the mortified look on his brother's face. Johnny let go when the swing reached its highest point. Mikey knew no good would come of it. And slowly Johnny fell, straight at first, and then a little skewed to the left. Finally, he plunged to the ground with a snap and a crash. "What was that?" The general snapped back. "Sir, we got one! We got one!" There was a huge, tumultuous "Oorah!" And that was the last thing the old man heard before the command post joined the majority of the combatants on the hill. It seemed a pretty fitting ending, the general thought, as he watched with indifference. Then, slowly, he ascended, failing to understand the imagery below him. The battle waged on. Men didn't need leadership when their ass was on the line. Saving one's skin was incentive enough. Another gunship was brought down. This one seemed to be more from mechanical failure than anything the Marines launched. All the tanks had been taken out early, especially after they proved lethal to the ships. The Marines' M16 fire was about as effective as the charge of the Polish cavalry against the German Panzer Division in World War II. Basically nil. 1,500 human men was an awfully high price to pay for 2 gunships, although the Progerians didn't see it that way. Chapter 22. Aboard the mothership. The Supreme Commander is going to be awfully disappointed with your tactics, Kuvlar. Kuvlar, for lack of a better term, was the interim Supreme Commander. The Progerians didn't have any sort of fail-safes in place like our government, such as if the president is out of the picture, the vice president steps in, then the House leader, and so forth. 11 Progerians had stepped into the Colosseum and performed ritualistic battle. Kuvlar had dominated those games, and was now interim Supreme Commander. But Kuvlar's emotions more closely resembled a human's. He wasn't proud of it, but he loved his newfound power. He basked in it, wanted it. He hoped that the Supreme Commander was dead, and if not, maybe he could do something to change that. This was no cold, calculating thought process that humans often attribute to crocodiles. It was more like red-hot human passion. That was why the sub-commander's remarks elicited a loud snarl and gnashing of Kuvlar's jaws. "Right now, Sub-Commander Tuvok, I am the Supreme Commander. I have only myself to answer to. Sir, we just lost 2 gunships in our first attack. I am fully aware of that. I guess the puny humans really do have a nasty bite." Kuvlar was remembering the blast that had wiped out a significant portion of their fleet. He hoped that the thousands of ships launched would be enough to conquer the planet. The only other alternative was for him to be forcefully brought back to his home planet to answer for his ineptitude. By then, the meeting would be no more than a formality, after which he would be enslaved and forced to fight in the very games he loved to watch. Chapter 23. "What the hell is going on?" Deb shouted in horror as she peeked out the storm door cellar to see 5 more F-16s scrambling. "Honey, shut the door," a nervous Mr. Carrady said softly. He wasn't sure if anyone could hear him over the din, but he was afraid to say it any louder. "It's happening, Beth, isn't it?" Deb asked, turning to Beth. Beth was huddled in the corner. If she had found more room, she would have been in the fetal position. Now Deb appeared to be the stronger of the 2. Beth had spent so much time trying to obliterate the memories from her mind that she was now having a difficult time wrapping her thoughts around the present. "Oh, Beth," Deb said, with true concern in her voice as she passed by her shivering father. Shivering? Was it cold? Her dad afraid? Impossible. The man was a rock. He must just be cold, Deb thought to herself as she wrapped her arms around Beth. Deb grabbed her openly weeping mother and pulled her into the fray too. Her dad came willingly enough after that. For 2 hours they stayed like that. Nobody dared move. Maybe if they stayed still long enough, nobody would ever notice that they were there. Chapter 24. Above Vale. "Con 7, this is Yankee Whiskey 1, Colonel Dodson said from the cockpit of his F-16. "Go ahead, Yankee Whiskey 1, this is Con 7, the control tower at AFB Denver replied. "Con 7, Vale Mount is burning. I repeat, burning. No signs of life below." The colonel had no idea who was down there. But even as high up and fast as he was going, he could tell that the devastation was beyond anything he could ever compare it to. "Please dispatch helos." "Confirmed, Yankee Whiskey 1. What of the bogies?" "We have them on radar, Con 7. They seem to be heading your way." "We see them. Any sign of them in your area? Negative, Con 7. Do you have an intercept, Yankee Whiskey 1? Con 7, at their present speed we can intercept, but it's going to be close. You may want to evacuate. Negative, Yankee Whiskey 1. We have jets scrambling from Colorado Springs. How many, Con 7? 2 air wings. Con 7, even if we make it on time, we're still outnumbered 5-1. I strongly urge you to evacuate. Colonel, this is Major General Baslin on the line now. That is a negative on the retreat. We will not abandon our post. We are your eyes and ears and the last line of defense for Denver. Roger that, Major General. Squadrons 2 and 4, I want you on full burn with my wing till we intercept. 3 and 5, I want you to maintain present speed. We are going to need fresh fighters with plenty of fuel. Good luck, all. Today we fight, tomorrow we'll worry about dying. That elicited a chorus of loud whoops over the radio before everyone attended to the business at hand. 5 rescue helicopters from the Forest Rangers Department attempted to land and aid. That was an impossibility. The ground itself appeared to be on fire. Shit! What is it, Cappy? Ranger Buckley asked Joe Cappy Fremont. That ground down there looks like when I used to fly tourists in Hawaii over Kilauea, the active volcano. I thought I would never see that kind of heat again. Why did you leave a cushy job like that, taking tourists on a little cruise flight? I'm afraid of fire. So you joined the Rangers to fight forest fires. What can I say? I love trees. Cappy, that doesn't look like just trees down there. Hold on. I'm going to see if I can get us a closer look. Even from 500 feet, they could feel the heat from the blaze below. But the proximity did allow them to identify some shapes. Hey, Buck, are those tanks? Cappy asked as he pointed down and to the left. Cappy, I think you're right, but what the hell are tanks doing here? You think this was some sort of firing range accident? I don't think so, Buck. Not unless they were firing some low-level nukes. Radio the rest of the helos. We'll attempt to land closer to the city and confiscate some cars. Roger that, Cappy. A fresh bead of sweat rolled off Buck's brow, and it had nothing to do with how close they were to the blaze. The F-16s thundered through the sky. For those that did not yet know what was happening, the squadron solved that little problem. Houses shook, knickknacks flew off shelves. People cried anew. Most really had no clue what was going on, but they saw the invaders come in. One look over at the mountains and you could tell a major battle had been waged, and now U.S. fighters were screaming through the air. Most citizens were still under the impression that this was some sort of terrestrial attack. Russia, or perhaps China. For those unlucky few who knew the truth, there would be no comfort tonight. Yankee Whiskey 1, this is Yankee Foxtrot 2. Go ahead, Foxtrot 2. Sir, I have visual confirmation of bogies. My radar is scattering, Foxtrot 2. Where are they located? 11:30, sir. The colonel turned his head slightly to the left, and by squinting, barely saw the glint of the gunships as they flew over Lakewood. Good work, Foxtrot 2. Let's give 'em hell. Hell might have been a little difficult that night, but they did give them a big heaping of heck. ABC affiliate KDVR Denver. You better get the chief for this one, Malone. What's up, Stewart? You've got to see what Fox is reporting. Bob Stewart shouted over the reporter on the televisions he was monitoring. All the stations did it, sort of like the big discount stores shopping each other to make sure that the competition didn't have a leg up on them. While most of the stations were scrambling for the details up in Vail, some had already confirmed that it was either a terrorist-detonated bomb, an industrial accident, or a military jet crashing, depending upon which station reported it. Fox, however, always sensationalized their reports. And it was doing wonders for them. The fledgling station had made dramatic leaps in the ratings war. Fox is reporting that we are under attack. Attack? From whom? "Malone, just get the chief." He meant the editor-in-chief, Warren Sapstein, a severe man who had the disposition and temperament to match his dour looks. He's gonna flip. For such a busy man, Stewart was surprised with the speed at which Sapstein made it down to the monitoring booth, as it was affectionately called. It had, once upon a time, been a fairly large room, but now, with all the monitors stuffed into it, 3 people could barely fit side by side. "Stewart, this had better be damn important. I have 5 news vehicles heading up to Vale, and another crew headed towards a shooting in Aurora. Sir, Fox is reporting that we are under attack." "Who is under attack, Stewart? This station, an embassy in China, an army barracks in Germany? Who?" "Sir, the United States." "What? What are those assholes doing?" Stewart flinched at the severity in the boss's voice. "I love ratings as much as the next guy, but what are they doing? Where, son?" "Here, sir. Vale. They're saying that Vale is under attack." "What kind of commie crap is this? Why would the Russians give a rat's ass about a bunch of stuck-up rich socialites and the ski bums that serve them?" "Sir, they're not saying it's the Russians." "Spit it out, Stewart, or you're going to be sorting mail on Monday." His wasn't the greatest job in the world, but it beat sorting mail. He was getting paid to watch television, for shit's sake. "Sir, they're saying that it's an extraterrestrial attack and that they have the video to prove it." "Like E.T.? "I'm thinking more like aliens, sir." He was hoping that the chief had seen the movie. He didn't want to have to explain it. It sounded entirely too strange. "They have video." Apparently the connection was made. "Stewart, I want you to find out whoever made that video and double whatever price Fox paid for it." Stewart meekly answered, "Yes, sir," but he didn't have a clue in the world how he was going to accomplish that. As the chief was about to begin the second part of his tirade, multiple military jets screamed over the station. Everyone who was at the station ran for the exits to see what the commotion was all about. Stewart was thankful the chief was among them. The mountain in Colorado Springs. "General Burkhalter, we have multiple bogies heading this way." "How many, Captain?" "Sir, I can't tell. There are so many of them they're showing up as a blob on the screen." "Scramble everything we've got." "Sir?" "I know, Captain. We sent half our forces to Denver. It's too late for us, but let's give our pilots a shot." The captain didn't see the likelihood of good odds. 100 or so jets against what appeared to be roughly around 500 of something. Half the fighters had been airborne when the first rounds made impact. The mountain shook like a fat man on a treadmill. But she stood. The fighters in the air didn't even have to take aim. If they pulled the trigger, they were bound to hit something. One of the fighter pilots noted that the sky looked like Maine during the blackfly season. "You can't smile without eating some of them." And that was the last transmission Captain David Parker of Bangor, Maine, ever made. His jets, moving at more than 1.5 times the speed of sound, instantly became a molten ball of superheated metal. Planes were dropping out of the sky at an alarming rate against the onslaught. F-16s, F-15s, Harriers, and bombers. There was no discrimination in the slaughter. The jets were able to inflict some damage, although minor. 5 alien fighters found the turf before the melee was through. The second barrage of rounds that slammed into the mountain made spider fractures along the cavernous roof. Many of the personnel were getting ready to run for the exits when the general belayed that. "Folks, it has been an honor and a privilege to work with all of you throughout these last tumultuous years. I will remember you all." It began to dawn on everyone that they were doomed. There was nowhere to go. Death would be swift there. A thunderous crack echoed throughout the mountain before an eerie silence that seemed to last for an eternity. Then the roof caved in under the third and final volley from the aliens. The United States Command and Control Center had fallen in less than 4 minutes. Indian Hill, Walpole, Massachusetts. Sir, we've been monitoring the news channels. They all have conflicting stories, but the gist of it seems to be that Mount Vale is no longer there. As in our base in gear, soldier? No, sir. As in 20 feet of the mountain, literally sliding down into the valley below. Leave me, Lance Corporal. Paul laid his head in his hands. Mike had been right, he thought to himself. Did I do the right thing? He did warn us. Paul, you couldn't have done anything differently, Frank said, as he stepped away from the table to put his arms on Paul's shoulders. Couldn't I have... Paul, how do you think they knew to hit Vale? From all reports, it's the first place they hit. I know. But he was my best friend for so many years. Could you please excuse me, Frank? I'd just like to be alone for a while. I understand, sir, but don't beat yourself up over this. You did what you had to do to protect your troops, and there is not a man, woman, or child here who doesn't thank God for your decisions. What about Ron? Sir? Ron, his brother. I'll leave you to your thoughts, sir. Frank departed. Paul didn't have the answers. Nobody did. War demanded tough orders. The good of the many had to prevail over the good of the individual. Paul understood that. His decisions up to now had never been so close to the vest. After the Major left, Paul began to recall some of the highlights in his and Mike's relationship. The one Paul would never forget was the time he, Mike, and a few of their college buddies decided to climb Mount Elbert, one of the 14,000-footers that dotted Colorado. A group of 6 started out that morning before the weather took a seriously nasty turn about a third of the way up. The 4 others decided to turn back. No sense in taking any chances, they said, almost as one. Paul could find no reason not to go back down, since it sounded like the right thing to do. "Fuck that!" Mike yelled. Paul thought he could hear him now. "We came this far. I'm not turning back now. Come on, Mike, this is crazy. You can't go it alone. There's some pretty serious rope work involved, and now you have the weather to contend with," one of the fading friends from school said. "See you back at the dorms," was all he said, as he turned and headed back up the mountain. He wasn't going to argue with anybody or try to persuade them otherwise. But he wasn't going to stop, either. "Come on, guys, he'll go another couple of 100 yards and then turn back around," someone else had stated. Paul watched as the group headed down, and Mike headed up. He's not even turning around. He's not bluffing. Well, why not? Paul thought to himself as he raced to catch up to Mike. "What took you so long?" Mike quipped. "I had to tie my shoe." So up they went in the blinding rain and flashing lightning. Mike never wavered. "We're on a mission," he stated more than once. And more to himself than me, Paul thought. So for 5 grueling hours they climbed. 2 steps up, 1 step back, in the terra infirma, before they finally crested the summit. The view was unbelievable. They could barely see their hands in front of their faces. They laughed like crazy men while they signed their names on the roster at the top. "I've got a surprise for you," Mike said as he turned to Paul with a devilish grin. Paul wished he hadn't watched The Shining the week before, because Mike's grin looked just like Jack Nicholson's as he peered through the bathroom door. Paul half expected Mike to pull out an axe from his backpack. Instead, he was pleasantly surprised when Mike handed him a remarkably cold moosehead. "How did you know to carry 2 beers up here? There's no way you could have forecast the weather up here and our friends' reactions." "Paul, I brought a 6-pack for those Peckerwoods. But none of them are here, so I guess we get 3 each." And so there they sat in the driving downpour, drinking beer and philosophizing on life and the pursuit of women. Actually, it was mostly women, but there were a few deep thoughts now and then. By the time they got back to the dorms, a full 10 hours later, because they also stopped at a local pub, they were loud and raucous. High on life, Paul absently thought. They went to the mountain on a mission, and Mike made sure that they accomplished it. Paul never doubted the story Mike told him about being aboard the ship. He had witnessed his determination firsthand, as well as his almost blind single-mindedness. But Paul would always doubt his own actions. The earth shook for hundreds of miles in all directions as the aliens dropped some sort of charges on Denver. The alien charges looked like the lights that can be bought at novelty shops in the mall, with the spheres of electricity that spider out like some low-budget Frankenstein movie. Only these spheres were the size of VW bugs. When the giant special effects balls hit the ground, the charges inside of them were freed, and they would run rampant. The destruction was devastating. One bomb could level a neighborhood of 10 city blocks. The pictures from World War II charges looked like the lights that can be bought at novelty shops in the mall, with the spheres of electricity that spider out like some low-budget Frankenstein movie. Only these spheres were the size of VW bugs. When the giant special effects balls hit the ground, the charges inside of them were freed, and they would run rampant. The destruction was devastating. One bomb could level a neighborhood of 10 city blocks. The pictures from World War II, featuring the shell of some bombed-out building or the remnants of a house, were in stark contrast to the devastation the aliens wrought. There was nothing left. Nothing except a 3-foot-high wall of debris. It looked like some huge monster's foot had come down and flattened everything. In the days and weeks that followed the initial attack, not one miracle survived. Nobody was found half-starved under a wall. Nothing, not even so much as a dog, was seen wandering around looking for its master. The city of Denver had been halfway to oblivion when the Colorado Springs and Denver Air Wing defenses caught up. They barely slowed the juggernaut down. Los Angeles, Seattle, Denver, New York, Miami, and Washington, D.C. all disappeared that night. 72 million Americans perished in an instant. Heaven itself was not prepared for that level of human carnage. Nobody knew at the time, but the rest of the globe was suffering the same fate at nearly the same rate. Surprisingly, it was the Russians who inflicted the greatest damage on the aliens, and in return also suffered the greatest wrath. The Russians discovered that by gaining height on the attackers and striking from above, they could inflict more serious casualties. The Russians were actually able to hold their own in the beginning, trading plane for ship at an almost equal swap. Then the bomber ships began to carpet bomb the entire country, knocking out any semblance of radar control or spotters. The Russian fighters began to fight blindly, and subsequently, they fell like everyone else. Russia lost over 60% of its populace in one night, something the Germans once spent 4 years attempting to do. China fell without so much as a whimper. Europe, especially Germany and England, gave valiant efforts in their losing causes. Australia fell next. The United States war effort was hamstringed from the beginning, having made the poor decision to place its armed forces in major cities. All but one regiment, which was stationed outside of Boston, had been wiped out. The aliens had done their homework thoroughly. Every known and suspected military base around the globe had been targeted with the same deadly efficiency. If anyone had been on the moon that night, they would have been treated to one hell of a fireworks display as the cities burned, and anti-aircraft from around the globe sprayed upwards in the slim hopes of finding a mark. Chapter 25. The Mothership. Supreme Commander Kuvlar, our first wave of gunships and bombers are returning. What is the status of Earth and our ships? Sir, Earth's defensive capabilities have been completely neutralized. Excellent, Sub-Commander. That's excellent news, he exclaimed as he wrung his hands together. Sir, there's more. Well, get on with it, Sub-Commander. I want to get to Phase 2 of our invasion as soon as possible. Sir, we lost fully 60% of our fighter ships in the invasion. 60%? That's impossible. Their weaponry was more effective than our computer models showed it would be. At that moment, the ISC wished he could display the capability of humans to sweat, which was less noticeable than dropping open his gaping jaw. As worries of a high court-martial swirled inside of his head, he thought he could still salvage his career, as long as the rest of the invasion went according to plan. He knew sending the fighters in without enough Battlemaster-class ships was risky, but these were puny humans. What could they do? Actually, the humans were more than a qualified adversary. Never in their long history had the Progerians been dealt such staggering losses. They were much more accustomed to dealing out blows than receiving them. Sure, the majority of the planets they had encountered weren't nearly as technologically advanced, but even the ones that were had fallen with much more ease. Heads were going to roll, and he would make certain that his wasn't one of them. As quickly as they had come, the aliens began to depart, but not after nearly cutting the population on the planet in half. There was not a soul left who had not in some way been affected by the invasion. Fires raged, from cities to remote parts of the rainforest, and there was nothing and nobody to put them out. All semblances of infrastructure had been annihilated. Any city that had not been targeted began to send as many supplies and manpower as they could spare to whomever was in need, which at this time was pretty much everybody. Although the president survived in an underground bunker in Maryland, nothing that even closely resembled the United States government survived. Most of the Senate and House members had been in Washington, debating about how the troops should be dispersed. Few had been outside of the city limits when the barrage began. For days, news stations desperately tried to get back on the air. Radio was first, and the news was not good. The devastation had been as widespread globally as it had been locally. Those with shortwave radios contacted every corner of the globe to discover all the grisly facts. Russia had been the last country to check in, suffering the most damage. Shortwave radios had been banned for decades in that country. News that filtered out had been of the 19th century type. Refugees fleeing on horseback. The bombing of Japan had been particularly crippling. The bombs not only raining their devastation from above, they also weakened the already unstable tectonic plates that lay beneath Japan's islands. Nationwide earthquakes measuring in the 7s and 8s paralyzed any type of rescue effort by what remained of the local authorities. China had attempted to send some rescue boats over to their ailing neighbor, but they were lost in port to one of the many tsunamis that were spawned from the shifting globe. What remained of Oahu, after its numerous military bases were permanently disabled, was completely obliterated to the incoming walls of water. Most of the islands in the Pacific Rim suffered similar fates. Another 10% of the global population lost their lives in those chaotic first days after the aerial invasion. Some from shock, especially the elderly and the young, who suffered with no one to care for them. A lot died in the ensuing panic that arose from the chaos of not knowing what was happening, and not having anybody in charge. Most people began to look out only for themselves. Altruism was at an all-time low. People shot each other for fresh produce. It was the lawless Wild West of the 1800s again, only on a much wider scale. Communities raced to establish some sort of control before the human condition degenerated any further. National governments had quickly become neighborhood principalities. Governments were established on a street-by-street basis. Each street became responsible for its own borders. Neighbors who lived just one street over were now unwelcome in what had once been their community, mere days previous. Supermarkets became forts. Whole towns moved into them, sleeping and living in the aisles. Outsiders who strayed too close were usually welcomed with a warning shot. But if they persisted, they became casualties. There had even been organized attacks by the have-nots on the haves. Previous friends and neighbors savagely fought for ding-dongs and Rice Krispies. But it was a matter of survival. Those in the store might survive, while those outside would probably starve. Better to die quickly by the bullet than to slowly starve to death. Chapter 26. And through it all, the aliens watched and waited. They had witnessed this countless times on all sorts of worlds. The initial collapses of the governments inevitably led to the downward spiral of the entire civilization. The inhabitants would become so disillusioned with life that they almost wept in relief when the conquerors reappeared. At least these invaders might be able to restore order to their world. It was a tactic that had been employed for millennia with unprecedented results. And Interim Supreme Commander Kuvlar saw no reason to change his tactics now. Just a few more weeks, the ISC thought to himself. He wanted to make sure that the little infestations would be soft and ripe for the picking. He could not afford to have the same casualty rate on the ground troops that he had suffered in the air raids. If he lost troops at that rate, he would have to launch his planet-killing agents, which would do his career no good at all. The powers that be did not like having to wait before they could inhabit a planet. Not to mention rebuilding a planet without slave labor would make colonizing that much more difficult. Chapter 27. "Girls, we're going to have to leave here soon," Deb's father reiterated. It was something that he had been vocalizing more and more often over the past few days. They all knew the arguments for leaving, but nobody desired to abandon their safe refuge and check on the brave new world. "We've only got enough food for another week, and even with some serious rationing, we only have enough water for half that." "Hon, we know that," Deb's mother chimed in. She seemed to be suffering the most from this assault. The constant shivering from the cold and shock were wasting her already thin frame away. "Dad, where will we go?" Deb asked meekly. Beth, for once, remained neutral. She also saw the need to leave, but had become mighty comfortable in her new confines. "Well, the supermarket first, and possibly a sporting goods store for some outdoor gear and rifles." With the last word, he looked over at his wife of 23 years. She had been anti-gun from the day he met her. Now, however, she didn't so much as bat an eye when he spoke of getting some firearms. That is, of course, if there is anything left. Deb was about to ask what he meant by that, and then figured that there probably had been a serious run on all types of commodities. She could even picture people looting Best Buy for televisions. Not that they would do anybody any good right now. She knew, from poking her head out the hatch from time to time, that nobody had power, at least as far as she could see. If it weren't for her father's generator, they wouldn't even have the single 100-watt bulb in the center of the ceiling lit. It didn't matter to her that the thing flickered like a far-off star. It was still light, and it did wonders to calm her soul. The things we humans take for granted, she thought. More than once she had to remind herself that her favorite television show wasn't on, and more than likely, never would be again. Suddenly, Beth rose from the shadows of the far wall. She looked like she had steeled her resolve, or at least tinfoiled it. "Your dad's right, Deb. We have to get out of here, if only to see what is going on with the world. We might be able to help some people. At the very least, we'll be able to help ourselves. I'm with you, Mr. Carity." Mr. Carity smiled. "I don't mean you girls. Not right away, anyway. I want to go out and get a feel for what is going on." At that, Mrs. Carity leaped to her feet. "You can't leave us here alone, James." Her voice was quavering. "Hon, I wouldn't feel right taking all of you out. It might be dangerous," he said tenderly. "All the more reason to take us," she begged. "We could help you." He looked at her, wondering what she could possibly do. She looked like she would faint if a dog farted too close to her. "I appreciate the sentiment, I really do. But I think it would be best if I went out and checked on things first. James, we've been married for 23 years. If you go out that hatch, I'm going with you." James had seen that look and stance in his wife only twice. Once, when she wanted to have a baby and he disagreed. The second time was when she told him that she wanted him to start attending church. He had always been adamantly against both, but she stood her ground and ultimately wore him down. Deb and his devout faith in Christianity were proof of that. He didn't feel it prudent to be worn down this time. She would stick to her guns like a pit bull on a mailman's genitalia. Who knows? Maybe she could help. He didn't think so, but it helped him ease his mind. "All right, we'll leave in the morning," he told her. She looked more like a kid that was promised a trip to the toy store than a woman who might have just signed her own death warrant. Deb had been about to raise her protests at staying when her father threw up one finger. "Don't even start, Deborah Ann. I'm already risking enough taking your mother along. I have no desire to put your life in danger also." Deb knew better than to argue when her father pulled out the middle name. He rarely used it, and when he did, he generally meant business. Fine, she thought to herself. There are ways around that. Beth stood meekly, not really knowing what to say, for one of the rare occasions in her life. The night went by fairly uneventfully, except for the occasional far-off explosion. Deb could see the worry that lined her father's face. But her mother still appeared to be reveling in her recent victory, if that's what you'd call it. James woke up early, just as the sun began its ascent over the horizon. While everyone slept, he had contemplated taking off. But in all his years of marriage, he had never backed out of doing something once he told his wife he was going to do it. And the stubborn woman would probably try to follow him anyway. And the idea of her being out there alone sent shivers down his spine. He didn't feel good about this upcoming adventure. It was more out of necessity than desire, and he would do everything in his power to protect his present family, Beth included. James began to reflect on his father. Oh, how he wished that man were still alive. He was the type of man to tackle problems head-on, no indecisiveness whatsoever. He probably would have stuck the women folk in the storm cellar the first night and taken his shotgun to see what all the fuss was about. Yeah, Dad, but these aren't some crazy radicals with pistols, he thought, before he gently awoke his wife, who appeared to be a little confused as to her whereabouts. Hon, it's time to go. His wife responded, as she desperately tried to wipe the sleep from her eyes. The girls? Still asleep. I want to get out of here before they wake up. Maybe we'll be back with potato chips before they even know we left. James leaned over both girls and gave both of them a small kiss on the top of their heads. As quietly as they could, they left their shelter. Their home. James hoped that this wouldn't be the last time he'd see it, but something in his guts just wasn't sitting right. When the hatch latched shut, Deb's eyes opened.
"Beth, you awake?" she whispered. "I am now. What time is it?"
"It's time to leave."
"What? Your dad said that we should wait here for them to return."
"Beth, I'll go crazy if I have to sit in here waiting for them."
"But won't he be pissed if we just show up strolling next to him?"
"Yeah, he would. That's why we're going to follow them."
"You're crazy."
"But I'll do it just to see if we can get some decent shampoo and some feminine products." "I know what you mean. My dad stocked everything in here, but he was severely lacking when it came to women's needs." They laughed a little bit, but it was more of a nervous titter. Deb lifted the hatch door a fraction of an inch. She feared that her father might realize this ploy and wait for them to poke their heads out to chastise them. But her dad wasn't there, and neither was the 1979 Vista Cruiser station wagon. Her father preferred his small Toyota, but if he planned to get supplies, he would need something a little bigger. "The generator must have drowned out the noise," Deb said, a little louder than their previous whispering.
"Must have drowned out what noise?" Beth asked,
2 steps below Deb, and now starting to feel a little claustrophobic. That was crazy, though. 2 people had left the small confine, so it should now feel more spacious. A lack of souls was having the opposite effect.
"The car! They took the car!"
"How are we going to follow them now?" Beth asked. She felt conflicted between being relieved she didn't have to leave, but desperate to escape the ever-confining shelter. She would have bowled Deb over to get out. Deb, however, was already on the move, leaving the sanctity of their hovel. Beth was expecting the air to be immensely fresh when she made her first venture into the outdoors after more than a week. But the opposite was true. The air seemed stale and dingy. A brown cloud hung over everything. If she hadn't known better, she would have thought she was in downtown L.A. during rush hour. Unbeknownst to the girls at the time, however, the brown cloud hung over the entire planet. Fires still raged in most of the major cities. It would be a long time before the winds of change took away the pollution.
"How are we possibly going to catch them if they're in a car?"
"Do you know where the keys are for your dad's car?" Beth asked, as she pointed in the general direction of the blue 2-door.
"Yeah, with my dad."
"Doesn't he have an extra set?" When Deb shook her head no, Beth pressed on.
"What about your mom? She must have a set."
"No, she never liked that car for some reason. She never drove it."
"So, what now?"
"Well, I know most likely where they are going. If we hoof it through some backyards and shortcuts, we shouldn't be too far behind them."
"Where to, then?"
"Well, I bet that they'll start at the Safeway down the street. If we stick to the shortcut, we could be there in about 10 minutes. Now that the realization of leaving their security began to set in, Beth started to get cold feet.
"Are you sure this is a good idea? What if we run down there and they're on their way back? We'll never beat them, and your dad won't be too happy."
"What's he going to do, ground me?"
"Good point, but I still don't feel right about this."
"Beth, we can't stay in here forever. One way or the other, we need to go out and see what's happening." Beth knew she was all right. It didn't make leaving any easier, though. It wasn't exactly the Taj Mahal, but it suited their purposes. Besides, she told herself, her parents must be worried sick about her. If she could find a phone that worked, she'd let them know she was all right. It never occurred to her that her parents wouldn't be all right. They were the rocks that her life was anchored to. How could the earth possibly still be spinning if her parents were no longer here? Beth had no way of knowing if her parents had survived the initial assault. They lived far enough out in the suburbs to avoid the major thrust of the enemy's deadly invasion. Their demise, if it should happen, would come more likely from the local variety. Looters or opportunists who would take things from people's homes, whether they were there or not. Mr. McAvoy put up a modest struggle when they had come. But when one of the used 32-inch Louisville sluggers connected with the back of his head, he crumpled like a sheet of paper on its edge. Mrs. McAvoy fared even worse. After being repeatedly violated while she stared at the still, lifeless body of her husband, they had simply disemboweled her. They left her to die as she struggled to keep her innards from spilling out. Beth would never know what truly happened to her parents. And it was for the best. The girls walked in silence as they took note of the destruction around them. Multiple forest fires could be seen on the horizon. Countless houses appeared as if micro-tornadoes had touched down and ripped them apart. The destruction seemed random. A row of houses would be destroyed, and then one would stand as if nothing at all had happened. The girls stayed off the roadway even though it was not hindered by traffic. There was no one on the road. The city was eerily quiet, almost like it was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. On occasion, the girls noticed a shade being moved to the side, or a curtain quickly dropping back into place. If they turned to look at it, nobody came out to greet them or confront them. Deb was perplexed. Most of the people had been her neighbors for as long as she could remember. "What is going on here? Why won't anybody come out?" Beth intoned. "I think they're scared, Beth," Deb answered warily. "Of us? Are you kidding? We don't even have so much as a butter knife on us." Beth wanted to laugh out loud, but was afraid she might start crying instead. "Right now, I think that if we were 3-year-olds with pails and shovels, they wouldn't even come out," Deb answered miserably. "How much farther to the grocery store? I don't think I can take too much more of this," Beth said, with just an edge of anxiety riddling her voice. "We just have to cross over 2 more side streets and then up an embankment, and we'll be there," Deb answered. She had picked up on Beth's nervousness and feared that it might be catching. The girls crested the top of the embankment when Deb yanked Beth down to the ground. "Ow! What the hell did you do that for?" Beth semi-shouted indignantly. Deb put her finger to her mouth and pointed down into the parking lot of the Safeway. Her parents were talking. No, if she could hear them from this distance, it had to be shouting. "Who are your parents talking to? And why are they yelling?" Beth asked. "Well, the guy in front is the manager of the store. The guy to his left, with the rifle, owns the barber shop next door. I have no idea who the other guy is," Deb answered. "What are they yelling about?" "If you'd shut up for a second, maybe we could find out," Deb answered, a little more snappishly than she meant to. "Sorry," Beth whispered. Deb nodded her head in acknowledgement. "You can't come in here, James," the balding, squat manager said. "Bob, my wife and I have been shopping here for 20 years. I don't want stuff for free. I'll pay for it." "Your money's no good here, James. Money's no good anywhere." "Bob, I've got a family to take care of. Just let me get a few things and we'll leave." Bob shook his head no. It was clear to Beth, however, that had Bob been acting alone, he may have helped the Carradys. "James, I can't help you. We have got to look out for the people that are already here." James threw what appeared to be money at Bob. "Fuck this, Bob. I'm going in to get a few things, and I'll be out of your way." Deb gasped. "What's the matter, Deb? I don't think I've ever heard my father swear before, that's all." It was then that Mr. Smith, the barber shop owner, stepped in front of her dad to bar his way. The man was pushing 60 and thin as a wisp, but his steel-blue eyes burned a cobalt blue, visible even from a distance. He looked menacing, especially since he was carrying a huge double-barreled shotgun. "James, I can't let you in." "Can't or won't, Al." The blue fire in Al's eyes diminished ever so slightly. "Al, I've been getting my hair cut at your place for 15 years. Hell, we've gone fishing before. You've come over to my house for barbecues." "James, you don't understand. There's only a finite amount of stuff in there, and it's being used up rapidly. What isn't already bad is beginning to rot without refrigeration." "All right, Al. Just let me get some of the stuff that's on the fringe, and I'll leave." Al and Bob both had their heads bowed, on the verge of acquiescing. They had run off multiple marauders, but not one of their own. Not their neighbor and friend. 5 minutes, James, that's all. Whoa, just wait a fucking minute, the stranger shouted out, leveling his weapon at Deb's father. The man looked to be in his early 20s and more than likely had been a bouncer formerly. He was huge and looked bigger with his wife-beater t-shirt on. Now just wait a goddamn minute, he repeated. Son, I don't know who you are, but you would best stop pointing that weapon at me, Deb's father warned with controlled anger. I'll point this fucking thing at whomever I please, he shouted. Matt, put the gun down. I've already told him that he could get a few things. You might have told him that it was all right, old man, but I never agreed to that. We've only got enough food in there for maybe another 2 weeks, and I have no desire to share it with anybody else. Matt, that's the point. We have 2 weeks' worth. He has none, the manager said as he stepped to James's side in a show of solidarity. That's just too bad for him. He should have crept out from his hidey hole or wherever the hell he was when we all agreed that we would not let anybody else in, no matter who they were. This is different, Matt. He's one of my neighbors, Al piped in. I don't give a goddamn if he's the Pope's neighbor. I'm not letting him in. Well, Sonny, James started, it appears it is 2-1 in favor of letting me in. Hun, come on. Mrs. Carity had been waiting in the car. Her shivering racked her entire body, and she had just begun to mobilize herself to get out of the car when the shot rang out. Mr. Carity slumped over, holding the wound in his belly. What are you doing? Bob yelled. It was an accident, Matt fairly wailed. He pushed up against me and the gun just went off. Guns don't just go off, you idiot. Sarah, get the first aid kit, Al yelled inside the store. James was down on his knees. Mrs. Carity had rushed to her husband's side and was attempting to staunch the flow of blood, but it leaked through her fingers like water. Deb was beginning to rise to go to the aid of her father when she was violently yanked down by Beth. What are you doing, Beth? That's my father! Yeah, and you're not going to do him any good if you go down there and start yelling at that idiot. He's liable to shoot you, too. If that happened, Beth thought to herself, she would be all alone. She knew it was selfish, but that was the first thought that ran through her head. Deb was quaking with rage. If she had any type of weapon, she would have used it without a moment's hesitation on that man. Beth, let me go. I've got to get down there, Deb nearly shouted. Beth didn't release her death grip on Deb's waist. Beth, let me go. I mean it. Deb struggled a bit before beginning to sob uncontrollably. What is going on? What is going on? She cried into the ground. Beth watched in horror as the 3 men began to walk back into the store after just dropping the first aid kit at Deb's mother's feet. That was the catalyst that got Mrs. Carity moving. She was chasing after the men, screaming. So that's it? You bastards shoot my husband and then give me some Band-Aids and turn tail? You fucking cowards! Deb was too scared and in too much shock to even lift her head to see the macabre scene that was unfolding. Bob, the store manager, tried in vain to calm her mother down. Mrs. Carity, we're all sorry that this happened. It was an accident, he apologized as he turned his steely gaze towards Matt. Matt merely looked down as he again retreated back to the relative refuge of the Safeway. Calm down? My husband's been shot, she said, as she raised her bloodied hands, as if to reaffirm the fact. Then you had better go tend to him, Al said, as he tried to fend off her pursuit of Matt. You animals! You're worse than the aliens attacking us. He's your neighbor, your friend. Help him, she pleaded. All will had been drained from her body. She plopped to her knees in almost the same position as her dying husband. The 3 men returned to the store and shut the door behind them. They even pulled the sunshades in an attempt to try to ignore what was happening.
Come on, Deb. They went into the store. We have to help your folks.
Deb tried to focus her eyes. Her tears left her partially blinded. She stumbled forward before Beth grabbed her by the arm to lead her down the other side of the embankment. Mrs. Carity had returned to her husband's side and helped him lie down on the hard pavement of the parking lot. She barely registered the fact that the girls had arrived.
"Mom,"
Deb cried.
"are you all right?"
"Your dad's been shot," Mrs. Carity mumbled.
"I know, Mom. Let's try to get him some help." "It's too late, you know,"
Mrs. Carity muttered. Deb thought that perhaps her mom was showing the initial signs of shock. Detached indifference was her first clue.
"No, Mom. He's not dead. He can't be dead."
Deb's mom looked up at her daughter as she cradled her husband's head in her lap.
"Hon, he's not bleeding anymore." "Mom, that's a good thing, right?"
Deb cried.
"He's not bleeding, Deborah, because his heart has stopped. Don't you get it?"
Mrs. Carity snapped.
"Mom, he can't be dead. He can't,"
she said, as she dropped to the ground to hug her father. God, he feels cold already, she unconsciously thought to herself.
"He's gone, dear. And you should go, too. There's nothing more left for you here,"
Mrs. Carity said tenderly.
"Mom, what about you? I can't leave without you."
Deb sobbed anew.
"I'm not leaving him. I'll never leave him." "Mom, please. You're scaring me."
"You can't stay here. We've got to go. Dad would have wanted that." Deb tried to grab her mother's arm, but her mother pulled away violently, the angelic look on her face quickly diminishing. What was left looked old, haggard, and tired.
"Beth, take Deborah and get her out of here."
"I will not leave James. He was my world."
"No, Mom, please, what about me? You can't leave me alone. We still have each other."
"No, you girls are better off on your own. I'll never survive. I could never have gone through what you did on that ship. I would have just crumpled up and died. There's no place for me now."
"Mom, that's not true,"
Deb pleaded.
"Please come back with us. We'll go back to the storm shelter." "No, I'll never go back there again. That was our home. Now there is no our. It's just me. I'll never go back there." Okay, we'll go somewhere else. We'll start somewhere else." "Don't you see I'm too old to start somewhere else? I don't even want to try."
Deb was about to begin her next round of protestations when Bob stuck his head out the door.
"You folks don't want to stay here. There are gangs that run around here just looking to start trouble." "What are they going to do, Bob?"
Mrs. Carity shouted.
"Shoot us?"
That stung Bob. He pulled his head back in and relocked the door. Beth was about to say something.
"Deb, please don't start. You need to leave. I will not watch another person in my family get hurt. I may not be worried for myself, but I love you deeply. And if anything happens to you, I just won't make it,"
said Mrs. Carity, with a voice of resignation.
"Mom, I'm not going to leave you,"
Deb cried.
"Beth, for the past few days I have considered you family. So please get my daughter out of here, for the sake of your safety."
"I'll look out for her, Mrs. Carity," Beth said, as she leaned over and gave her a hug.
"Deb, let's go. We're in the wide open here. We can't stay."
Deb realized the truth in the words, but still felt bitter that Beth was so willing to leave. Beth reached down and grabbed Deb's shoulder. Deb half-heartedly protested, but arose under her own power. Her mother had given up, and she would never forgive her for that, even though she understood why. She knew she would have given up had Mike died. And again she felt a pang so deep in her heart it nearly made her double over in pain.
"Oh, Mike, where are you?
I could use your strength right about now." Beth led Deb away from her parents' final resting spot. Deb was completely blinded by the salty tears stinging her eyes. The girls had finally stumbled up the embankment and were just about to head down the other way when Deb heard the familiar roar of the Vista cruiser come to life. Hope surged. Maybe her mother had come to her senses and was returning to pick them up. She ran to the top of the hill to flag down her mother. As she attempted to wipe the tears from her eyes so that she could better see, what she saw confused her. Her mother wasn't coming towards the far edge of the parking lot to pick them up at all. She was barreling full steam ahead right towards the grocery store. "That can't be right," she screamed inside of her head. Shots began to ring out from the grocery store, where the boarded-up plate glass windows had holes cut out for defensive shooting. Deb's vision had begun to clear up from her fervent ministrations. She wished that she hadn't looked. Her mother had been hit by multiple rounds, but like a demon possessed, onwards she drove, faster and faster, until finally her body slumped over the steering wheel and she sealed her fate as well as those within the store. Nothing short of a concrete barricade was going to stop the forward momentum of that Vista cruiser. Deb couldn't be sure, but she thought she saw the startled face of Matt as the car crashed through the window and right into the produce section and over his body. At least she hoped. Glass, wood, and twisted metal lay strewn all over the place. Al, the barber, was screaming on the floor with what looked to be a 2-foot section of metal impaled through his thigh. "Oh, Mom!" Deb wailed. Beth stood next to Deb, in complete and utter shock, her mouth hanging open, unable to express even the simplest thought. The scene had aroused the attention of one of the rogue gangs that patrolled that section of town. This was an opportunistic time for them, and like vultures, they would not let it pass. Beth noticed the 2 pickup trucks heading into the parking lot from the opposite side. She also noticed the men in the backs of those trucks who were holding weapons. "Deb, come on! We've got to go! We've got to go now!" Beth screamed, dragging on Deb's arm. Deb had begun to stumble back towards the store. Beth smacked Deb as hard as she dared, to try to get her attention. "Deb, come on! We've got to get out of here. Those guys don't look like local law enforcement. If we don't get out of here now, we might never get out." Deb turned and followed Beth, looking more like a stray sheep being led back to the flock than the tough, determined girl Beth had come to know. Hopefully, that other girl would return soon, Beth thought, or neither one of us is going to make it. "Deb, that biker is motioning towards us," Beth said, with panic rising in her throat. Having been kidnapped once, she had no desire to repeat the performance. And, if Beth was being honest with herself, the animals down in the parking lot looked a lot meaner than the Genogerians. Deb began to get her legs in motion, too. Despite her mourning, she recognized danger when she saw it. Before the girls cleared the hill, they noticed 2 men peel off from the main group and head their way. Fast. "Deb, we'll never make it back to the storm shelter in time if you don't get moving. I'm sorry. I know I can't begin to understand what you're going through. If you want to try to sort it all out, we need to get moving faster than this," Beth pleaded. Deb looked more like a marionette being manipulated by a drunken, inexperienced puppet master. Her arms were stiff, and her legs didn't look like they had a muscle in them. They looked wooden and unyielding. "We can't go to the storm shelter," Deb said lethargically as she managed to move her rigid body just a smidgen faster. "What do you mean? That's the safest place we can go until we can figure out a better plan," Beth labored out. She was trying to run and pull Deb at the same time. "Did you see the guys that are coming after us?" "Of course I did. That's why I want to get the hell out of here." Beth wanted to add, "Duh," but somehow, right now didn't seem the best time to say that. The big one on the left with the dirty blonde hair? I went to high school with him. He was an asshole then. Doesn't look like he changed much, Deb said sardonically.
What's that got to do with anything? Come on, faster!
Beth tugged some more. The piece of shit tried to rape me back when I was in the 9th grade, Deb said, with almost no inflection in her voice. Beth almost stopped dead in her tracks. The bastard was a junior and captain of the high school football team. He asked me out on a date. I was so in love with him. I couldn't believe he was asking me out, a mere unworthy freshman. Come to find out, it was a game among the upperclassmen football players to see how many freshmen they could nail. He took me out for a great dinner, and then a movie. I might have married him right there and then, the way he was acting. So nice. Little did I know it was just part of some game. After the movie, he brought me over to Elm Street, which at the time was all new construction and pretty deserted. We were going to park. I was so excited, I was even thinking of letting him get to second base under my shirt. But he had other ideas. When I refused, he became violent. He punched me in the nose. I almost lost consciousness, but I could still feel him ripping off my blouse and pants. Deb almost seemed to be reciting this from a script. Such was the lack of feeling that she put into her words. He would have nailed me, too, if it hadn't been for sheer dumb luck. He had just gotten my pants off and was about to do it when the cops showed up. Apparently a lot of people were ripping off building supplies, so the cops were patrolling the area fairly regularly. The cops pulled up and shined the light in the car. When they saw it was Gary Higgins, star football player, they almost went about their merry way. It was the blood pouring down my nose that gave the idiots a clue that something wasn't quite right. They still didn't do anything. That statement seemed to get Deb riled up a little more. The cops took me home and told Gary to go home and sober up or something, like it was some big joke. For all I know, those cop bastards probably started the whole game when they were in school.
So what happened to Gary?
Beth asked as she kept Deb moving. Well, my folks put a restraining order on him and pressed charges, but the police cited lack of evidence. Nothing happened to him. He harassed the hell out of me. He would tape pictures of dicks on my locker. He even taped one on my bedroom window. A week later, my cat disappeared. We never found him, but one day there was a piece of fur taped to my locker. The sick fuck killed my cat. It wasn't until he graduated that he finally left me alone. He made high school miserable for me.
Oh, Deb, I'm so sorry,
Beth said, and she truly meant it. That made her want to speed up even more.
So, you see, that's why we can't go back to the storm shelter, Deb finished. He knows where you live. Do you think he recognized you?
Beth worried.
Even if he didn't, he would have recognized my parents' car.
Deb began to cry again.
You're right. We've got to get out of here. What's the point? Where are we going to go? We can't go home. And the supermarket just proved that we can't look for help from others. We can't just give up, Deb. There still have to be some decent people out there. And we'll find them. If we stay here, we'll never see Mike again.
Beth hoped that would be the catalyst that got Deb moving. But it had the opposite effect. Deb stopped. Just stopped and sobbed.
Do you think he's still alive?
Deb cried through her hands. It came out muffled. Beth heard it clear enough, though. You saw him on that ship. I don't think anything could kill him. Deb looked up through her tear-soaked hands.
Do you really think so?
I do. If we stay here, we'll never be able to know for sure. The girls looked back at the hill that led to the supermarket. Their pursuers had just reached the top, and the girls had a mere 100-yard lead on them, which was fast diminishing. That got both of them in high gear. They knew the shelter wasn't a safe place, but they were running on instinct and they didn't know where else to go. Beth took a quick assessment of the men following them. The Gary guy was huge. He looked like the prototypical football player. Big shoulders, big arms, and a small waist. She could see why Deb would have been enamored by him. He even reminded Beth of her boyfriend at Penn State. The guy with him wasn't quite as big, still considerably larger than either one of the girls, and he looked mean. Long black hair in a ponytail, and a goatee that framed a very severe face. He looked like the kind of man that got whatever he wanted by just taking it. "How much farther?" Beth puffed. Her lungs were on fire, and her legs were beginning to cramp. "Just through a couple of more backyards," Deb replied. She was equally struggling to catch her breath. "When we get to the house, go upstairs." Beth was about to ask why, but that seemed like entirely too much effort. "How close are they, Beth?" "I don't know. I'm too scared to turn and look." The boys had gained some yardage, but were frustrated that the girls didn't just fall over like in the movies. "Fuck this," Gary said as he slowed to a walk, trying to suck in as much air as possible. "Come on, Vato. The boss says he wants these girls," the dark man said as he pulled up alongside the faster ex-football player. "Don't worry about it, Jimmy." "What do you mean, G? If we don't bring these new pussies back, Johnny Ray might make us his new bitches." "Fuck him, Jimmy. Don't worry about it. I know the girl on the left. I fucked around with her in high school. I know where she lives, and that's where she's headed." Jimmy smiled an evil grin. He didn't even need to chase his fresh meat this time, and he would have a nice soft bed to do all the wicked things he was planning. "Ah, Vato, this is going to be fun," Jimmy said as he grabbed the front of his pants. "Yes, it is, Jimmy, and it's been a long time coming," Gary said, with a smile that almost matched Jimmy's evil grin. "What's that, Vato?" "Nothing, man. Let's go and get us some." Then they laughed the cruel laugh that only a true bully possesses. Might makes right was their credo, and they saw no reason to change that now. "Beth, upstairs in my parents' room is a pull-down staircase that leads to the attic. Get up there and shut the trapdoor behind you," Deb puffed as she pushed Beth through the front door. "Wait, aren't you coming with me?" Beth asked in horror. The thought of being alone petrified her. "You can't leave me up there alone, and you sure can't take them on yourself." "I just want to go get some things out of the storm shelter. Hurry, before they get here," Deb said forcefully, to prevent the argument that was brimming on Beth's lips. "Listen, if we stay here arguing, we're finished. Go, and shut the door behind you. I'll tap 4 quick times on the door to let you know it's me, and then you can let me in." That calmed Beth down a bit. Being alone for a little while wasn't so bad as being alone indefinitely, she thought. "Don't be long. Don't worry. Go!" Deb gave Beth one final shove as she headed for the storm shelter. "Oh, God, I hope I'm doing the right thing," she said to no one in particular. Jimmy and Gary sauntered up to the front door as if they owned the place, and for all intents and purposes, right now, they did. Gary ripped open the screen door, and for dramatic effect he kicked open the front door like all those cops shows he used to watch before the aliens cut off the power. "Lucy, I'm home," Gary said in his best Desi Arnaz impersonation. Beth heard Gary and Jimmy enter, but she found no humor in his impersonation. It was laced with malice. And she, too, pictured Jack Nicholson peering through the bathroom door in The Shining. She shuddered as she drew her legs up to her chest. "Where are you, bitch?" Gary asked. Beth had stayed near the opening, in the hope that when Deb returned she could open the door quickly. She regretted that decision now. She desperately wanted to retreat into the vast shadows that the attic offered. but she feared any telltale noise now. "Jimmy, stay here by the front door, and keep an eye on the back door. I'm going to check the basement." "Hey, G, you're going to let me have one of those little putas, aren't you?" "Oh, come on, man. You know I'd never leave you out of the loop. You can have the other bitch." "I want Deb." "Hell, you can have Deb when I'm through with her. That is, if there's anything left." "Oh, hell no, vato. I don't want your sloppy seconds. I'll take the other one." Jimmy grabbed the front of his pants again. He loved this new world. Having never been a looker, or a talker for that matter, Jimmy always had to rely solely on buying his sex. The way things were now, though, he had all that he could handle, and then some. Yep, he just took what he wanted, whether it was food or women. It made no nevermind to him. He was growing excited at the prospect of their new find. "Snap out of it, Jimmy. Leave your pecker alone for 5 minutes, and you'll have the real thing soon enough," Gary snapped. Perspiration was running down his face. But it wasn't from the chase. It was for the upcoming kill. Gary hated to admit it. He was as excited as Jimmy. Beth shivered as she heard Gary in what sounded like the basement. His voice was muffled, but she could still hear him yelling and throwing things around. "Come out, bitches. We won't hurt you. We just want to talk." "Nope, that's a lie. We don't want to talk. We want to hurt you." Then he laughed that same crazed, maniacal laugh that Beth had heard so many times before when she was on the ship. It amazed her how quickly the worst in humans could be triggered with stress. She could hear Jimmy laughing along with Gary. But his laugh was a lot closer. And not moving, she thought. "The fucking cunts aren't down here, Jimmy. Anything up there?" "No, vato. Hurry up. My pecker's gonna bust loose soon." That started another round of laughter. Beth was frozen in fear. She desperately wanted to shuffle her way back, but fear gripped her harder than she had ever felt it before. She could hear Gary's heavy footfalls on the basement steps. Gary came up to the main level, and she could hear him overturning tables and smashing windows and whatever little knickknacks Mrs. Carity had accumulated over the years. "Fucking bitches are gonna pay for making me go through all this work." "Yeah, gee, they're going to fucking pay." Gary, not being the brightest bulb, still got the pun his friend Jimmy made. "Good one, you fuck." "No, man, we both fuck," Jimmy shouted as he put his hands out in front of his hip and did a pelvic thrust. "You're on fire," Gary said as Jimmy laughed and headed upstairs. "He's coming upstairs," Beth moaned, hoping it wasn't loud enough for him to hear. "Hi, Deb. I've dreamed of seeing your room. And now, here I am, and it's going to be just the two of us," Gary sneered. Did Deb not make it back up here in time? Did she hide in her room? I've got to help her. What am I going to do? Beth thought, quaking in fear. She braced herself to leave the attic and make a run at Gary, when she realized he hadn't seen Deb. He was just trying to bait her. "Come on, Deb. If you and your little friend come out right now, I promise we won't fuck you up too bad," Gary yelled. Beth could tell his tone was getting more dangerous. Rape, at this point, might be the least of their worries. "Get the fuck out here, you little cunts!" he screamed. Beth yelped, but she didn't think he heard it over his rant. "You need any help up there, vato?" Jimmy yelled from the bottom of the stairs. "No, you greaser. Now get back to the front door. If they slip out the back while you're at the stairs, I'll fucking cut your throat." "All right, man, calm down." "Don't fucking tell me to calm down." "Fucker's loco," Jimmy mumbled to himself. But he went back to the front door like Gary ordered. Meanwhile, Gary ripped through Deb's room, smashing her track trophies and ripping up all the pictures of her friends and her through the years of high school and college. "What? No fucking pictures of me, you little bitch?" "Who's this guy?" Gary asked as he picked up a picture of Mike that Deb had gotten from his sister Lynn. "This dude your boyfriend? He looks like a pussy to me. Where is he now? Probably fucking dead. But don't worry. I'm here now. I'll take care of you." Beth could hear Gary walking around in the upstairs hallway. Sweat was pouring off of her. Gary walked into the master bedroom and stopped dead in his tracks as a huge grin spread over his face. He was looking down when he noticed the little piece of pink fluff. Not a big deal in itself, but when a piece of insulation is directly under an attic trap, it usually means that it's been accessed recently. And nobody leaves that itchy crap just lying around. "Got you now, bitches," Gary said to himself. He reached up to grab hold of the dangling string and was slowly beginning to put pressure on it. Beth watched in horror from her end as the slackness in the string tightened and daylight started to ooze in. Tears began to form in her eyes. Doom was merely a few feet away, and she could do nothing except watch, as if from afar. The light went from a pencil line to a finger's width, to a huge crash and yell shot her back into complete darkness. What was that? It was the first thought that she and Gary shared in common since the whole little scene began to play out. The noise and the sudden darkness threw her into a complete panic again. This time there was a reaction. She wet herself. She wasn't proud of it, but right now she didn't give a rat's ass. Deb had raced to the storm shelter and shut the door behind her just as her pursuers ventured into her neighbor's yard. Gary and the other guys smashed through the front door to her home. Deb could hear Gary yelling, and he scared the hell out of her. She had more than once been tempted to just hide where she was. But after he was through searching the house and doing whatever to Beth, he would most surely come down here. And then what? He would finish off what he had started 5 years ago. Screw that, Deb thought as she steeled herself. She grabbed her father's hand axe off the pegboard of tools he had been so proud of. "Dad, I love you," she muttered as she peeked through the shelter door. She half feared that Gary would be outside waiting for her to pop her head out like an unsuspecting rabbit. Adrenaline and fear raced through her body as she realized that her worst fears had come true. Her face flushed. She dropped the axe and prepared for the worst. Only the worst hadn't come, unless, of course, fence posts were going on the rampage these days, too. She would have laughed, but she was afraid she might just keep laughing, and there she'd be, waiting for Gary, with drool coming out of her mouth because she had finally witnessed one too many crazy things. She reached down blindly and picked up the axe. She didn't want to take her eyes off the house for a second. By the time she had completely removed herself from the shelter, she could hear Gary tearing up the main floor, smashing everything. Her heart panged as she remembered her mother picking up little souvenirs from a dozen little wherevers. Tacky little tourist trap mementos that she just had to have. And her father shaking his head, as if to say, "Don't you have enough of these things?" "Yeah," she would reply, "but not from here." Then they would laugh and hug like only truly happily married couples can. Could, she thought bitterly. Deb wanted to sprint for the front door, but feared she might trip over her own feet, so she inched her way closer to the house. She got so close she could hear Gary walking up the stairs to the second floor. Where was the other one, she thought. She crept closer to the front door when she saw the back of the other one's head. His hair was all matted down with dirt and grease. Just the sight of the back of the guy's head disgusted her. She was contemplating what to do when he moved away from the door. Where's he going? Deb's grip on the axe was tenuous at best. and her sweat kept making the handles slide down her hands. Deb was about to peek through the door when she heard Jimmy's footsteps fast approaching. She ducked her head back around the door. She didn't think she was fast enough. What would she do if he came out and confronted her? She figured she'd probably just drop the axe and run, screaming, into the streets, like a crazy woman. He never looked out the door. Her luck was holding for the present. Now what? Doubt racked her body. She had never killed before. Of course, that didn't include the aliens, since they weren't human. But here was a true, red-blooded, breathing, living human. Sure, he meant to physically harm her, but that still didn't stop the queasiness in her gut. There he was, with his back to the door. Didn't he know she was there? Couldn't he hear her heart thumping? Was he just setting her up? Get her in close, then finish her off? Why is it so quiet in the house? Suddenly, terror spread across Deb's face. Gary must have found Beth. That could be the only reason for stopping his tirade. Right now he could be ripping her clothes off. That asshole, she screamed in her head. Anger swelled, adrenaline took over, and Deb squared herself to the door, smashing right through the screened plate-glass window and right into Jimmy's head. It hadn't been the killing blow she had hoped for. The axe began to slip out of her hands on the downward arc. Jimmy wouldn't be getting up any time soon, but he was still alive. He started to turn around when he heard Deb's cry. His lack of response to the attack had cost him. Glass lay all around his body, and the axe was lodged over his left cheekbone, just below his eye. He had turned suddenly, though not quickly enough to fend off the blow. Blood spewed from the wound. He tried in desperation to pull the foreign object out, but for some reason his hands weren't working properly. He alternated between glaring at Deb with his one good eye and attempting to focus on the protruding axe. He struggled to scream. Shock was rapidly beginning to take over his nervous system. Deb began to leave the porch. She could hear Gary racing down the stairs. It did little to keep her from evacuating what little she had for lunch that day. She wanted to run, but all fight and flight had been drained from her body. Jimmy's wrecked eye had frozen her in her tracks. "What the fuck is going—" Gary had reached the bottom stairs when he noticed his friend lying in an ever-widening pool of his own blood. Now it was Gary's turn to be scared. Bullies don't do well when faced with more might than their own. Was Deb's boyfriend here? Hell, was there more than one? Gary was bolting halfway out the back door when he noticed Deb at the bottom of the front steps, dry-heaving. His evil grin reappeared. "Ah, the bitch got in a lucky strike. Well, that won't happen with me," he whispered. "Hi, Deb," he said in his most jovial manner, as if they had been best friends for years. He stepped over the outstretched arms of his friend. "Gee, help me. The friggin' bitch got me." The blood was beginning to fill Jimmy's lungs, and his words were beginning to slur. "Jimmy, you look like shit. You're dead anyway," he said, as he made sure not to step in any of his spilled blood. Jimmy laid back down, realizing the inevitable. Deb turned to Gary. Her face was an ashen gray, her shirt riddled with vomit, and both of her knees were quaking. "Geez, Deb, you've looked better. I expected you to be happier to see me than this. You look almost as bad as Jimmy." Deb looked over Gary's shoulder to shudder again. It had somehow been a little easier before she knew his name. "Well, maybe not quite as bad. But you will when I'm through with you. I was going to take you back so everybody could have a piece of you. But I want to be the last person you do." What can I say? I'm selfish like that. Gary walked down the 4 steps to Deb and put his arm around her shoulder like lovers sometimes do, before delivering a blow into her stomach that dropped her to her unstable knees. While she was down, he smashed her in the nose. She was on the verge of blacking out. When she awoke, would it still be prom night? And would her parents still be alive? It wouldn't be such a high price to pay if that were the truth. She could feel Gary literally shredding her pants off her body, but she could do no more than whisper her protests. "Did you say something, hon? I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear you. You're moaning so loud, it's difficult to hear anything else." Gary was beginning to breathe heavy. He had never been able to perform quite right unless some form of violence was involved, and this was the ultimate high for him. So it was lucky for all concerned that he didn't hear the wet pop sound as Beth pulled the axe out of Jimmy's face. Nor did he hear her as she crunched over the shattered glass. Gary was just about to enter Deb when recognition dawned on Deb's face. "Beth?" she creaked. "It's not Beth, you little whore. It's me, Gary." You recall that Gary wasn't the brightest bulb on the block. By the time he realized that Deb was looking over his shoulder, it was too late. Gary turned to the right, and the axe lodged into the right side of his face, just above the cheek. Beth's grip had been much more solid than Deb's. A thwack of the axe and the splintering of the cheekbone launched his right eye completely out of his skull. Death for the bastard would unfortunately be swift. Beth held on to the axe as Gary fell over to the side, and she didn't let it go until she was sure he wasn't moving. She rolled his dead mass off Deb's body. Deb had lapsed into unconsciousness. Beth stayed busy while Deb slept. She threw the bodies down into the basement and bathed and clothed Deb after she brought her into the storm shelter. She had virtually chewed down all of her nails while she waited for her friend to awaken. Hope coursed through her veins when Deb began to stir, but it turned icy cold when she awoke screaming and shrieking, wildly throwing punches in the air. "Deb, it's me, Beth. You're safe," Beth chanted repeatedly. It was around the 8th or 9th time before Deb began to calm down and that she went from uncontrolled shrieking to hysterical crying. Beth knew this was the cry of loss, the cry of mourning, and all she could do now for her friend was be there for her. Beth had long ago fallen asleep when Deb's sobs quieted to mini convulsions, and finally, blissful, forgetful sleep. It was the following evening before the girls awoke. Beth was stiff and sore from her extended stay in the fold-up chair. "What do we do now, Deb?" Beth asked, as she stretched her arms over her head. "We go east," Deb said, as she arose from her bed and began to put her shoes on. "We go west," Paul said to the 3 men huddled next to him behind a small rise. They were mostly below Indian Hill, but they could clearly see the supermarket complex from their vantage point. "Are you sure you want to go straight through the Stop and Shop parking lot?" Dennis sounded off a little anxiously. "I can see at least 3 armed men from here, and I'm sure there are more in the front." "You heard me, didn't you?" Paul sounded a little more than annoyed. "Dude," Dennis was about to continue, when Paul glared over at him. "Colonel Jinson," Dennis stated more meekly. "There are only 3 of us. Even if we get in, how are we going to haul all this off without being detected?" "Ah, my dear friend, in this world of ours there are some things that even you don't know. When the time is right, I'll let you know," Paul said as he put his arm around Dennis's shoulder. Dennis had been half tempted to shrug it off, but the mad glint in Paul's eyes struck a chord that hinted that might not be the best course of action at this time. "Corporal Jackson, I want you on point," Paul stated matter-of-factly, as if they were out on nothing more than a Sunday stroll. In reality, this had been their first venture out of the super bunker since the whole mess began. Dennis didn't understand why Paul hadn't just sent a scout. "The world is far too dangerous a place right now," Paul's response had been. "If it's my time, then I want to be out, under the sun, instead of hiding in a cave." Dennis couldn't argue with that, but he would have felt a whole lot better if Paul hadn't been there all the same. "Right away, sir," Corporal Jackson snapped. Paul thought that Dewey had made great strides fitting into this new playing field. And that's how Paul thought of it sometimes, that this was just one big game of chess. Unfortunately, there could only be one king, but there were a lot of pawns to go around. And if Dennis didn't get with the program soon, he would become one of those pawns. He would bring him down from his mighty loft as a rook in a heartbeat. Paul loved Dennis, but he was getting really tired of having his judgment constantly challenged. Well, there it was, Paul thought to himself. That's probably the first sign of becoming a tyrant, an unwillingness to have his rule questioned. "Screw it, I'm the one keeping them alive," Paul mumbled. "Did you say something, Paul?" Dennis asked. He was bringing up the rear, making sure some super-zealous stop-and-shop guard wasn't on patrol this far out. "Nah, nothing, my friend," Paul said as he slowly shook his head. Whoa, Dennis thought. He almost looked like the old Paul I used to know. For a second, anyway. Albeit a tired one, but my old friend nonetheless. By the time they hit the banks of the Walpole stream, any chance of surprise had been crushed. Not that that had been the plan, anyway. A guard on the roof spotted them, on their old stomping grounds. A sharp pang of longing for the old times almost made Paul's steps falter. The guard appeared to be speaking into a walkie-talkie, most likely warning the guards ahead of their advance. The three crossed the stream in silence. As they started through the dense undergrowth, a voice, amplified through a megaphone, began to speak. "Go away! Don't bother coming this way! All intruders will be shot!" The voice stopped, as if in anticipation of a response. Dennis had been about to tell Paul that maybe this wasn't such a good idea when Paul finally did respond. "Don't shoot!" Paul yelled through the bush. "We came here to trade." "Trade? What do we have to trade?" Dennis mumbled to himself. "You have nothing we want. Go away," the voice boomed. "I think you'll be mighty interested in this," Paul yelled. But not so loudly, because they had walked a lot closer to where the dense brush stopped and the back alley of the supermarket began. "If you come through those bushes, we'll shoot," the voice threatened, although it also quavered with a little doubt. "If you shoot us, then you will surely miss out on what I have to offer," Paul said, as he stepped out of the brush with both of his hands raised up in the air. "Get the rest of them out here with you," the supermarket leader said as he leveled his weapon at Paul's chest. Dennis and Dewey stepped out of the undergrowth almost at the same time. Dennis took quick note and noticed at least 8 well-armed men with all of their weapons pointed directly at them. Even if they were crappy shots, their numbers and positioning were far superior. "We're dead men," Paul said sideways to Dewey. Paul walked directly up to the leader with his right hand outstretched. Dennis wasn't sure if the man would shake his hand or just blow it off. Most of the guns were now trained directly on Paul, as if it were some sort of elaborate trap. "Don't bother with a handshake, son. They don't mean much these days," the leader said. Paul stopped short, the smile rapidly fading from his face. More guards came, hauling ass from around the corner. There had to have been at least 15 of them now, and they all looked pissed off, probably because they had to run to get there. Old National Guardsmen, Dennis figured. They had some idea of what to do with the weapons, but no discipline when it came to personal management. Most of them looked like they were trying their best to clean the store out before the weekend. "All right, if you won't take my hand, at least take my deal," Paul said. "I'm listening, son, but it doesn't look like you have much to offer." What I'm offering is beyond value, sir. I'm offering you your lives, Paul said matter-of-factly. Our lives? The leader laughed. The rest of the posse followed suit. What are you, some kind of religious fruit? Are you one of those born-again fucks? Did you come here to spread the word of God? Have you looked around, you dumbass? God's nowhere to be found, the man angrily shouted. No, nothing like that, Paul said as he put his hands up. I mean your physical lives. I don't know what you're talking about, Sonny, so you'd better get to the point real quick. From where I stand, I have 18 or more fully automated weapons pointing at you and your little party. The only reason you're not dead yet is that it's been a little slow around here lately, and we were looking for a little change of pace. So if you want to breathe a little while longer and keep your body in its present condition, free from bullets and all, then you'd better go right back to the bowl you were smoking or tell me what you want before I say no. As the man yelled, the only reason you're not dead yet is that it's been a little slow around here lately, and we were looking for a little change of pace. So if you want to breathe a little while longer and keep your body in its present condition, free from bullets and all, then you'd better go right back to the bowl you were smoking or tell me what you want before I say no. As the man yelled, veins began to form along his brow and his cheeks blazed red. A few more armed guards ran around to see what all the ruckus was about. I want the store, Paul stated, as if he were asking for fries with his hamburger. The leader began to laugh almost uncontrollably. Dennis figured when he stopped laughing, the bullets would begin flying. Well, I've got to thank you, son. That's the funniest thing I've heard in a while, the man said as he wiped some laughter tears from his eyes. What do you think, boys? Should we give him the store? One of the guards on the roof yelled down, Sure, why the hell not? They seem like nice enough kids. Our families don't really need the food and shelter anyway. That got the leader going again. When he stopped, his face became much more grievous. See, son, therein lies our dilemma. Our families and friends are in that store. That store is our lives. If we were just to hand it over to you, we'd be sealing our fates, and it's not really the type of fate we're looking for. So I'm going to tell you one last time. Take your two little friends and go back to the wacky tobacco you've been smoking, and maybe we'll throw you a box of Twinkies. The same man who spoke earlier stood up and grabbed his belly. I'm sorry, sir, I finished those off Monday. That earned another round of chuckles from the men. But the leader was through. Something in this kid's eyes made him nervous, and he just wanted him out of here. Sir, before I leave, Paul said, could you tell me how many men guard this fine establishment? Sweat started to form under the leader's arms. Something was wrong, but he wasn't quite sure. Not that it's any of your goddamn business, but we have around 50 armed guards. That was an embellishment, times 2, but he wanted to make this punk kid as nervous as he was. Oh, so you have about 20 to 25 men back here, which means that you have another 25 men up front. Sounds like you've got the situation well in hand. For the first time, the leader took visual inventory of all of his men. Then it dawned on him. This was all of his men. Lenny, who is guarding the store? Cold panic settled in the pit of the leader's stomach. I thought Bert was, Lenny stammered. Bert's right next to you. Go check on the store, now! The leader screamed. He didn't need a bullhorn anymore. Don't worry, sir. They're being well taken care of, Paul chimed in. Ice formed in the leader's stomach as he slowly turned back towards his adversary. What do you want? The leader asked slowly and softly, anger and fear coursing through his veins. I told you. I want the store, Paul said matter-of-factly. If you harm anybody in there, I'll kill you. If this is some kind of joke, I'll kill you. Calm down, mister. Nobody's hurt, and this isn't a joke. Right now, I have about 60 armed militia in your store as we speak. Now, I'm only going to ask you once. If I don't get the right answer, I'm going to press this little button, and people in the store will start dying. Paul produced a little handheld device, no bigger than an old Atari joystick. It had a large red button on the top with Paul's thumb poised right over it. This is a radio-controlled device. Don't worry, it's not attached to a bomb. The receiver is attached to one of my men in the store. You see, he has a little box with a light on it. If the light goes red, he knows it means something went down out here, and he's to take the store by force. If it doesn't light up, everything's cool. Are you with me so far? Good. So put your weapons down now, Paul yelled. The leader was in shock. He had been in command for so long he had no clue how to take an order. Now, mister, or a whole lot of people are going to die, us included, Paul yelled again. That seemed to get the man going. He could tell by looking in Paul's eyes this was no idle threat. Paul's thumb began to move millimeter by millimeter towards its goal. Katie, I'm sorry I let you down, the man thought to himself. For an instant, Paul thought the man might be suicidal. But the moment passed with no lead flying. Put your weapons down, the man shouted as he bent over to place his M16 on the ground gingerly. Sonny, if this is some kind of bluff, then you sure are some kind of poker player. Sir, Paul said with calmness overtaking his previous anger, this is no card game, and I'm not bluffing. Now tell those two men on the roof to lower their weapons because I am beginning to lose my patience. The leader couldn't figure it out. Paul's eyes never left his own, yet he was still able to ascertain that the détente wasn't over yet. This kid was dangerous, and he had no desire to test him anymore. Harry, Bert, put down those weapons now. I won't say it again, or I'll shoot you myself, the leader shouted. Corporal Jackson, get the troops out here and keep these men company. This fine gentleman and I are going into the store to talk business, Paul said, as he put his arm around the leader and headed towards the front of the store. Corporal Jackson turned back towards the woods they had departed only moments earlier. Bravo platoon, front and center, he shouted. And, as if by magic, 40 or so well-camouflaged and heavily armed men came out from their hiding spots. All of their weapons were fully trained on the slack-jawed guardsmen. The leader looked up at the roof with disapproval flashing across his face, as if to say, how could you let this force sneak up unnoticed? Harry and Bert quickly looked at their feet, as if they were the most important things on the planet. Dennis was in as much amazement as the conquered. He had walked mere paces away from the majority of them, and hadn't noticed a thing. Paul, how much training did you do up there in Vale? Dennis asked as he ran to catch up to his leader. Dennis's respect for Paul had just grown by leaps and bounds. Enough, Dennis, enough, was Paul's answer. Corporal Jackson, Paul said as he turned his head around. Sir, came the quick reply. Safe the weapons and redistribute them back to their former owners. Sir, yes, sir. The leader was hoping that just maybe they would live to see another day. The three men rounded the corner to the front of the store as if they were long-time friends and not enemies that, only moments earlier, were about to blow each other's heads off. The leader saw that Paul was not bluffing. There were well-armed and well-disciplined men standing guard over the huddled masses in the store. The people were frightened, but otherwise unharmed. The leader's wife looked up from the boy she had huddled in her arms. His heart sank. If he had done anything wrong that would incur harm to his family, he doubted if he could ever forgive himself. Sir, I don't even know your name, Paul said, as he moved a pace or so away. That broke the man's locked gaze with his wife. Major Domino of the 12th Brigade Massachusetts National Guard, the man said as he squared his shoulders to the new usurper. Dennis was just now catching up, trying to process how in the hell Paul had pulled this little mission off. He knew about the rat sniffer incident, but this was pure genius. As you can see, Major, we have no interest in harming any of you. If that had been our purpose, not one of you would be standing. I don't understand, Paul. Is it Paul? The Major stammered. I prefer Colonel, Major. Colonel Jensen of the 1st United Earth Marine Corps. I've never heard of them, Colonel. The Major had a difficult time labeling this kid as a colonel, but he sure planted a whammy on him. Don't worry, Major, you will, Paul said, as he surveyed the survivors who sought refuge in the supermarket. They were mostly old and young, but they all could still serve a purpose. He caught himself doing that more and more. Everybody became a pawn in his game. How could he use this or that person to his utmost advantage? And as for sacrificing a pawn now and again, well, that was part of the game too, wasn't it? Colonel, surely you are aware that if you take this store, we won't be able to survive. The Major thought he might be whining a bit, and he despised himself for that. He was thinking of his family, though, who depended on him for their safety. So that pretty much leaves you with no options, does it not, Major? Paul replied. Anger began to flush up through the Major's collar. But before he could begin his outburst, Paul interjected, So that's why I am going to offer you an option, Major. I've got a feeling that this really isn't an option. Sure it is. You have the option of leaving here like a band of gypsies and hoping that the next supermarket down the road opens its arms to strangers, much like you did for us. Paul quickly gazed at the Major's eyes. Shame registered all over them. So much for Sunday school teachings, the Major thought. Or, Paul hesitated to gauge the man's reaction. Or, well, don't leave me like this. You know you have us over a barrel. Or you join us, Paul replied, as the man snorted. Join you, and your band of merry men? That's pretty funny. Good enough, Paul said, without a hint of being bothered by the slight. Your men and families are welcome to all the food you can carry, but no shopping carts. Paul turned to his men. Get them up. Help them get some food and get them out of here. His men began to help some of the older people up. Wait, the Major shouted, bringing the men to a halt. What is it, Major? You've made your choice, Paul said as he turned. Wait, I may have been a little hasty in my reply. Paul completely turned to face the Major. What are your terms if we stay with you? Every one of your men, you included, will be demoted 1 rank. I will assign an officer to take command of your squad. You will obey his every command as if I issued it directly. If you cannot abide by these terms or you disobey any command, I will cut the lot of you, women and children included, from this place. Do you mind if I consult with my men, Colonel? Not at all, Major, but please make it quick. I don't generally like to be out in the open for any extended amount of time. Now, if any of your men do not like this new arrangement, they are free to go, with as much food as they can carry. You have 15 minutes, Major. Sergeant Bolito, please round up the supplies that I requested earlier. Sir, right away, sir. The sergeant and a couple of men peeled off from the main group and headed towards the pharmacy for medical supplies. Paul was inspecting the store like a conquering invader, surveying his spoils like from the days of yore, when the Major came up behind him. Paul kept his back to the Major as he inspected a can of Dole pineapple. He peered at it intensely, as though if he stared at it long enough it might yield all the answers he sought. Paul was tense. A lot hinged on the Major's decision. But Paul did his best to maintain the cool facade he had adopted since the whole bloody mess began. Without confronting the Major, since he feared that by turning to face him he might give away his true feelings, Paul asked, Your decision, Major? Well, I can't say it was easy or unanimous. But call me Captain. Paul let out a barely audible sigh of relief. And what of the split decision, Captain? The newly demoted captain almost rethought his decision. Demoted by this snot-nose, he thought. It was going to take a little time before he got used to it. He had to look out for his family and friends now, though. Pride be damned. There are 5 of my men who do not wish to stay, Colonel. Do they have families, Captain? Paul still hadn't turned to face him. 3 of them do, sir. 2 just have wives, and 1 has 2 kids. Paul's face twisted in agony. Had the captain stepped to the side, he would have seen the pain that contorted his features. "Very good, Captain. See that those departing personnel are allowed to take with them all that they can carry." "Very good, sir." The captain began to turn to say goodbye to some of his men. "Captain, one more thing." "Sir?" the captain said as he turned back around. "Ask them one more time." This time, Paul couldn't hide it. Pain mingled into his words, nearly strangling him. The captain didn't understand his concern, but he vowed to follow all commands. "Sir, they were pretty adamant in their decision. I don't see any of them changing their minds." "Captain, please just ask again." "Thank you." Paul walked back down the aisle, effectively blocking any more conversation on the topic. "Very well, sir." The captain turned to obey his order. Alarms began to softly chirp in the back of his mind, but the captain could not begin to understand why. He shrugged it off to nerves. 20 minutes later, the 5 men, 2 crying women, and 1 screaming baby looked like a shoplifter's dream. Cans of food jutted out of every pocket. They looked like walking convenience stores. Dennis wondered where the Slurpee machine was. Even a couple of the younger babies' clothes had beef jerky poking out. One baby was gnawing on the other end. His mother quickly grabbed it, fearing if the baby dropped it she would be unable to retrieve it without spilling half of the booty she was carrying. The men shook hands with their friends and saluted their major. The women were hugging and crying. "Sergeant Bolito!" Paul yelled. It wasn't necessary. The sergeant was less than 10 feet away. But Paul's emotions were close to the surface at the moment. "Sir, yes, sir," the sergeant said as he ran over to stand in front of the colonel. "Sergeant, I want you to get a squad and escort these people to the town line." "Yes, sir." The sergeant went to call his first squad. One of the men from the departing party approached Paul. He was a wiry man called Red. Paul thought he must have received his nickname years ago because the man was bald as a cue ball. "Ah, Colonel." This man had an even tougher time calling Paul by his title than the major did. "Yes, Sergeant Major," Paul said as he turned to face the man. Paul had respect for this man. He was a senior non-com, one of the men who truly ran the armed forces. Sure, the officers made the decisions, but the senior non-coms were the ones that got down into the muck and mud and blood and did whatever it took to make sure the task was completed. And correctly. Here was a man who preferred to go out on his own rather than take orders from someone whom he felt didn't deserve that respect. "Sir, we don't need an escort. Most of us have lived all our lives in this vicinity. We know where the town line is." "Sergeant Major, if it's all the same to you, the moment you leave this parking lot, you become unfriendlies. This is as much for your safety as it is for my men. If one of my patrols should see you, they could possibly engage you." "We don't need an escort, Colonel. We can take care of ourselves." The sergeant major's voice began to rise, but he caught it before it peaked. "Like you did in the store, Sergeant Major." The sergeant major's jaw closed shut. Anger was beginning to boil over, but he had too much military bearing to let the little punk under his skin. At least he hoped so. The captain had been watching the conversation from the start and had to stop himself a couple of times from interjecting. The alarm sound in his head got a little louder, and the captain worked a little harder to quell the noise. "Very well, Sergeant Major," Paul said as he turned to Sergeant Bolito. "Sergeant, I want you to take this group to the Norwood line, where you will complete Operation Ravenclaw and return back to base camp." The sergeant's face faltered for a fraction of a second. The captain thought his head might explode from all the alarm clanging. Paul looked over at the captain, who seemed to be roiling on his feet. "Captain, are you all right?" Paul asked with genuine concern. "All of a sudden, I don't feel so good," the captain stuttered. "Corporal Dewey, get this man into the store and tell a medic to take a look at him." Corporal Dewey helped the captain back into the store. Paul turned back to the sergeant major and extended his hand. "Good luck, Sergeant Major." The sergeant major did not so much as glance in Paul's direction. "Let's go, people," the sergeant major yelled. The 8 castaways left, flanked by 15 of Sergeant Bolito's best men. When the group passed out of sight, Dennis came up to Paul's side. He leaned in close to Paul's ear. "I can't believe you let them go," he whispered. "I didn't," Paul replied, as he walked towards the store entrance. Dennis stood there for a few moments, trying to decipher Paul's words. When he finally came up with what he thought Paul meant, he just shook his head. "Nah, he can't mean that," he thought, and tried his best to shrug it off. Chapter 28. Grid DB-427. "Peter, what are you doing? You know we have strict orders never to open that box." "Jack, I just wanted to have a peek. It's killing me to play this spy shit and not have any clue what we're spying on." "Just shut the thing. For all you know, the thing might be filled with plutonium." "You think so?" Peter asked as he slammed the door back shut, checking twice to make sure the lock was positioned in place and tight. "I don't want my hair to fall out." "Don't worry, my friend. For you, that would be an improvement." Mothership. "Sir, we've got a signal." Kuvlar, the interim supreme commander, walked up to his sub-commander's station. On the inside, he was almost jumping for joy. "Damn humans!" "Sir?" the sub-commander said, looking confused. The commander didn't answer his query. He was too angry at himself for letting the hot-blooded emotions of the human dogs sway his feelings. "Where is it located, sub-commander?" "Grid DB-427, Supreme Commander," the sub-commander said as he turned back to his station. "Where is it headed?" "Impossible to tell, sir. The signal only came through for about 10 seconds, then abruptly ended." "Ended? That makes no difference. I want a ship dispatched immediately, with a full complement of troops." "Right away, Supreme Commander," the sub-commander answered, before he barked some orders into his headset and turned his full attention back to the instrument panel in front of him. Chapter 29. Indian Hill. "I know why your squad is escorting us," the sergeant major said, with no hint of menace in his voice. "I'm not sure of your meaning, Sergeant Major," Sergeant Bolito said, doing his best not to look the sergeant major in the eye. "Son, you can't lie worth a shit. I wasn't 100% certain until I just saw your reaction." The sergeant major grabbed the sergeant's arm with a vice-like grip. A couple of the sergeant's men raised their weapons, bracing for a fight. With his free arm, Sergeant Bolito gestured to the men to lower their weapons. The sergeant major semi-pulled the sergeant away from his ragtag bunch of refugees. "You know, son, you don't have to do this." "Sergeant Major, I have my orders." "Fuck your orders," the sergeant major hissed. The sergeant major had never raised his voice past a whisper, but to Sergeant Bolito the words echoed in his ears as if blown from a cannon. "I can understand killing the men, but you're going to shoot 3 women and 2 children? What kind of madman is your general, ordering the murders of innocents?" "Sergeant Major, don't make me do this. Come back with us." "And take orders from that wet-behind-the-ears puke who calls himself a colonel? I'd rather die here in the woods." "Can you make that choice for those women and children, too?" the sergeant asked, as he peered over the sergeant major's shoulder at the small group who had now stopped to see what was delaying their newly appointed leader. Pain filled the sergeant major's eyes. "Son, I'm asking you as one warrior to another. Don't do this. Don't make me beg for their lives. Even if you were just to kill us soldiers, you're still condemning the women and children. No one will take them in. Altruism flew out the door when the aliens made themselves known." "Sergeant Major, what chance do you have now? That snot-nosed kid we call the Colonel took a heavily fortified spot from hostiles with not one casualty on either side. Does that sound like somebody who doesn't know what he's doing? Doubt still clouded the sergeant major's face. Sergeant Bolito pressed on. Sergeant Major, that wet behind-the-ears kid is the smartest and most caring officer I have ever served under. I've seen that man, after a 22-mile forced march, walk around the encampments and check on the condition of every man and woman under his command. That man has secured more resources and manpower in the last year to rival a small industrial nation. He has done more to make sure that our species survives this endeavor than our own government. Sergeant Bolito felt that the sergeant major's reserve was slipping. He was making headway, and that which he feared most in combat looked like it wasn't going to happen. At least not today. Killing in the heat of combat was one thing, but cold-blooded executions, that was quite another. He fully understood the necessity that the secret of the Indian Hill Fort must remain just that, a secret. But how much could these people actually know? If the sergeant major still refused, Sergeant Bolito thought he would probably just let the man go, despite his orders. More than likely, ironically, that would mean his own execution. At least he'd be able to die with his head held high and a clear conscience. Somehow, the cute little tow-headed baby had gotten hold of the stick of beef jerky, and sure enough, dropped it. One of the sergeant major's men, most likely the infant's father, bent over to pick it up. Then the shit really broke loose. One of Sergeant Bolito's men, who was distracted by the conversation between the sergeant and the sergeant major, turned back to see the National Guardsman standing up with what appeared to be a firearm. The man, later on, even under heavy interrogation, swore incessantly it was a pistol of some sort, and fearing for his own safety, as well as that of his comrades, opened fire. The world slowed down for Sergeant Bolito as he watched the first bullet rip straight through the young mother's midsection. It entered her back and exited her abdomen, spewing blood into her shocked husband. Blood and bone flew onto his chest as he caught her collapsing body. Sergeant Bolito began to scream, "No!" but it was too late. The private had his weapon on the 3-round burst setting. By the time the order was issued, the third bullet had already hit home, smashing into the skull of the guardsman. Shock and betrayal was forever etched upon his features as he fell over backwards with his wife landing on top of him. 2 of the remaining guardsmen reacted quickly to the show of force. The men grabbed the stunned private, quickly disarming him and turning the weapon on Sergeant Bolito's men. Lance Corporal Josie flew a foot backward as a 3-round burst smashed into what was left of his midsection. The resounding thuds were deafening. Then the guardsman turned the rifle onto the man who had killed their friend and his wife. Private Perry, 18 years old and a virgin, feared the worst, that he was going to die just that way. He eventually did, but not on that day, and he never did do the deed. Training and discipline took over as the remainder of the squad regained their composure and riddled the 2 guardsmen with bullets before they were ever able to fire another shot. They were shot so many times they looked like marionettes on strings the way they danced around. The final guardsman, a fat little rotund man the sergeant thought was called Bennett, stood shaking, with his hands straight up in the air. He begged anyone who would listen not to shoot him. The smoke of the battle cleared, and still nobody moved. Everybody feared that any unnecessary movement could be construed as a reason to open fire again. Finally, it was the surviving woman who moved over to the body of her fallen friend. "You bastards!" she screamed as she attempted to roll her friend off her husband. "What have you animals done? Hasn't this world already gone far enough? Or maybe you figured you could make it just a little shittier." Sergeant Bolito was taken aback by the sheer ferocity and force that the waif of a woman possessed. "Bennett, get over here and help me get Sarah off David," the woman cried. Bennett first looked over at his sergeant major, then at the 4 or 5 rifles that were leveled on him. "Get over here, we're already dead," the woman said as she saw Bennett's indecision. Bennett held out his hands, fingers pointed up, palms out, as if to say, "Don't shoot." He helped the woman roll her friend over. Sergeant Bolito feared the worst. The woman had been carrying her child in a front-carrying papoose. Acid began to form in the sergeant's throat. He didn't think he would be able to take what he knew he would see. The baby showed the same look of shock and surprise etched on his face. Blood and tissue covered him from head to toe. Sergeant Bolito tried to force down the bile that was creeping up his esophagus, when warm relief flooded through his body. The baby cried. Sergeant Bolito thought he might join the infant. A good cry might feel pretty good right about now. The sergeant major was shaking with rage.
"That girl was all of 24 years old, you stupid bastard!" the sergeant major yelled as he advanced on the retreating gunman. "I'm gonna rip that stupid little pinhead right off your shoulders." The gunman stumbled over a branch and fell over backwards. He began to scramble like an overturned turtle. The rest of the squad stood dumbfounded. No one was quite sure what to do. The sergeant major reached down and grabbed the rifle from the man's hands. Everyone tensed, and Sergeant Bolito raised his weapon, but quickly lowered it when the sergeant major tossed it aside. The sergeant major began to take out some of his anger and frustration on the private's face. Sergeant Bolito sympathized, since he felt that if he were in the sergeant major's shoes he would have done the same thing. The sergeant allowed it to go on until it appeared that the private was beginning to lose consciousness. "Sergeant Major, that's enough!" the sergeant major pressed on. "Sergeant Major, that's quite enough!" Sergeant Bolito yelled with a little more force. And still the sergeant major hit the unconscious Perry. Blood began to spatter. Sergeant Bolito quickly approached the sergeant major while withdrawing his 9mm pistol from its holster. Not until Sergeant Bolito pressed the cold barrel of the gun to the sergeant major's temple did the wind seem to deflate from his sails. He let go of the private's collar and let his head fall back to the ground. He exhaled a heavy sigh as he stood back up and wiped the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. Blood covered his face, some his own, from his own split knuckles. Most was from Private Perry's face. It would be a week or so before Perry would be able to look into a mirror without scaring himself. "What now, Sergeant Bolito? Are you going to stand us up against a tree, or should we all turn our backs to you?" "Neither, Sergeant Major." "You're all prisoners of war now," the sergeant said without much conviction. This encounter had completely drained him. He suddenly weary. Chapter 1. Mike, Journal Entry 1. Our ship was close to landing on home sweet home after what seemed like weeks of traveling. Beth had completely withdrawn from me, as if I were the monster, instead of the Supreme Commander whom she spent more time conversing with than me during the entire voyage back. With some perverse satisfaction, I watched them talk, knowing full well he saw her only as his next meal, or some form of entertainment, and then a meal. Deb retreated into herself wholly. I think that Beth's presence and my indifference had something to do with it. But I wasn't completely self-centered. I knew the main cause of it was the realization of the horror she had just escaped, and, probably, the comprehension of the wide-scale horror that was yet to come. The few hours that I had to adjust to this semblance of freedom were truly liberating. I knew it wasn't over, but no longer did the lives of these women depend solely on me. Or so I hoped. The Genagerians and Progerians were coming. Of that there was no doubt. When? Well, that was a good question. I knew deep down that running and hiding was not an option. Oh, but how I yearned for that avenue. I wanted to see my folks. Yes, even my mother.
I wanted to eat dinner at my sister's. I wanted to play Risk with my brothers. I wanted to drink beer with my friends. I wanted to do what every normal young male wants to do. But I knew those things weren't going to happen. Not anytime soon. I wasn't sure if years of psychotherapy would ever get me back to normal. All my early years of the pampered American life had left me completely unprepared for the ordeal I had just endured. The thoughts that allowed me to survive were becoming vastly distant as I stole a glance at Beth. She saw me eye her, but paid no attention whatsoever. Unbeknownst to me, however, Deb had also seen it, and that just seemed to twist the knife in her heart a little bit more. What a great love triangle we were. More like 3 non-parallel lines from my perspective. Deb wanted me, I wanted Beth, and Beth wanted nothing to do with any of us. She saw the girls and me as the beasts, incognizant that the creature she kept talking to, the supreme commander, was the real beast, and the sole reason for our predicament. Sometimes, the more education you receive, the less smart you are. Indian Hill's peaceful slopes beckoned me. Could I find some sort of peace there? The place where I did so much exploration, not only physically, but spiritually as well. Paul Dennis and I dropped acid for the first time up there, making the place that much more surreal, like it needed any help. We had spent hours up in the Hobbit tree, looking over the vast expanse of greenery that was Walpole, surveying Indian's Pond to the left, the train tracks where we almost met our untimely demises, and even further, the Stop and Shop roof, which was sort of the start of it all. Oh, how I longed for simpler times. My gut was roiling with emotion. My fight-or-flight reflex was in overdrive. But there was no one to fight, and nowhere to run. What a fucking dilemma. Deb began to weep silently as we approached Earth. Her shoulders shuddered as she attempted to quell her emotions. Was she relieved to be getting away from this whole mess, or just to be getting home? My guess was a little bit of both. Beth's eyes gleamed. I knew that look. She was excited. There was no way she could ever understand what the rest of us went through. She looked like a kid who had just spent the day at Disneyland and was now headed to Disney World. The other girls' responses varied as well, from full-on open-throttled weeping to the whooping of overexcited, drunken sorority girls. Sororities, fraternities, shit. College. Would I be going back? I wanted to, but I doubted it. I'm not sure that I'd ever be able to sit still for that long again. What employment could I get with my newfound skills? Cab driver? Maybe. Maybe I could join the mixed martial arts circuit. Nah, that wouldn't work. I'd never be able to stop myself. Well, I figured realistically, I probably only had about a month or so left. The Genagerians weren't going to sit tight for long, not while their supreme commander was being held captive. For now, Earth awaited, and I definitely wanted to reacquaint myself with her. I knew she, at least, would welcome me. General Burkhalter? I asked incredulously. It seemed odd to me that a general would put himself out just to greet me. Come, let's get off this ship. If we stay on it too long, the scientists might just dissect us along with it. They've been chomping at the bit to get a hold of this thing. I think they were more pissed at the quarantine than you and your fellow passengers, the general said as he surveyed his surroundings. I appreciate your greeting us, General. It's the least I could do, especially since we need to take these necessary precautions, he said, pointing to his hazmat suit. I understand, General. It's just difficult. We've been confined for so long that being able to see freedom and not embrace it is a little bittersweet. And now it is my turn to understand. We will do all in our power to make this, hopefully short stay, as enjoyable as possible. But you do realize we are going to have to debrief you until your throat is raw. We need to know as much as we can about this new foe, and we don't have very long to get it. One thing, General, before we get this whole show on the road. Name it, son. Pizza. Done. When we reached the makeshift hospital, pizzas of all sizes and toppings awaited our diligent ministrations. Ah, to be back home. The food was great, the service impeccable. Even better than a 5-star resort. Well, almost. The doctors watched our every move. I'm not sure if they were disappointed that we didn't sprout wings or third eyes, but they monitored us 24/7 while we were in their custody. How are things going, Mike? Great, General, but we sure were hoping we'd be out of here by now. 10 solid days in quarantine, and not one of us has developed any strange rashes or bumps. I sounded a little peeved, although I tried not to convey that over my voice, but restraint was not my strong point. Mike, I came here on a serious note. What, General? Did one of our lab reports come back bad? Not that I was really worried about it, but the General was concerned. No, all of your tests came back remarkably well. The whole lot of you are in perfect health. Will that bring a better price at the auction block? That should have gotten some response from the General, but he did nothing. Now he did have me concerned. Spill it, General. This is worse than knowing. Your mother has passed away. What? When? Just now? I've got to go, I said, as I headed towards the door. You know as well as I do, Mike, that you cannot leave just yet. That armed guard will riddle you with bullets before he lets you break the seal on this place. What happened? I asked, as I slowly turned back towards him. It was a few months after your disappearance. She had a stroke. She never fully recovered from it and deteriorated fast. Was it because of me? Part of it, maybe. The stress and all surrounding your disappearance. And because the government didn't fess up to what was really going on, I said heatedly. Mike, we had to look for the common good. If we told even one woman to ease her fears, we would have panicked millions. And do you really think that the truth was any better than the scenarios she was imagining? How long did she live after the stroke? About a month and a half. She was apparently trying to hold on until she could see you one last time. That stung. My mother and I weren't exactly close, but still it was a fundamental loss, one that could never be replaced. It was another tragedy that I would carry with me. Unfortunately, it would not be my last. My mother had gotten sick and passed, all while I was struggling to survive on an alien vessel. No, the truth would not have done her any good. More than likely, it would have hastened the effects of her stroke. I still had a difficult time wrapping my mind around the fact that I had been on that ship for almost a year and a half. 18 months of my life was stolen from me, and I would never be able to get it back. I always wondered what went through those innocent men's minds who were wrongly convicted of a crime and then sent to prison. What must they think after 5 or 10 years of incarceration when a new piece of evidence comes to light that sets them free? The chunk of their lives that was taken from them can never, ever be replaced. Mine was only a small taste. But even a small taste can be sour on the lips. General, don't get me wrong. You and your staff have been nothing short of magnanimous. They have taken care of our every need. But I really have to know when we will be free to go. None of us has displayed any traces of anything. I have told and retold my experience to you and the President. Hell, I even brought their commander back. I'm just sick and tired of being cooped up, and now I would like to just go back to Walpole and visit with my family. Do they know I'm back? As for the first question, just 4 more days, Mike. The medical staff will feel much more comfortable with 4 more days. Then I promise you a direct flight to any destination that you desire. To be honest, General, I'd rather have a car. Kinda sick of flying, too. Understood. How about a Humvee? You're gonna give me a Humvee. I cleared it with the President this morning. He felt it was the least we could do. Awesome. I want the one with the hard plastic shell in the back. Done. And as for your family, they have no idea that you're back. We couldn't tell them. They'd be up here breaking in doors, and that just wouldn't do anybody any good. Got any idea where they are, General? Well, after your mother passed, your dad took it pretty hard. He holed himself up in his Searsport cabin. My dad is in Searsport. Hell, that's only a few hours south of here. Your brother Ronnie and his wife Nancy are still in Walpole. Your brother Gary took the loss of your mother pretty hard. Took him a few months to go through the mourning process. He and Ronnie have put all their energy into their paving company. Your brother Glenn moved back to West Roxbury after the funeral. He works from time to time with the paving crew, but mostly he repairs small aircraft at one of the local airports. Your sister is still living in Connecticut, but travels up to Maine every other weekend to check on your dad. Your mother's death hit him a lot harder than anyone really anticipated. What are the odds that this weekend would be that weekend, General? It appears, Mike, that luck favors you, because this is one of her scheduled arrivals. Would you like me to notify them of your imminent visit? No, General. I'd rather just show up. Mike, about the Humvee. Oh, you want it back already? Not quite. At least not the Hummer. Then what, General? We would, or rather, I would like to have the person driving the Humvee back. General, I don't want a driver. Then my not-so-fast brain finally caught up with me. You want me back? What the hell do you want me back for? Son, I've been watching you for 10 straight days. I've listened to your story probably 100 times. I've interviewed every one of these girls at least twice. I want you in my service. You are exactly the kind of man that we are going to need in the coming months. You and thousands like you. General, I'm not cut out for the military life. I'm sure that you have a dossier full of my pre-alien days. I wasn't quite on the straight and narrow. Son, those events in no shape, way, or form have anything to do with the person that you are now. General, I just don't play well with others. I have a real authority issue. If I make you an officer and accountable only to me, General, I just don't... No, don't answer now. Why don't you get out of here this weekend? Go see your family and friends. Drive around this country. In a week or two, give me your answer. Please just promise me that you will at least consider it. Don't worry, General. I will, at the very least, consider it. And often. What branch would I be in? My army, of course. I laughed. General, my dad and my brother were both Marines. I'd never live it down if I came home in Army duds. Son, if you join up, I'll give you any uniform you want. Thank you, sir. I've got more on my plate now than I could possibly even begin to finish. I suddenly found myself very tired. Please excuse me, General. I think I'm going to take a nap. Very well. I'll see you in 3 days. I've been called back to Washington, and it's not very wise to keep the President waiting. General. Yes, Mike. What have you done with the commander? Ah, see. If you were in uniform, I could disclose that information to you. But civilians cannot be privy to those details. I thought he was kidding until he walked through the sealed outer chamber. Son of a bitch, I mumbled, as I laughed and headed for my bunk. The 4 days came and went without much incident. Tanya developed a small sneeze that almost shut down the state, but it ended up she was just allergic to some of the detergent that was being used on the hypoallergenic pillows. Kind of ironic, I thought. Beth hadn't said more than 2 words to me since we landed. She kept to her side of the quarantine wing. Deb had become increasingly morose and sullen the longer we were cooped up. I avoided everyone just on general principle. The general did not make it back from Washington before the doctors finally cleared us. The women all hopped onto one of the troop transports. They were shuttling them down to the Bangor airport so they could go home or wherever they desired. A few of them were going to the Bahamas on the U.S. government dime. Why not? Might as well enjoy it while it was free. And true to his word, the general gave me a Humvee with the hard plastic shell. And another little gift. A USMC officer's uniform with captain's bars lay on the passenger seat. I was still sitting on the fence with that whole question. But it sure was an impressive-looking uniform. I barely set foot into my new vehicle when the troop transport truck came to a grinding halt. Beth jumped off the back and ran straight towards me. "Mike, wait a second," she yelled with her arms outstretched. I waited patiently. She had just doubled the number of words she had spoken to me since we got back to Earth. I was too curious to do anything but wait and see what she wanted. I did, however, notice Deb sticking her head out to see what was going on. "Wait, Mike. I just have to get this out before you leave," she said with a little bit of laborious breathing. "I'm listening," I said coolly. I'd been waiting for 2 weeks for her to say something. I wasn't about to now let her know that my heart was somewhere in my throat and jumping around like a frog on crack. "I know I've been distant to you. I know that everything you did out there was for us. I'm just having a difficult time handling the images of what you did up there with the person I fell in love with. Do you think it was easy for me? Killing those men? No, I'm not saying that. Would you rather it were me on the wrong end of one of those swords?" "No, God, no," she screamed. "You're not being fair." "Beth, what the fuck is fair? Certainly nothing that happened up there." I know. I did what I had to. To get us out of there, I did what I had to." My voice level dropped in half. I had no desire to yell at her. "I'm going to keep doing what I have to do." "What does that mean?" she asked, as she looked at me with pleading eyes. "The general asked me to join the Marines, and I'm going to." It was that simple and easy. I was well aware that I had to continue the fight. The day was far from won, and I would do what I had to. "How could you? How can you? Haven't you seen enough death for 1,000 lifetimes?" Disgust crossed her face. "Beth, they're coming." I pointed skyward. "They're coming whether we want them to or not. And now it's time for me to pay them back for all the kindness that they bestowed upon us." "You're not the man that I fell in love with." "No, I'm not. How could I be? I don't know what you went through up there, but I can guarantee it wasn't anything like what I went through. I was forced to kill other human beings for the entertainment of aliens. Do you know what that did to my moral conscience? Not only was I being torn up physically in those bouts, but also spiritually. Do you know how many times I almost laid down my arms so that I could just have it end?" "Then why didn't you?" she shot back. "Because of you!" I yelled. She stepped back from the sheer force of my voice. "When it all comes down to it, I did it for you, Beth." She was crying. I was crying. It was not a pretty sight. Half the base was watching. Some Marine I'd make. "I still love you, Mike, but I'm going to need some time to get over all of this." "I understand. Are you going back home or are you going back to school?" I asked. "I'm going home now. If I do go back to school, it won't be in Colorado." That hurt, for me, was the first time I truly felt that nothing was ever going to be the same. No more wake and bakes with Saturday morning wrestling. No more parties on the quad. No more concerts at Red Rocks. Life had been forever altered, and at age 22 I felt cheated. Cheated out of those things that were rightfully mine. I'll give you all the time you're going to need. If and when you can forgive me, I'll be waiting for you. But if we do start over, I want you to know what happened on that ship." Now it was her turn to look hurt. When I thought that I wasn't going to make it, I sought comfort in the arms of another. She did not seem nearly as surprised as I anticipated. Hurt, but not surprised. Debbie, right? She guessed as she looked down at her shoes. How? I see the way she looks at you when you're not looking. I see the pain in her eyes. I see the way she eyes me when she thinks I'm not looking. That what does she have that I don't have look? I can't blame you with the hell you were put through. That's not what has me at odds, though, Mike. She spoke tenderly and caressed my face with both of her hands. It was the brutality you unleashed, the savagery in your eyes. They are indelibly burned into my brain. I don't know if I'll ever be able to look at you without bringing up those images. It's as if there is a devil living inside of you. Most of the time you have control of him, but on those occasions when he breaks free, he wreaks havoc on everyone around you. That's not fair, Beth, I pleaded. No, it's not. Like you said, nothing that happened to us up there was fair. I just need some time, Mike. I need some time to reflect on all that has happened to me, to you, and ultimately to us. I wish I could say that everything was going to turn out all right, but I just don't know. She moved in closer and gave me a hug, the likes of which I never wanted to be released from. A tidal wave of emotion flooded through our bodies. Had we not been in a public place, we may have taken great strides in improving our strained relationship. The hug ended oh so shortly. She got up on her tiptoes and kissed my lips. I flushed. It was the most intimate kiss I had received since leaving this planet. Goodbye, Mike, she said as she pulled away. That goodbye sounded so final, I didn't know how to respond. I wasn't prepared for it. I would much rather have been facing an enemy in the ring. At least there I knew where I stood. This was horrible. It was an unseen wound, but it struck deeper than anything I had encountered thus far. I thought my heart would rip in two. My head felt like I was burning a fever, and I couldn't think straight. Do I run after her? Do I stand here like a fool? Do I get in my car and drive? Beth? She turned. Goodbye. A small smile flitted across her face, replaced by deep sorrow. I wasn't 100% sure, but I thought that she had already made up her mind. I cried for the first 2 hours of my drive. Luckily, not many people live that far north in Maine because I'm sure that I was all over the road. I finally came to grips with the levity of my situation, and the last hour went a lot smoother, especially after I found a liquor store. I was halfway through my third beer when I started down the turn-off to my father's cabin. I had the windows down on the Hummer. The crisp winter air was invigorating. The only sound I heard was that of the crunching ice under my tires. I slowed to a crawl when I entered my dad's driveway. Off to my right was Man's Pond, completely frozen solid at this time of year. I noticed one solitary figure gliding along. I couldn't be sure from the distance, but in this remote of a location at this time of year it could only be one person. My father stopped his precision glide to look over the pond at the vehicle intruding on his land. I'm sure the sight of any military vehicle was not welcome, especially after the runaround the family received concerning my whereabouts. He slowly skated closer to the edge of the pond, perhaps to verbally accost the intruder. At the previous stop, I had changed out of my civvies and donned the Marine Corps uniform. The general knew I would take the commission, and it seemed he also knew my size perfectly. I had to admit I cut a pretty good figure with it on. I stopped the Hummer on the driveway, my father now within 30 yards and at the edge of the pond. I knew at this distance there would be no way he could tell who I was, especially since the last time I saw him I was 20 pounds lighter with long hair and more than likely wearing an Ozzy Osbourne t-shirt. At 185 pounds, with short hair and in an officer's uniform, it might as well have been Halloween. I began the descent down to the banks of the pond while my father just stood there, most likely still not recognizing me. He looked warily at me under the assumption that I would be bringing him bad news about his son. And to be honest, he didn't look like he could handle it. This once virile man had been reduced to a shell of his former self. The stress and loss of the past year and a half had visibly taken their toll. Now, I wondered if I had the right person. From a distance, he looked like the man I called father, but as I approached, I saw how reality had ravaged him. Tears were welling up in his eyes. Recognition was becoming evident on his face. But he wouldn't let his guard down until he was completely sure. The pain of false hope would be almost too much to bear. I was now within 15 feet. "Mike?" he said, almost as a whisper, so unsure of his sight and mind. "Mike, is that you?" "It's me, Dad." The voice sealed the deal. He might not have been able to trust his eyes, but his ears certified what his mind longed to hear. He fell to one knee, crying, his face buried in his gloves. Sobs racked his body. I ran the rest of the way. "Dad, it's me!" I hugged him as hard as I could. Chapter 1. Mike, Journal Entry 1. Our ship was close to landing on home sweet home after what seemed like weeks of traveling. Beth had completely withdrawn from me, as if I were the monster, instead of the Supreme Commander whom she spent more time conversing with than me during the entire voyage back. With some perverse satisfaction, I watched them talk, knowing full well he saw her only as his next meal, or some form of entertainment, and then a meal. Deb retreated into herself wholly. I think that Beth's presence and my indifference had something to do with it. But I wasn't completely self-centered. I knew the main cause of it was the realization of the horror she had just escaped, and, probably, the comprehension of the wide-scale horror that was yet to come. The few hours that I had to adjust to this semblance of freedom were truly liberating. I knew it wasn't over, but no longer did the lives of these women depend solely on me. Or so I hoped. The Genagerians and Progerians were coming. Of that there was no doubt. When? Well, that was a good question. I knew deep down that running and hiding was not an option. Oh, but how I yearned for that avenue. I wanted to see my folks. Yes, even my mother. I wanted to eat dinner at my sister's. I wanted to play Risk with my brothers. I wanted to drink beer with my friends. I wanted to do what every normal young male wants to do. But I knew those things weren't going to happen. Not any time soon. I wasn't sure if years of psychotherapy would ever get me back to normal. All my early years of the pampered American life had left me completely unprepared for the ordeal I had just endured. The thoughts that allowed me to survive were becoming vastly distant as I stole a glance at Beth. She saw me eye her, but paid no attention whatsoever. Unbeknownst to me, however, Deb had also seen it, and that just seemed to twist the knife in her heart a little bit more. What a great love triangle we were. More like 3 non-parallel lines from my perspective. Deb wanted me, I wanted Beth, and Beth wanted nothing to do with any of us. She saw the girls and me as the beasts, incognizant that the creature she kept talking to, the Supreme Commander, was the real beast, and the sole reason for our predicament. Sometimes, the more education you receive, the less smart you are. Indian Hill's peaceful slopes beckoned me. Could I find some sort of peace there? The place where I did so much exploration, not only physically, but spiritually as well. Paul Dennis and I dropped acid for the first time up there, making the place that much more surreal, like it needed any help. We had spent hours up in the Hobbit tree, looking over the vast expanse of greenery that was Walpole, surveying Indian's Pond to the left, the train tracks where we almost met our untimely demises, and even further, the Stop and Shop roof, which was sort of the start of it all. Oh, how I longed for simpler times. My gut was roiling with emotion. My fight-or-flight reflex was in overdrive. But there was no one to fight, and nowhere to run. What a fucking dilemma. Deb began to weep silently as we approached Earth. Her shoulders shuddered as she attempted to quell her emotions. Was she relieved to be getting away from this whole mess, or just to be getting home? My guess was a little bit of both. Beth's eyes gleamed. I knew that look. She was excited. There was no way she could ever understand what the rest of us went through. She looked like a kid who had just spent the day at Disneyland and was now headed to Disney World. The other girls' responses varied as well, from full-on open-throttled weeping to the whooping of overexcited, drunken sorority girls. Sororities, fraternities, shit. College. Would I be going back? I wanted to, but I doubted it. I'm not sure that I'd ever be able to sit still for that long again. What employment could I get with my newfound skills? Cab driver? Maybe. Maybe I could join the mixed martial arts circuit. Nah, that wouldn't work. I'd never be able to stop myself. Well, I figured realistically, I probably only had about a month or so left. The Genagerians weren't going to sit tight for long, not while their supreme commander was being held captive. For now, Earth awaited, and I definitely wanted to reacquaint myself with her. I knew she, at least, would welcome me. General Burkhalter? I asked incredulously. It seemed odd to me that a general would put himself out just to greet me. Come, let's get off this ship. If we stay on it too long, the scientists might just dissect us along with it. They've been chomping at the bit to get a hold of this thing. I think they were more pissed at the quarantine than you and your fellow passengers, the general said as he surveyed his surroundings. I appreciate your greeting us, General. It's the least I could do, especially since we need to take these necessary precautions, he said, pointing to his hazmat suit. I understand, General. It's just difficult. We've been confined for so long that being able to see freedom and not embrace it is a little bittersweet. And now it is my turn to understand. We will do all in our power to make this, hopefully short stay, as enjoyable as possible. But you do realize we are going to have to debrief you until your throat is raw. We need to know as much as we can about this new foe, and we don't have very long to get it. One thing, General, before we get this whole show on the road. Name it, son. Pizza. Done. When we reached the makeshift hospital, pizzas of all sizes and toppings awaited our diligent ministrations. Ah, to be back home. The food was great, the service impeccable. Even better than a 5-star resort. Well, almost. The doctors watched our every move. I'm not sure if they were disappointed that we didn't sprout wings or third eyes, but they monitored us 24/7 while we were in their custody. How are things going, Mike? Great, General, but we sure were hoping we'd be out of here by now. 10 solid days in quarantine and not one of us has developed any strange rashes or bumps. I sounded a little peeved, although I tried not to convey that over my voice, but restraint was not my strong point. Mike, I came here on a serious note. What, General? Did one of our lab reports come back bad? Not that I was really worried about it, but the General was concerned. No, all of your tests came back remarkably well. A whole lot of you are in perfect health. Will that bring a better price at the auction block? That should have gotten some response from the general, but he did nothing. Now he did have me concerned. Spill it, General. This is worse than knowing. Your mother has passed away. What? When? Just now? I've got to go, I said, as I headed towards the door. You know as well as I do, Mike, that you cannot leave just yet. That armed guard will riddle you with bullets before he lets you break the seal on this place. What happened? I asked, as I slowly turned back towards him. It was a few months after your disappearance. She had a stroke. She never fully recovered from it and deteriorated fast. Was it because of me? Part of it, maybe. The stress and all surrounding your disappearance. And because the government didn't fess up to what was really going on, I said heatedly. Mike, we had to look for the common good. If we told even one woman to ease her fears, we would have panicked millions. And do you really think that the truth was any better than the scenarios she was imagining? How long did she live after the stroke? About a month and a half. She was apparently trying to hold on until she could see you one last time. That stung. My mother and I weren't exactly close, but still it was a fundamental loss, one that could never be replaced. It was another tragedy that I would carry with me. Unfortunately, it would not be my last. My mother had gotten sick and passed, all while I was struggling to survive on an alien vessel. No, the truth would not have done her any good. More than likely, it would have hastened the effects of her stroke. I still had a difficult time wrapping my mind around the fact that I had been on that ship for almost a year and a half. 18 months of my life was stolen from me, and I would never be able to get it back. I always wondered what went through those innocent men's minds who were wrongly convicted of a crime and then sent to prison. What must they think after 5 or 10 years of incarceration when a new piece of evidence comes to light that sets them free? The chunk of their lives that was taken from them can never, ever be replaced. Mine was only a small taste. But even a small taste can be sour on the lips. General, don't get me wrong. You and your staff have been nothing short of magnanimous. They have taken care of our every need. But I really have to know when we will be free to go. None of us has displayed any traces of anything. I have told and retold my experience to you and the President. Hell, I even brought their commander back. I'm just sick and tired of being cooped up, and now I would like to just go back to Walpole and visit with my family. Do they know I'm back? As for the first question, just 4 more days, Mike. The medical staff will feel much more comfortable with 4 more days. Then I promise you a direct flight to any destination that you desire. To be honest, General, I'd rather have a car. Kinda sick of flying, too. Understood. How about a Humvee? You're gonna give me a Humvee. I cleared it with the President this morning. He felt it was the least we could do. Awesome. I want the one with the hard plastic shell in the back. Done. And as for your family, they have no idea that you're back. We couldn't tell them. They'd be up here breaking in doors, and that just wouldn't do anybody any good. Got any idea where they are, General? Well, after your mother passed, your dad took it pretty hard. He holed himself up in his Searsport cabin. My dad is in Searsport. Hell, that's only a few hours south of here. Your brother Ronnie and his wife Nancy are still in Walpole. Your brother Gary took the loss of your mother pretty hard. Took him a few months to go through the mourning process. He and Ronnie have put all their energy into their paving company. Your brother Glenn moved back to West Roxbury after the funeral. He works from time to time with the paving crew, but mostly he repairs small aircraft at one of the local airports. Your sister is still living in Connecticut, but travels up to Maine every other weekend to check on your dad. Your mother's death hit him a lot harder than anyone really anticipated. What are the odds that this weekend would be that weekend, General? It appears, Mike, that luck favors you, because this is one of her scheduled arrivals. Would you like me to notify them of your imminent visit? No, General. I'd rather just show up. Mike, about the Humvee. Oh, you want it back already? Not quite. At least not the Hummer. Then what, General? We would, or rather, I would like to have the person driving the Humvee back. General, I don't want a driver. Then my not-so-fast brain finally caught up with me. You want me back? What the hell do you want me back for? Son, I've been watching you for 10 straight days. I've listened to your story probably 100 times. I've interviewed every one of these girls at least twice. I want you in my service. You are exactly the kind of man that we are going to need in the coming months. You and thousands like you. General, I'm not cut out for the military life. I'm sure that you have a dossier full of my pre-alien days. I wasn't quite on the straight and narrow. Son, those events in no shape, way, or form have anything to do with the person that you are now. General, I just don't play well with others. I have a real authority issue. If I make you an officer and accountable only to me, General, I just don't... No, don't answer now. Why don't you get out of here this weekend? Go see your family and friends. Drive around this country. In a week or two, give me your answer. Please just promise me that you will at least consider it. Don't worry, General. I will, at the very least, consider it. And often. What branch would I be in? My army, of course. I laughed. General, my dad and my brother were both Marines. I'd never live it down if I came home in Army duds. Son, if you join up, I'll give you any uniform you want. Thank you, sir. I've got more on my plate now than I could possibly even begin to finish. I suddenly found myself very tired. Please excuse me, General. I think I'm going to take a nap. Very well. I'll see you in 3 days. I've been called back to Washington, and it's not very wise to keep the President waiting. General. Yes, Mike. What have you done with the commander? Ah, see. If you were in uniform, I could disclose that information to you. But civilians cannot be privy to those details. I thought he was kidding until he walked through the sealed outer chamber. Son of a bitch, I mumbled, as I laughed and headed for my bunk. The 4 days came and went without much incident. Tanya developed a small sneeze that almost shut down the state, but it ended up she was just allergic to some of the detergent that was being used on the hypoallergenic pillows. Kind of ironic, I thought. Beth hadn't said more than 2 words to me since we landed. She kept to her side of the quarantine wing. Deb had become increasingly morose and sullen the longer we were cooped up. I avoided everyone just on general principle. The General did not make it back from Washington before the doctors finally cleared us. The women all hopped onto one of the troop transports. They were shuttling them down to the Bangor airport so they could go home or wherever they desired. A few of them were going to the Bahamas on the U.S. government dime. Why not? Might as well enjoy it while it was free. And true to his word, the General gave me a Humvee with the hard plastic shell. And another little gift. A USMC officer's uniform with captain's bars lay on the passenger seat. I was still sitting on the fence with that whole question. But it sure was an impressive-looking uniform. I barely set foot into my new vehicle when the troop transport truck came to a grinding halt. Beth jumped off the back and ran straight towards me. "Mike, wait a second," she yelled with her arms outstretched. I waited patiently. She had just doubled the number of words she had spoken to me since we got back to Earth. I was too curious to do anything but wait and see what she wanted. I did, however, notice Deb sticking her head out to see what was going on. "Wait, Mike. I just have to get this out before you leave," she said with a little bit of laborious breathing. "I'm listening," I said coolly. I'd been waiting for 2 weeks for her to say something. I wasn't about to now let her know that my heart was somewhere in my throat and jumping around like a frog on crack. "I know I've been distant to you. I know that everything you did out there was for us. I'm just having a difficult time handling the images of what you did up there with the person I fell in love with. Do you think it was easy for me? Killing those men? No, I'm not saying that. Would you rather it were me on the wrong end of one of those swords? No, God, no, she screamed. You're not being fair. Beth, what the fuck is fair? Certainly nothing that happened up there. I know. I did what I had to. To get us out of there, I did what I had to. My voice level dropped in half. I had no desire to yell at her. I'm going to keep doing what I have to do. What does that mean? She asked, as she looked at me with pleading eyes. The general asked me to join the Marines, and I'm going to. It was that simple and easy. I was well aware that I had to continue the fight. The day was far from won, and I would do what I had to. How could you? How can you? Haven't you seen enough death for 1,000 lifetimes? Disgust crossed her face. Beth, they're coming. I pointed skyward. They're coming whether we want them to or not. And now it's time for me to pay them back for all the kindness that they bestowed upon us. You're not the man that I fell in love with. No, I'm not. How could I be? I don't know what you went through up there, but I can guarantee it wasn't anything like what I went through. I was forced to kill other human beings for the entertainment of aliens. Do you know what that did to my moral conscience? Not only was I being torn up physically in those bouts, but also spiritually. Do you know how many times I almost laid down my arms so that I could just have it end? Then why didn't you? She shot back. Because of you, I yelled. She stepped back from the sheer force of my voice. When it all comes down to it, I did it for you, Beth. She was crying. I was crying. It was not a pretty sight. Half the base was watching. Some Marine I'd make. I still love you, Mike, but I'm going to need some time to get over all of this. I understand. Are you going back home or are you going back to school? I asked. I'm going home now. If I do go back to school, it won't be in Colorado. That hurt, for me, was the first time I truly felt that nothing was ever going to be the same. No more wake and bakes with Saturday morning wrestling. No more parties on the quad. No more concerts at Red Rocks. Life had been forever altered. And at age 22 I felt cheated. Cheated out of those things that were rightfully mine. I'll give you all the time you're going to need. If and when you can forgive me, I'll be waiting for you. But if we do start over, I want you to know what happened on that ship. Now it was her turn to look hurt. When I thought that I wasn't going to make it, I sought comfort in the arms of another. She did not seem nearly as surprised as I anticipated. Hurt, but not surprised. Debbie, right? She guessed as she looked down at her shoes. How? I see the way she looks at you when you're not looking. I see the pain in her eyes. I see the way she eyes me when she thinks I'm not looking. That what does she have that I don't have look? I can't blame you with the hell you were put through. That's not what has me at odds, though, Mike. She spoke tenderly and caressed my face with both of her hands. It was the brutality you unleashed, the savagery in your eyes. They are indelibly burned into my brain. I don't know if I'll ever be able to look at you without bringing up those images. It's as if there is a devil living inside of you. Most of the time you have control of him, but on those occasions when he breaks free, he wreaks havoc on everyone around you. That's not fair, Beth, I pleaded. No, it's not. Like you said, nothing that happened to us up there was fair. I just need some time, Mike. I need some time to reflect on all that has happened to me, to you,